is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. I am Speedy alongside Greg and Helms. We're your good time gang getting this hour going, and we'll be with you until 1 hour from now when Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us for the main show. Busy show on tap today. Don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth. The deadline is Friday, and so we need your entries in. If you are one of those that want to enter your mom and Fix Mama's Mouth, maybe this is the first time you're hearing it going, what are you talking about? Go to contest at rickandbubba.com. You will see it right there. Dr. Dudney and his staff do just an amazing job. The success stories and all the letters that are written and stuff, it's just been a big part of this show over the last 15 to 20 years. Dr. Dudney has done so many of them, and we have another one this year. And we will have the deadline on Friday, and then we will break it down to the top three. They will hit the website next week. You vote on them, and then the day after Mother's Day, Dr. Dudney will be in here to announce the winner of this year's Fix Mama's Mouth. So all of that is at rickandbubba.com, but the urgency is the deadline is Friday, so don't procrastinate any longer. All of the instructions, step by step, on what they need in order to know if Mama can get a new grill. $17,000 dental makeover is at rickandbubba.com under contest. All right, over to my left, I just said their names. Oh, look at here. There's old Greg Burgess, and there's old shave and a haircut.
What's up, brothers?
Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
What's up, brothers?
What's up, brothers? How are y'all, brothers?
Special teams, special plays,
yeah,
special players.
Really?
It's Wednesday. Sorry for cussing.
Shave and a haircut.
He's making that up.
He's just he's ruined it for me.
Learned a lot about him yesterday. I mean, a lot about him.
Really?
A lot. And Greg was half listening.
No,
he was present when we were giving a lot of details on that young man.
I can't remember any of them, but you're right.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he's got him a little something. It's strange. Helmsy brought this to the show the other day and said, "Okay, I'm all in on this." And there's a few things that are real, and then there's some that are exaggerated with his character that he's played.
Well, he's developed a good character.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
He has, and he has ruined it for me a little bit, knowing it is a character. I thought he was just real. I just thought he had some challenges that he had worked through and was, and now he's kind of it looks like he's made up some challenges in order to do what he's doing.
Ask you this,
but I'll say this: he's still funny either way.
I can't believe somebody's not.
Well, I
turning on
know.
Well, we hadn't even given his name. What's his name?
Sketch.
There you go.
You know it. I'm surprised somebody goes, "Oh, you can't,"
Yeah.
I'm gonna hush because I'm gonna say.
Well, the hand gestures and all that's real.
Some kind of tick
that's real.
But
But I'll tell you a little bit more about it. We learned a little bit about that yesterday. Speaking of learning, so you remember I told y'all Monday that ran up to Huntsville, take Dad to the eye doctor, right?
Yep.
Well, you gotta allow time to get stuck behind traffic or the interstate shut down or whatever. So I was a little early, about 45, 50 minutes early before we had to leave. So I go in and they have got the Discovery Channel on. And they are all into the show that is on Discovery. It's a documentary series, Expedition Deep Ocean, and it kind of goes through in this Explorers Club. Victor, is it Vescovo? I don't know. Anyway, he became the first human to dive to the bottom of the deepest point of all 5 of the world's oceans.
Let me stop you here. When you say dive.
Yes,
he's not diving like
of
scuba
course.
diving.
Oh, of course not.
He's
No.
in something.
Yeah. They've
So I
got
wish
a
they
capsule.
wouldn't call him diving.
They're diving in the capsule.
Yeah,
but I get
but
what you're saying.
he's in a submarine.
Exactly. He's getting this little submarine. He goes real deep. He's
Yeah.
not diving.
Yeah, he is the first manned dive to ever reach the bottom of the trench, the deepest part of the 5 oceans. And
I don't want no part of that.
It's a 5 Deeps expedition, I think is what it was, and I joined it when they were in the Arctic Ocean, and it was the 5th and final stage of this.
You're kind of partial
of
to
this
the
deal.
Arctic Ocean. I know.
No, but I was just intrigued by
Yeah,
how about
love the
this
Discovery
hey,
thing there.
Hey, you look into the bottom of the oceans.
Oh.
I mean, that's probably the least explored.
Hey, we know more about space than we do the ocean. How many times you heard that?
Yeah, but
True.
It is.
when they go into these trenches and these oceans that are so deep, You're like, are you kidding me?
Did they find that blind shark they always find? Some
No, but
species?
I do have a question about a shark. It's funny you brought that up, and I think the Arctic Ocean, it was only maybe 2 miles deep, but there's places like in the Indian Ocean and
Still deep.
And some other areas where they're going 5-7 miles deep.
Good
It's
night.
unbelievable. It's hard to get your mind around it, really. But they were in the Arctic Ocean, and they went and
Lot of
each
pressure.
stages of these trenches, they named each level, and when they got to the deepest level, I think it's the green shark or the Greenland shark, I can't remember, but they just threw out this fact, and my dad uncontrollably said, "Now how they know that? I mean, I don't mean to pull Greg, but how they know that?"
Well, look,
I was
there's
like,
nothing wrong with being aware.
and I got to laughing.
And your dad heard a step out
Yeah.
and called him on it.
Well, it was hard to put my mind
out.
on. They said, something. Here's the green shark. Life expectancy 500 years.
Okay, there you go. See, and your dad
And-
was right because you go, okay, who was here 500 years ago to confirm this?
And they said green shark, and I don't know, green shark and Greenland shark are the same thing. So I went and looked up Greenland
Is that
shark.
the one that's blind?
No, I don't think it's blind. Greg,
There is
I'm not
one
sure.
I think that is that they always find in the deep part.
But I don't know if it's the Greenland shark because I don't think it is. They said green shark. They didn't say land. They said green shark. But anyway, I looked up the Greenland shark, and it says here that one of the ones they caught was 390 something years old.
How do they know?
They examined something in the eye or
They're
whatever
guessing
to find
that it's
out.
that old. They don't know that.
Well, I don't know. It just says the Greenland
and who
shark.
can check you?
Yeah,
Who
I
can go,
know.
no, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It's actually 174.
It says the Greenland shark has the longest known lifespan in that
I agree with you,
species.
Dad. Step out.
Yeah. It says here the oldest of the animals sampled, which was also the largest, they get about 20 feet long or something, I don't know, had a lifespan, had lived for 392 years and was born between 1504 and 1744.
Your dad was right. Let's just stop there. He called them out. I'm glad.
You ready for this one? The authors further concluded that the species reached sexual maturity at about 150 years of age. And I couldn't get my mind around that. I'm sorry.
We throwing numbers around that are hard to confirm. You know?
Yeah, I know.
So 150 years ago, they didn't have the technology probably to see these sharks because they're so deep.
Mm-hmm.
But we have somehow decided that many years ago something was happening.
Yeah, they sample something.
And we have
here.
no way of really knowing that.
Right. It says
Where they count the rings like you do on a tree. They cut it in half, count the rings.
It says here that they use radiocarbon dating of crystals within the lenses of their eyes to determine the approximate ages.
Okay.
But he just uncontrollably said, now how they know that?
Now, unless I'm wrong, they just kind of hang around down there in that deep water, right?
Guys, it's so
Imagine
deep.
having to
It's
do that
so
for
deep.
300 something years. Why is that? That's a great life. Down here in the dark.
Hey, these
Finally, somebody came down in a submarine, gave us a little action.
Yeah.
But hey, I've just been down here in the dark for 300 and something years.
Yeah.
Boy, what does it do? Why is it there? What's its point? That thing probably about 46 years old, something like that. And that's a lot.
Yeah. I just was amazed by that, and we had to leave it. This is funny because my mom and dad were so into it.
It may live so long that because nobody bothers it.
Well, that's true.
Low anxiety.
Hey, down there, just
Yeah.
y'all
Thank you, we
leave
get
me. Y'all
kind
leave
of-
me by myself. I'm good.
Yeah.
I can survive.
I
Nobody's
got-
bothering
as long as I
me.
can
No
make-
responsibilities.
Yeah.
I can mate a couple times a year.
Right. Well, they were using sonar and all kinds of equipment and stuff, and Dad and I had to leave to get to his eye appointment, and we missed the last segment of them getting down to the deepest part of the Arctic Ocean. He had to get to one spot for it to go. Okay, I'm officially here.
I ain't doing that.
And suddenly, about 5-10 minutes later, my mom was all in. She called my dad. Hey, they found Anyway, just let them
that's
know.
funny.
Let them know
They made it to the bottom.
They got there. They got there.
Found
but
a shark that was
right.
475 years old.
I was just amazed by it. Just getting my mind around it.
I ain't getting in that bubble and going
Hey.
to at 7 miles deep or whatever it was.
Yeah, they got this little joystick,
No,
and
sir.
he's down there, all right, and he's
How
got a
about
little
the
seat.
pressure?
Sometimes he's got somebody with him, unless he went real deep. And I want to say they did this a couple of years ago. This was just on TV. The special was, and I'm sure it's replayed, or if you have Discovery Plus or whatever. I'm sure it's available. But they had gone down, they were just documenting it all, and you had a guy, the mechanic, you had the guy that was in charge of it, the guy that made the capsule. All those guys were all on the main boat, and then he would just get dropped off, and then he wasn't tied to anything. He would just drive it down, and there he goes. And he had a little screen, and the only thing he could see was what it lit up, and him driving that thing around.
The megalodon.
Yeah, but think of a mountain, okay, and he would be on the edge of a cliff. Wow. And it'd be like, okay, let's go deeper, and he would just go off down in there, and there he goes.
You know what?
He's just asking to be straight.
Yeah.
You know what the longest living land animal is?
No. Rhinoceros.
No.
A turtle.
It's a tortoise.
Them giant ones.
It's a tortoise.
Them big giant ones. Again, they always brag out, and there's 400 years.
There's one that's supposed to maybe have lived 250 years and one that's 190 years old.
And we've confirmed this, Hal.
Well, the green shark's laughing at that.
I wonder what Mr. Wilburn thinks about the tortoise.
Stretch.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Sleep Quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets get your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, and there's Greg Burgess. There's Michael Helms. Adler joins us at top of the next hour, as well as Rick and Bubba for the main show. And then we're off and running. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central, and a whole lot more here during the main show today. We're looking forward to your calls as well, 866-WE-BE-BIG. They'll be unscreened if we take them this hour, but you can always contact the show either that way or through email. rickandbubba.com is our website. Just click contact. All right, so yesterday, Helmsy, Greg went and did a little bit better. It means he went to the gym yesterday, and I had to leave before he wrapped up because I had to meet Terry. By the way, congratulations to Mabry Wilburn, Tyler's wife. She got her nursing pin yesterday.
Oh,
and they had their big.
I know they like that.
Yeah, they had their big ceremony where she came out and they walked across the stage, and she was pinned. And you know, when you get to the other side of the stage, you're a nurse.
That's right.
And it was a big, huge accomplishment.
They didn't make her wear that nurse hat. Remember the old days?
Yeah.
Nurse Ratchet.
Yeah. But as I told her yesterday, you know, they don't just give those pins away. You have to earn them, and they're hard to
You do have
get.
to pass class and
And I don't think I could pass those tests. I know that. But congratulations to her. So from there, I had to go. I met Terry. We had a little lunch date, and, you know, she loves lunch dates.
Oh, yeah, not like a good lunch.
No. And then from there, it was close to the location of the ceremony. And so we hopped over and went to the ceremony, but it all timed down great. But I had to leave right after the workout, and you said, I think I'm going to jump up on the treadmill, keep going a little bit. And then about 45 minutes after I left, do you want to let everybody know what you texted me and Hobie?
Well, I stayed and was going to get on the treadmill.
Yep.
Which those are different than ones. It's been a minute
Hey,
since I haven't been to this particular location a lot.
Yeah.
In my defense.
Uh-huh.
But I'm right there at the treadmill, and you get off, and their locker rooms are right behind
Correct.
you. Right.
Yeah. Did you break down the treadmill and how hard it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a little different?
It's a little different.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
But plus, I finally figured out how to work it.
Okay.
But when you go up and down the speed, you got to go bip, bip, bip. You can't just hold the button.
How's it go?
Bip, 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 bip,
Yeah,
bip.
yeah,
And I know
yeah.
it
You
gets
can't
on
hold
right.
it down.
No.
Or I wasn't doing it right.
Look at that face.
Dang.
Comes with
He
it.
don't like it.
Anyway, so I got through it, and I thought, okay. So I jump off, and I was like, I kind of got to use the bathroom before I head out. Old fastball, you know, head out on my journey.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I just get off the treadmill, turn around, and walk in the locker room, and I'm looking because I'm obviously I'm a urinal guy. I mean, you know, those people that go number one in the stalls bother me.
Only
Yeah.
do that if it's like I was in the airport the other day and all the urinals were taken,
What?
so I went there.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that's
But I don't understand
Under
people
no
that
other
make that
circumstance.
as their first choice.
Right.
So I keep looking for urinals, and I'm having a hard time finding them. And I'm thinking, what's the deal? Why don't they? I mean, wait, hiding urinals?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going
You're
back
deep in
corners.
there.
Oh yeah. Then it hits me, Greg. I tell you why there ain't no urinals in here. Because if you look, there's a lot of the stalls.
Oh, no.
Not a lot
No.
of urinals.
Oh no.
gracious.
I was
Oh,
in the
no.
women's locker room.
Oh no.
Yeah. Hey, That would have happened.
Somebody get this creep out of here.
Y'all don't understand. I didn't just step in the door and turn around and walk out. I was going, where's the urinal? But the way it's...
You had a confident strut about you.
The place it's just open entrance. There's no door.
Yeah.
And they have like the symbol. Anyway, the signage I would like it to be a little
easy
better.
to walk by.
Especially if you hadn't been to this place a lot. Because
it's impossible,
and by the
Greg,
way,
when you don't pay attention a lot.
I don't.
No, he's not very observant.
I don't.
So it doesn't matter how many signs there if you're not
It would
looking at
help.
them.
Yeah, maybe. It had to have been on a door that I opened.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's not.
Right.
And they're real far apart. Real far.
Yeah, they are.
So
but you just stepped off and went, I'm going to run in there.
And again, I'm not talking about I went in and said, oh, my goodness. No, I'm like, dadgum, where's the urinals? I mean, that's showers. I need urinals.
Right.
And I walked over here, and then I got to thinking, boy, there's a lot of stalls. And you know what that means? A lot of stalls, no urinals. You're in the women's locker room, buddy.
Oh, yes, you are.
How fast did you get out?
Oh, I got out of there. Of course, you remember we had the story about I at this particular bunch. That somebody sued about a dude being in the women's locker room.
I guess you could have just.
I could have said, well,
If there was
I
a
would've
girl in
just
there, would you have said, I'm so sorry?
Oh, I would have turned around and just ran.
And no one saw you at all. Not even
Nobody.
people working out or anything.
I don't think
Boy,
so.
you got lucky.
See, because when I got to the door to come out, I said, I'm not going to run out because that'll draw attention. So I just kind of eased back out.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, the men's locker room, I looked and I said, my gosh, it's way down there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can't
I
make
won't do
fun
that.
of you.
You did
We
the same
talked. Oh,
thing.
yeah, but I guess it's been, I bet you 6-7 years ago.
I
I don't
guess-
know. I did the same thing. I walked in and just wasn't paying
Yeah,
attention.
and same
Yeah.
Planet Fitnesses.
Yeah,
I mean, that's their floor
Yeah.
plan. That's fine. Hey, Greg.
But I got lucky too because I was off in there. I mean,
Oh man,
if it was a cave, I'd have needed a flashlight. I was so deep in that thing.
I'm just
And
glad-
I just there was no
Oh, yeah.
ladies in there standing there at the sink or.
What if I'd have gotten the stall
Oh,
and said, "Well, I don't know. I'm tired of looking for the urinals." And I
So-
mean, that's just
All
my God.
of a
I'm
sudden you in there
scared.
using
I
the
walked
bathroom.
outside, got back outside. I said, "Ooh!" I was shook. I was like, "Dang."
No wonder you couldn't figure out the treadmill.
I couldn't.
Did you walk out and look around like anybody see me?
Yes,
Did
I
anybody see
did.
you?
I don't think so. If they did. They just.
You just come out. Hey, that's on me. I'm good.
Of course, they probably thought it was men's locker room.
Hey, got it fixed. Everything's fixed in
right.
there.
We're
Hey.
good in there.
Got it cleaned up.
Yep. Toilet's fixed.
Yep.
And I'm gonna move on to this next one over here that says men's.
Men,
There's a
let's see
leaky
if-
faucet and a handle that wouldn't work right. It's fixed.
Got it though.
when I
Got it.
figured
You
it
can
out.
open this back up.
Come on back in there. I panicked, trying to get. I didn't want, like I said, I didn't want to sprint, but I remember. I mean, I got panicky. I said, "Oh, my
yeah.
gosh, I could get out of here
Right.
without somebody seeing me."
Golly, I wish somebody had been in there.
Oh, you know what I wish?
horrible.
I wish that on his way out, because there's a divider and you can go, you can swing right or left.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I wish that when you were coming out, there was somebody coming in, and
They
you know
just
what I
looked
mean?
at me
Like,
like,
what are you doing in
What are you
here?
doing, you idiot?
You said, I'm transitioning.
Well, according to that particular group, didn't they back the?
Yeah, not all
Transgender?
locations,
Yeah.
but I think some. I
But
think there
anyway,
was,
that
there was
was-
a story a couple of weeks ago on that.
Maybe that's why nobody said nothing to me. They thought, "Oh, that's normal."
That or they just didn't see you, which is good. I mean, you got
I
lucky,
did walk
Greg.
back out backwards, and that helped.
Okay, yeah, that's your new thing.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, you got lucky, buddy.
Oh, I panicked.
Hey, how much will you pay attention now? To
Oh,
the
I'll
sun?
never do that again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. In all kinds of emergencies, supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Good time, gang, settling in. We got some more stories here we want to discuss. But first, this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by MyPillow.com/Bubba. I slept on my pillow last night. I had a good night's sleep, too. I had some weird dreams. It's weird. And
I love dreaming.
Yeah, and I woke up.
And the weirder it is, the better it is.
Yeah, I woke up. My right arm was asleep.
I don't like when things fall asleep when you're sleeping.
Oh, and you touch it.
Yes.
You think somebody else's arm.
You do this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just
yeah.
dead arm.
Yeah. Kind of shake it a little bit.
Get the blood flowing.
Wake up.
And Terry's like, what are you doing? I'm shaking my arm, honey. What are you doing? Shaking your arm. All right.
Terry sounded like an old man.
Well, we got some great deals at mypillow.com/Bubba. Right now, they're having their $25 extravaganza sale, which I love that. For example, like premium Giza my pillows are just $25. My sandals are also just $25. 6-pack, no Greg, of towels, my towels.
Oh yeah. Your towels? What about my towels?
Those sets are $25. We got a 4-pack of dish towels, $25. 2-pack multi-use my pillows are also $25. You get what I'm saying? $25 extravaganza sale. Go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba. They also say don't forget the delicious 100% Arabica organic My Coffee is great to start your day. It's currently 50% off. So go support this longtime show partner as we celebrate our 30th anniversary here on the Rick and Bubba Show with mypillow.com/Bubba. Enjoy all the savings plus free shipping. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know none of us really love bees, but this one to my right, and I'm pointing to Helmsy, he has. He doesn't like bees at all because of a childhood incident.
Oh, yeah, he got a whole mouthful of bees. Not many people got a mouthful of bees.
No. So
It's
anytime,
wasp, actually.
Oh, how about that? Old red wasp.
Yeah.
Old red. Them reds will tear you up, buddy.
but anytime there's a bee story, I highlight it just because of this one over here. I'm pointing back to Helmsy. This is a story from Major League Baseball. A pest control beekeeper was a crowd pleaser last night at the Dodgers-Diamondbacks game in Phoenix because a large swarm of bees gathered on the backstop netting at the top and delayed the beginning of the game. And this is them trying to figure out what's going on and explaining it here. Hey, buddy, hold on. You gotta plug it in.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, that would help. I'm sorry. How about that? Hey, by the way, that was me plugging it in. Here we go.
We are in a bee delay. A bee
delay
that has established a foothold high atop the backstop behind home plate. And
we're talking about a big wad of bees.
In a bee delay.
A bee delay.
Guys, we're not talking about a few bees here. We're talking about a huge, big mass of bees.
So they called a local pest control company there in Phoenix, and Matt Hilton came out.
He did.
And it was a huge applause as he's come out. So they ride him in with their little cart, and he's holding his little equipment. And then he comes out.
Puts
and he's in
his bee suit on.
Yeah, he's in his bee suit on. And then they interview him after he's resolved the problem. And take a listen where he was.
Where were you when you got the call here tonight from the Diamondbacks?
So I was actually at my son's T-ball game. It was the last game of the season when I got the call to come out here.
Oh, he hated that.
What was it like when you rolled into the building and you got a standing ovation?
I thought I was here to just take care of a bee problem. And people were pretty hyped up. It's pretty cool.
So he's at his son's Little League game. Picture it.
Yeah, he gets
and
the call.
I'm there, and it's his last game. I'm hanging out, and all of a sudden I get a call. Hey, we got a bee problem.
Oh, and by the way, it's at a Major League Baseball game.
Right.
At the top of the backstop.
And
Just letting you know.
He's even like waving at the crowd.
Oh,
like,
he's working
here I
into
am.
a frenzy.
Here I am.
So what? I got a bee question. I'm concerned about this, and this happened to Carlos Alcaraz and Alexander Zverev.
Shannara?
Close enough.
I nearly said Shannara.
Call me Alabama.
Zverev.
He said, "Call me Alabama. We got bees.
We got bees.
They were playing a match, and same thing. It was the same amount. Started swarming.
Oh boy, yeah.
It was
so much.
They got on a camera that was on like a cable across the court.
Yeah.
and it was just a big swarm like that. And they actually one of the players, Carlos, got stung. The chair official got stung.
Ooh.
So it was a big deal.
Naturally.
Had to take them off the court, whatever, and they had to call in a beekeeper.
Blue
and
Sky.
so my question is this: are these bees set up shop there? Or did somebody just got them going?
I think the queen's out there.
Did they swarm? Did they come in from somewhere else as a swarm
Yeah.
and start landing, and then they were going to move on to something else?
I think so. I think they're trying to figure out where they want to be, and what am I thinking? Like a bee?
Well, that's what
they
I wanna
obviously
know.
weren't on top of the netting earlier, and so they came in.
I think
because
the
they would've
queen
seen
got
it.
out and gets in there, and
Yep.
they go wherever the queen goes.
Yeah,
Because that's how you handle them. You take her out.
you're kind of our little queen.
Okay, buddy.
You
know the beekeeper suit hadn't changed much over the years.
It hasn't.
Showed him.
Hadn't really needed to.
I know, but you think they'd hip it up a little.
He comes out, guys. He comes in his normal uniform.
Yeah. Waving to the crowd.
Button down, khakis,
Left
and then
his
all of a sudden he
kids'
comes
tee on.
out in his beekeeper outfit.
I bet they erupted when he walked out of the
yeah.
beekeeper outfit.
Everybody's having.
But I want to know what he did to get rid of them.
I want to go back to the mind of the bee because I'm concerned. And I'd like
they work.
And if Speedy has a bee voice, he could actually, do this. But
God!
So I'm the queen. Okay, if that's the deal, if I'm the queen bee and I'm flying around trying to find somewhere, and I think, well, there's a Major League Baseball game, I believe I'll stop there.
Yeah,
that net looks good. Let's start. Let's start there. Like, is that
were they going to build a big hive? Is that what they were going to do?
Mm-hmm. Were you just buzzing?
Yeah.
Oh, follow me, follow me.
I've seen like one time, and I think we have a story. But you know how like it'll be an old house, and they get in the walls and build this huge nest.
Well, funny you say that.
I know.
I got another one. We got us a little 3-year-old girl that says, "Hey, mommy and daddy, I got monsters in my room." And they go, "Okay, look, we can't.
Let's go look on your bed.
Yeah,
make you feel better.
you got bad dreams or something, sweetie." Well, she kept telling mom and dad that there were monsters in her bedroom, and it comes to find out there were 60,000 bees.
What a nightmare!
Step out on the number.
I know how they count them that quick.
Let me call your dad.
A beekeeper found tens of thousands of honeybees above the child's bedroom. She initially told her mother that there were monsters in the wall, and her mom, of course, had to run to TikTok and talk about it. But according to the BBC, her mother did not think anything about what her daughter was saying and just thought she was just being a typical 3-year-old or whatever. And come to find out, there were bees above her bed in, I guess, the ceiling or whatever, and she could hear them.
One of the most scared I've been, was with Caroline. We were real. She was young.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She was probably 7, 8 years old, and we were dropped off at a shooting house early in the morning before daylight.
Wow.
And I thought, because of where I was at, that was something you never had to worry about. In my mind, I thought, well, this is going to be a great deal. No, this shooting house that we're going to be in won't have a single bug in it, much less a wasp. Because of where I was at, I was thinking. So we get in the shooting house, and as it starts getting daylight, I keep seeing things move around. And I thought, surely, I mean, where I'm at, I mean, who just dropped me off? No way they would put me in this situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I didn't we were so covered up, like, because it was cold, that it wasn't like they could get on us or whatever. But the minute it got a little daylight, it was filled with wasps.
Oh, you're
and
kidding
I panicked.
Me. I bet.
And I got us out of there so quickly.
I bet you did.
And she had no idea what was going on. I told her, I said, I think we ought to be, let's be real quiet. That's what I said. Let's be real quiet, and we're going to go sit on the ground outside. I think that'll be a better setup for us, and we'll be able to see better. And I'm panicking, but I don't want her to know that.
Why are you moving so slow? Hurry up, follow Daddy.
And basically shoved her out because I was wanting to. Because it was. And listen, when it got fully daylight, I went back up there and looked. It was full of wasps.
And there you were sitting there.
And I was sitting right in the middle of it. It was almost my worst nightmare. I mean, I don't know what I would have done.
There's a certain time of the year. Yeah, I think it was.
Remind me to tell you where I was at. You won't believe it.
Okay.
A place you didn't expect.
Could not believe that, and here didn't have the heart to tell him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But there was a certain time of the year when I was working, and I don't know why, but wasps would get on the poles and just swarm it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't aggressive.
Yeah.
You could get around them. They wouldn't sting you. It's some weird time of the year. I don't know. They weren't on nest. I mean, they would just get on the wood and just get on it. And I remember, but you could just do this and move them out of the way, and they wouldn't bite you.
You ever seen these people that like to be stung? They're like,
the guy that the show goes around and let stuff.
There are people that like to be stung.
There was a guy that had a show that would go around and let stuff sting him, which I thought
Is that
was
like
insane.
a fantasy thing, or
yeah. Like,
really?
Well, hey, how you doing? Who sting me?
I don't even know what that was.
It's happening. It's real. Google
It's
it.
real. It's happening. It's out there.
Unless you're not old enough to do that, don't do that. Let mom and dad do that.
Okay, buddy.
I mean, you're saying I just said Google it. You shouldn't probably do that.
Probably shouldn't Google it either.
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts. Until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon Pull-Apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPP LLC.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour, which is the next segment if you're listening live and hanging out. We are discussing a number of things. We've hopped all over the place. We've talked about Greg accidentally walking into the women's locker room at the gym after he was trying to do a little bit better. He just walked in, and it is easy because both locker rooms look identical from the outside, and there's just a sign that. So if you're not paying attention,
and it has like the symbol of male and female,
right?
Or it's just weird.
Yeah, how dare them? But it is easy to just walk right past, and so but he didn't just walk in; he went like way back into the locker room. So we've talked about that. We've talked about the green shark. We've hit it, the bees that delayed the MLB game last night, and the beekeeper having to come out at the Dodgers Diamondbacks game where it was at the top of the backstop netting. I mean, please understand, don't think a few bees. These were
it was
oh goodness gracious,
swarms. What it was?
Yeah,
60,000.
Yeah. Oh, that was in the girls. Yeah, and then you had a little 3-year-old girl thought she had monsters in her.
The toughest part of that is that the person had to count them.
Right.
I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I since we have affiliates in the Missouri area, I want to ask. But I added Peacock this week at the house because I wanted to watch this Apples Never Fall show that y'all were telling me about. So I watched it and it was good. And I liked it. That's the kind of shows I like. And so that was a great recommendation, whichever one of you said that. I think both of you told me about it.
You know what else has made him like it a little better? Has a tennis tied to it.
Of course.
That drew me in a little bit. That's what drew me into it.
Yeah.
But I love shows like that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't about tennis. But
it wasn't.
Right. No.
But it was nice that it was there.
Oh, yeah.
With the storyline.
Right.
But because of added Peacock, and you know me, I'll add something, I'll watch everything, and then cancel it.
Yeah, it's a nightmare to.
So I went on a little search yesterday in the Peacock world, just trying to find out some new things. If there's any shows,
hey, while I'm here before I cancel,
might as well. And I came across something, and because we have an affiliate in Missouri, I want to know if y'all know these people. There is a show; it's a reality show called McBee Farm and Cattle Company.
Yeah.
And it is a reality television show that has a dad that owns like 400,000 acres.
It's a lot, y'all.
And his boys, and they run this big ranch. It's almost, it's funny. Like, and I watched a couple episodes and got locked up in it. Now, listen, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in this that I wouldn't recommend. Okay, don't watch this in front of children. There's a lot of language.
A cowboy has.
There's a lot of language in it.
Farm language.
Yeah.
And
when you're out there, you know.
Yeah, I don't want people to sit their family down and you know a little boy that wants to be a cowboy probably don't need to be watching the McBees.
Oh, okay.
The dad's a loose cannon, divorced, dating several women. You've got the 4 boys, all different personalities. One's serious about what's going on. One's always late. One's always getting into trouble, and one's not sure where he's at in life.
Yeah.
But they all are hardworking farmers. And how they manage this land that they have, which is tremendous.
I saw the previews and said I need to watch it, and then completely forgot about it until you brought it up today.
I thought it was going to be something, honestly, that I turned on for 3 minutes and cut it off.
Yeah.
And I looked up, and I was 2 episodes in, and I thought, well, goodness gracious. Like you kind of like watching the McBees do their thing.
I want to be a cowboy.
Wow.
And so I got to thinking, I wonder if there are people in our audience. Hey, there may be 1 or 2 of them that actually listen to the show. The McBees may listen to the show.
You never know.
You think?
And so because we're in that area.
We're
that
huge
they're in
cattle farms.
And it reminded me, like, I'm not comparing it to Yellowstone, okay?
Oh, wow.
But it does. But it does.
So they don't kill
that,
people out when they try to leave the group.
Well,
like
no, but they have. I'll say this: there was one episode in one of the scenes in one of the episodes I watched. There was there was some equipment that was stolen, and hey, they were going after it and getting it, and if the people would have been there might have been trouble. They meant business.
Watch out, McBeevy.
And so I don't know. I wonder if anybody knows the McBees out there.
Because if you know the McBees, give us a call.
Mm-hmm. They are into everything from bison to cattle to every crop you could think of. And then they got some weird deal when their own car washes on the side, and they've been investigated by the FBI before. Like there's just a lot going on with this family and this business, and I'm talking millions and millions of dollars that's at stake with farming.
Yeah, oh yeah,
and just hardworking people, but also they got a little troubled side to them.
Oh, you got a little.
From farming to car washes.
It's weird. I just wonder if anybody knows the McBees.
Yeah, give us a call if you know the old
and
McBees.
You remember the country singer we had in here?
Yes,
Dustin Lynch.
Yeah,
I do.
Oh,
like evidently,
Speedy, you yelled yes before he said.
I know.
No way.
It was a joke, Greg.
I thought this guy was clairvoyant.
Are you kidding me?
Hey y'all, this is Dustin Lynch, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
They're friends with him. I mean, the whole thing is just it's chaotic at times.
For some reason you holding a cup of coffee talking about it's funny to me.
I'm doing something new too. I want Rick to know this because I think
I want Daddy to know.
I want and Greg and this helps you too, Speedy.
All right.
It may help Adler. I don't know, but the cold coffee controversy and Greg and I usually go in right after this segment and we make a pot of coffee. And we never really come in here
y'all hold hands.
I make one when I get here, and then everybody goes through it. By the time we go back, it's time for another.
I know. And so we usually make another pot, and that delays us getting in here. And it's a good time that we have hanging out and talking, but we need to get back to what we're doing. So what I've started what I hope
when y'all come back and we're like 40 seconds from going to break of the first segment, and I'm like, why didn't y'all just stay out?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, if that happens today, it's because we're just talking. It has nothing to do with the coffee.
All right,
because I'm and maybe it'll turn into a routine. It may just be a one-day thing, and I say the heck with it.
Oh yeah, I don't think you're going to stay with
it.
But
last break, I went to the coffee maker and went ahead and made another pot of coffee so that it's going and we don't have to wait on it.
You know who would probably do that? The McBees. That sounds like
I could see them doing that.
I want y'all to
get this. He's going to start. I hope he starts dressing like a cowboy. He's going to want to be one of the McBees before it's over with.
I ain't got time for that, Greg.
Yeah, but
I will say this: I will continue to watch this show.
What if you start dressing like a cowboy?
What if y'all looked up and I left college tennis coaching to go join the McBees farm and cattle company?
And they started you out at the bottom of the ladder using their shoveling Duke.
It's entertaining.
I could see where it was. I saw it and thought, and then I don't know what happened.
There's a lot of things, and I'm like, goodness, why would you put yourself in that situation? Why?
Right.
Why, Mr. McBee?
Of course, I'm going to watch it and blow everything out of the water that was set up.
Well, probably, Greg. Yeah, probably so.
He's going to Maglodon it. He's going to be all about it.
Yeah, hey,
I'm gonna watch
Greg,
it.
it's a real thing. It's not a fake thing. Why are you bringing the Megalodon thing up?
Right, which we never believed was real,
did not.
But he's ran with it.
I'm not going to go into it. Wrong. But anyway.
No, you've made up a version of you won't, and that's fine. And I think you've told that story.
You even said you weren't going back to Ocean ever.
See, I think you've told that story so long. You're like OJ, you believe it.
I want to know if our audience in Missouri knows the McBees.
I hate to tell you this. Right there's one. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to look a few more Super Bowl commercials. And I am concerned because we have a story here today from USA Today, walking the tightrope, Super Bowl advertisers trying to strike the right tone after the problems of 2020. Now, I really would prefer them to hit this tone, entertaining, funny. That would be a nice tone, because sometimes when everybody's been through a lot, sometimes a nice little laugh could always give you some help.
Everybody could lighten up a minute.
Yeah, and so
quit trying to be offended.
Does anybody care about that tone? I mean, hey, it was entertaining.
Yeah, it was entertaining. That was fun. How about that, Rick? That was a fun little deal.
I will tell you, yesterday I found the commercials to be vanilla.
They're scared
and not memorable.
Yeah.
So
They weren't bad. They just weren't great. They weren't memorable. They were like you like we all said. That's a commercial you see on any given day when you're watching something and they go to break. They didn't go to the Super Bowl level.
Doesn't stand out.
So we will see what Speedy has for us today.
Well, it's got.
Let's see if they hit the right tone.
Okay,
right.
yeah. Right. So let's check the tone here.
Yeah.
All right. So if I said
get the tone stick.
Yeah.
Get the Tone Ranger.
okay. So we got Will Ferrell. How y'all feel about Will Ferrell?
I like
he's usually very funny.
Play it best of where we all scream at him.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't here. Y'all did.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Will Ferrell's lost his way. And I haven't been entertained by him in a long time, but he is still funny to me if he can be that Will Ferrell that we like. And he's got some movie or something I saw where he's mad at Norway about something.
Well, that's what this is.
Is that what this is?
So apparently,
I say that's got potential.
Yeah, he's usually good at stuff like that.
Apparently Norway is making more electric vehicles than the U.S. and and he's mad about it. I'm
mad anybody's making
it's a little long, and I'll just let you come out of it when you want, but it goes.
Did you know that Norway sells way more electric cars per capita than the U.S.? Norway. Well, I won't stand for it. Come on. Never mind. With GM's new Ultium battery, we're gonna crush those losers. Crush them! Let's go, America. Keenan, Norway's out EVing us. Wait, what's this?
Oh, it's my daughter's birthday. She's really into pirates lately.
I don't care. Grab an EV, meet me in Norway.
Okay, can I say goodbye to my family?
Nope.
All right.
Aquafina, sorry to disturb you, but Norway's beating us at EVs.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh. Meet me there in an hour.
Can I ride with you?
No! GM's Ultium battery is made for all types of vehicles, so soon everyone can drive an EV. Whoa!
Why didn't we all just go together?
Knowing Will, he's probably flying private.
Hey, Norway, listen up, you fish-loving... Oh, this place is adorable. Damn it. Where are you guys?
We're in Finland. Where are you?
I'm in Norway.
Norway? You're in Sweden.
Damn it.
That's funny.
I'll tell you what.
I think that was funny.
That's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny.
He is funny when he's mad giving a pep talk. He's done that in old school. He's done that in that's one of his funniest areas to do.
All right. So the starting price.
Did he hit the right tone?
Well, I mean, we were talking about the wonderful electric cars. So that's good.
The starting price for the Hummer EV is $112,000.
Okay, well, let's just go and get a couple of them. And then in how many years when the batteries have to be replaced and they're extremely expensive?
Yeah, they said that.
Imagine trying to resell it.
They said that John Kerry flew in his private jet to go check on it. Y'all saw that story.
Yeah. It's the only choice for someone like me.
Well, it's like what I got to do, Rick.
Yeah.
And he seemed somewhat disappointed in, I guess.
Well, he did. He looked terribly sad.
He did.
I don't know why he had such a long face.
Scott's Miracle Grow.
But that's the best one I've seen so far.
Yeah, that is. That's funny.
Now, undoubtedly, they don't care if the tone for you don't like to hear someone say,
Stop the water, stop the water.
Stop the water, stop the water.
That's funny.
Yeah, they couldn't care less about that tone.
All right, this next one is Scott's Miracle Grow. It has Kyle Busch in it from NASCAR, Greg.
Okay, I like that.
Carl Weathers, fitness instructor Emma Lovewell, John
Carl
Travolta.
Weathers, he's still alive.
Yeah, John Travolta and his daughter Ella, as well as Martha Stewart. And it looks like, and Leslie David Baker is in it as well. It looks like they're trying to give away some kind of backyard or something, but this is Scott's Miracle Grow.
The backyard. It's had quite a year. I say, let's keep this backyard thing going. That's why Scott's and Miracle Grow want to give you a chance to win the lawn and garden of your dreams.
Like mine. You know, just not better than mine.
Like mine, where you can work on your short game.
Like mine.
Oh, it's a little close. Oh!
It only turns left.
Come on, Leslie. Crush your core.
I don't crush, Emma.
Dad, it's the red one.
I know.
The other red one.
I know.
Feeling good, like I should.
He's still got it.
So text me now and win the lawn and garden of your dreams.
Hey, Travoltas, don't be tickety-tocking on my grass.
Feeling blessed, never stressed.
Okay, I mean that wasn't bad.
I don't know if you noticed, but when John Travolta and his daughter start dancing, they're doing the scene from Grease. You know,
It's 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we move through another day and another show. A brand new hour starts now, and that baby's got the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show starts right now. So we look forward to chatting with you today. We'll run through the stories that have happened since the last time we were together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. That is behind us. Catch it in the Daily Archive if you missed it. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Lined up and ready to go, and thankful that he's not in jail. So we are moving forward. You can catch the show live on America's boldest radio stations. Just added a new one this week. If you don't have a radio station, you can catch us on our TuneIn app. That's a live option for you. Or you can watch on that YouTube channel that we just mentioned. Now, when it comes to archives, we archive the entire show every day to the YouTube channel. We also archive it to our podcast channel and include Best of Hours. The YouTube version is on Blaze TV. You can watch that if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. Or you can also catch the Best of Hour in the podcast audio archives as well. So there you go. There's all the options, live or archived. We'll take you any way we can get you. We're missing the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in and pull up a chair and stay a while.
It's a fine, fine day for a reunion.
There it is. Tony Carey in Fine Fine Day. There you go. A one-hit wonder.
That was about a parolee, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it was good to have Uncle
some-
Sonny back out of jail.
Yeah.
Uncle Sonny's out of jail. They can't keep him there no more.
Nope.
He's back and got in a little trouble. And I thought that was a nice one to start with after yesterday's Adler story. So, boy, a lot of people responded that jury duty scam is everywhere. We got a number of emails yesterday, people who had people they knew and loved, and thankfully, and I hope that the first thing that my wife said when I got home yesterday talking about it, she said the same thing we always do. She goes, "Why don't these people, with all this effort and all the really ability they seem to have to pull these things off, why don't they just, like Uncle Sonny, why don't they be legit? Why don't they just use all this and
just go straight?
Why don't you go straight and just use these skills and just be legit, be above board?"
Right. In my experience with these things and law enforcement and identity theft, a lot of other things.
Oh my gosh.
The local authorities try to do what they can, but these guys are always ahead of them.
Yeah.
And they operate over state lines. They operate with stolen phone equipment. They operate with this. They're very, very hard to catch. And it just makes you want to go out and get a group and go beat the crap out of them, doesn't it?
Well, and I think that we all want that so much.
Promoting that.
No, you're right. It's the reason why shows like The Equalizer appeal to us.
Oh,
and apparently this beekeeper one takes on these scam artists. It's really Equalizer, scam artists. The beekeeper finally has had enough, and they do start taking them out. But no, you're right, because there was a day when someone would say, "Well, don't scam people because if we get caught, they'll all come kill us and drag us through the streets and make us an example make us an example to all other scammers."
And apparently, no fear of burning in hell forever.
No, Bubba. That fear has left our whole country.
We have a lot of phobics out there nowadays. I would suggest that we all be hellophobics.
Yes, sir.
The fear of busting the gates of hell wide open.
And amen.
We need a dose of that.
Amen.
But the Blacklist was the same way.
Yeah.
I love that show for a long time. Man, that was you had to be careful because you wouldn't sleep well at night after some of those episodes.
Well, it's the reason why we struggle. We really do struggle. There's a lot of things we struggle with. Commandment number 1, and I listened to something this morning from the late Harry Reeder, and he's right. The foundation of all sin is idolatry. That's why God started with it with Commandment 1. But the other thing we struggle with is vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And we're like, I hope they do get theirs, but I sure would like to be in on it.
Well, not for myself, not in a vengeance way, but to prevent them from hurting somebody else like Adler, which falls under justice.
Yeah,
by the way,
it does. And this is what we do need to all rest on, and we hope that people repent and change their ways, because I wouldn't wish what waits for the unrepentant. But if they don't, nobody gets away with it.
I sure would like for them to fall down, skin their face up.
Well, we saw that in action in Atlanta. But but you're right. It's it is a very tough thing, because it just stuff like that. Just a thief, somebody that breaks into people's homes, that takes people that are innocent and mean well, and you go in and suck them dry of all the money they have, and they prey on the elderly and stuff like that. People that don't have this money to lose, and they don't care, and they go to bed and they sleep. I don't know how they do that.
I got an email from a Jasper couple that said the exact same thing happened to them on Thursday, and they realized it too late. So they lost thousands of dollars.
Oh, wow.
They said that it was the exact same people, exact same voices. They couldn't believe it. When I was replaying the call that I had with them, they were like, that's them. That's the scam.
And they paid it.
And they lost a lot of money.
Well, yesterday, I think, based on the response that we all saw, it did accomplish what we'd hoped. It was funny. We laughed at you and duress. But it also, I think, gave everybody a public service announcement. And it made those that maybe got pulled into it feel like, okay, so I'm not the only one. Look, look, when
when they're doing things like we're on the way to arrest you right now, and you're thinking, what?
Yeah.
Did Adler make that up to make himself feel better about that couple?
Greg. Probably.
No. I'll show you the email. I'm not going to say their name or anything, but and then I just got a ton from people saying I got this same call too.
I got a bunch of those. A lot of them are like you. Once it got to go to Winn-Dixie, they got out of it, but a lot of them got as far as you did.
Yeah. There's a jury duty scam going on, people. Watch out.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Springtime is all about fresh.
With the finger in there.
How they do it? I just love you. You have to make that face.
John Travolta looks a lot different than he used to.
He does. You know
now
what?
that he's bald.
And he can pull it off. You know my thing. Some people can't.
Right.
This next one's a minute. I don't know if you want. Do you want Alexa?
Yeah, sure.
Alexa's body.
What?
Okay.
Watch it.
It's just flawless, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, I
Thanks for
literally
ruining
couldn't
it.
imagine a more beautiful vessel for Alexa to be inside. Alexa, how many tablespoons are in a cup?
There are 16 tablespoons in a cup.
Babe, food just got here. Why you cooking? Who's that?
Alexa, turn on the sprinklers.
Honey, I already ran the sprinklers. Things are
Okay.
It's a little weird. I was also kissing him.
honey, other people have to use the bathroom around here too.
That's a little weird.
Wow.
Undoubtedly,
That's Alexa.
Undoubtedly, there's a certain tone no one cares. Yeah. It's interesting how we pick our tone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What about the tone?
Alexa's body.
All right. How about that?
I'm glad carpool hadn't started.
Yeah.
It was Michael B. Jordan that was in there. He was Alexa.
Yeah. Had a different tone.
Yeah. A couple key phrases there. Play on words.
I don't even
Scared
know.
me.
Don't know where to look. Don't know what to do.
Right.
Just,
I'm gonna go order breakfast.
Nice selection there, Speedy. Thanks for sharing that.
So Norway.
But I don't have a whole lot to choose from.
Norway funny.
Yeah.
I like Norway. I like that one.
Scots.
It's okay.
Okay, not bad.
A lot of
Bubba
star
like that
power.
dance.
A lot of star power in
Yeah.
in the Scots.
Amazon one, totally inappropriate and bizarre.
Yeah, I didn't even get it.
Yeah. So
I wish I would have just been listening and not watching.
yeah, no, I think it might have been worse.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's always fun to sit back, prop your feet up, and watch the hypocrisy of the far, far left, especially when it comes to climate change. And we've made these points before, but sometimes you want to go, well, hey, man, that's just y'all's opinion. I mean, can you give me an example of that? Well, we got another one today, and it involves John Kerry. Now, John is now, I don't know his official title, but bottom line is he's the one in charge.
He's a climate czar.
Yeah, he's in charge of climate now. isn't he?
Climate czar.
Climate czar.
You think he'd be a little happier about it.
Okay, Bubba.
Bubba, like you, what is it with us? I'd say this on Republicans and Democrats. What is it about us digging up these and just blowing the dust off these ancient? I mean, these people have been in that swamp and in and out of it so many times. Why do we keep bringing? Do we not have any new people?
Rick, swamp creatures like to stay in the swamp.
Yeah. So we.
Do you think John Kerry could hold down a job anywhere else?
No.
Why?
How about new?
How about
new?
I'll have to say new.
Well, I know that Babylon B. See, if I don't like the news, I just get to the point where I just can't do it. But so what I do is I go to Babylon B, and whatever they're making fun of, I realize now I need to go look at that story.
Right.
And today, Babylon B, John Kerry arrives in massive coal-powered steamroller to accept climate change award. So that's good.
Great.
So he flies his private jet to go get a climate change award.
Yes. He flew to a conference in Iceland, Rick, and when questioned about it, he said, if you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for someone like me who is traveling the world to win this battle.
All right, so is this...
Here's a little piece coming out of Adler there.
Okay.
There we go.
On that issue, pollution, I understand that you came here with a private jet. Is that an environmental way to travel?
If you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for somebody like me who is traveling the world to win this battle. I negotiated the Paris Accords for the United States. I've been involved in this fight for years. I negotiated with President Xi to bring President Xi to the table so we could get Paris. And I believe the time it takes me to get somewhere, I can't sail across the ocean. I have to fly to meet with people and get things done. But what I'm doing almost full time is working to win the battle of climate change.
Here we go. Thanks for being with us today. Things to be aware of. Contest button at rickandbubba.com if you want to enter your mama and fix mama's mouth. Dr. Dudney and the gang, they're cutting off registration this Friday. So you got to have it in by Friday and follow those instructions to the letter. So your mama will be considered. If they believe that she is a candidate for the makeover, she might make the final 3, then the people will vote. But if you want to get mama in there, you need to go ahead and have all that done by this Friday. Wednesday Bible study back today. If you have been someone that's kind of kicked the tires and you're like, every time I hear about it, they're about halfway in the middle of a series or getting toward the end of it. If you want to start a brand new series starts today. It'll be our first installment in our study of Hebrews. And we go through books of the Bible. We go word for word all the way through that as long as it takes. So installment number 1 for the brand new series, the book of Hebrews today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We archive it soon after, and you can watch it on your own time or listen to it on our podcast channel if you so desire. So that's got us caught up. Bubba, I know you're working on a story. I'll let you continue that.
Oh,
Rick. That keeps getting to the point that I'm like, maybe we'll just pause.
I just can't.
Just pause.
This is one of those that it just makes your stomach hurt.
All right, so we have been anxiously awaiting. I don't even know if it'll be any good, but we've been anxiously awaiting the Jerry Seinfeld Unfrosted movie. So apparently the premiere happened in Hollywood yesterday. I believe it becomes all available to us Friday on Netflix. And Jerry's been out talking about all this, but apparently this is now the new thing. We've been keeping everybody updated on Ozempic, So, this new thing, Oprah had to call the nation, to prime time one night to talk about it.
So what really, after the Oprah thing, what was the takeaway from all that?
I think the takeaway...
I remember you seeing it, but
yeah,
I don't
the
remember.
takeaway was this. For some people, first of all, Oprah wants you to know that some people are heavy, and it's not their fault. There's nothing they can do about it. It's and so for them, these shots hopefully will be miraculous and can help them
get them on the path.
That is correct. And then she said she said there's other people that just simple diet and exercise is all they need. So we're not promoting these shots for them. Yes, it's true that some people have a bad experience with the shots. So if you are, you shouldn't use them. But for some people, these are a miracle, and so much so that Weight Watchers is now in the shot business too. That was now that's me oversimplifying it, but that was it. But it's become this thing. If you're thin, did you do it? Are you an Ozempic person? Well, apparently, Melissa McCarthy, who has had some weight issues, funny actress. She's in Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart movie that Jerry Seinfeld is launching, and apparently Barbara Streisand went on Melissa McCarthy's Instagram and to the whole world asked her, did you take Ozempic to get slimmer? Now, I don't know why that's so controversial, and neither does Melissa McCarthy or Barbara Streisand, apparently. They're like, what is the big deal? Mm-hmm. But people accused Babs of shaming her, and that was inappropriate to put that on her Instagram. But, Melissa McCarthy and most of us that are in the comedy business, you have to, at some point, if you're going to do what we do, not take yourself so serious. Because most of us in the comedy business are pretty self-deprecating anyway. So Melissa McCarthy said, "Here's my takeaway. I'm just thankful Barbara Streisand knows who I am." And Barbara Streisand has apologized. She said, "I really didn't mean any ill will. I was just interested. I really want to know if that's what was working for you."
Right. Yeah.
So what? I don't understand that. So now is this another thing we have to be careful of?
Rick, there's a long list.
If you ask somebody who's lost weight if they did it through Ozempic, that's now bad form.
I know. And if they did, well, that's okay.
Yeah. I just can't walk on that many eggshells, especially at my weight.
Yeah. But right, when did this become off limits? Because I know I've been through it. Someone who's struggled with my weight and lost some, put some back on, lost some. People always come up to heavy people if you're in a mode that you've lost some, and what do they ask you? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
How'd you lose weight? So I think now Barbara Streisand just jumped to was it Ozempic? Because, hey, guys, that is what most people are using right now.
Do you think, and I don't know, I'm not one of these, but do you think some people think, oh, that's cheating. You didn't do it, a certain way. Like, did you take it? Do you think that's what people were like on Barbara going, oh, what are you trying to say she didn't do it the right way, which I don't know what is.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You're helping me.
There's people that would feel that way.
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking. I don't know.
You're helping me because that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
So it's now bad form.
I don't know.
To ask someone if they lost the weight on those. I don't know why. Why would it be?
I don't think that, but maybe that's what some are saying.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Where Barbara Streisand, she is saying, I didn't mean it as a derogatory. I meant it as really, what have you done to look slimmer?
Right.
Yeah. Like you would ask most people who got slimmer. I get asked that all the time.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And every time I've ever lost weight, I was asked that.
Yeah.
You know what it gets me? It's almost like people don't know. You know what we never get? When you put it back on or you put some on that no one ever says, how'd you put that weight back on?
Hey, let me ask you this. How'd you get fat again?
It's easy.
Notice you're fat again, so what are you doing?
Just eating everything that moves?
Are you eating before you go to bed? What are you doing?
What are you doing? A peanut butter sandwich right before bed?
A lot of milkshakes? What you got? What's going on?
So you never get asked that. So anyway, that's some big deal. But Melissa McCarthy has tried to head that off by saying, let's look at the positive. Barbara Streisand knows who I am.
Yeah, let's start there.
She knows I exist. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know. It seems like there is a little degree of shot shaming out there. I guess.
Is there?
Yeah, maybe that's
a little shot shaming.
And like if you lose weight and you're on a diet, nobody goes, well,
right.
You had to get on a diet to lose weight.
You had to do Weight Watchers and count points.
You can't really get it done. You ain't got the willpower to do it.
Yeah, I got news for you. Some of these radical diets out there, it's no different than the shot because you're not living a normal life.
No.
They've called you to something that, I don't understand why the Ozempic. Now, if you're a person that says, which was my concern, is there danger in these shots that are not worth it? That's what I'd be. But I say that about any diet. I mean, there's a lot of diets that you can lose weight, but they're not healthy. They're not good for you.
Yeah.
And I don't know that's what Oprah was trying to do, and I thought they did as good a job as they could, even though it really turned out to be a commercial for shots. But before and nobody be ashamed of taking a shot, that kind of thing. And I think it goes back to anything. I mean, like we did with these surgeries. If you get to the point that your weight is going to kill you, and you need to do something to get it off, well, then that's back to what we said back to the COVID vaccinations or whatever. Like, hey, I'm more susceptible for my weight to kill me than whatever I've got to do to get the weight off.
Yeah.
And if you can change your lifestyle to maintain it, who cares how you got there? Just go maintain it.
Absolutely.
Go live a healthier life.
Yeah. But you got to have something to get there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, bottom of the hour, we'll come back. Did you see the Trump deal yesterday? More updates on the ongoing attempts to put Trump in jail. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And in the end, if I offset and contribute my life to do this, I'm not going to be put on the defensive.
John Kerry, can I just call a giant BS on that speech?
But listen,
somebody
don't
like
miss
me.
it. Listen,
somebody like that's exactly what he meant. Somebody like me. He said that right. At least he was honest.
Hey, all of you new little socialists out there, listen. What he's saying, he's being honest. He is saying to you, I'm so important
that I can fly I need to fly the private jet. Now you can't.
Right.
And if you fly, you're evil, but not me because I'm so important.
Yep.
And it's me, my. I'm so important.
Did you hear his tone?
Yes.
Did you hear his tone?
Yeah.
Do you think, what a boring sad sack he is. You know, if I had to meet with him, I think I would have a long face.
I think I'd rather carry on a conversation with Martha Stewart.
Oh, I know. Oh, yes, absolutely.
And buddy, she's pretty as monotone as buddy.
I'd pick her over that any day, twice on Sunday.
John Kerry just told everybody, don't question my private jet because I'm too important.
I'm doing the work of the people, Rick.
People like me.
People like me are in the battle.
How about
this
me?
battle.
How about me?
Hey, you know what? John Kerry, the environment, our planet, the sun, you're such a speck of dust and all this. It's a joke. I mean, you are a joke. I'm mad about it. He's such a joke.
But remember, don't miss this too, because I know we're all in a
Have you ever seen him smile or laugh?
No.
Well, people like me.
I think.
I mean, his face is long as a surfboard.
I think.
To start with.
Well, let's not make fun of long-faced people. But
no, Rick. No.
I know.
I mean, he's in overtime.
Okay. I look like I've got a perfect circle compared to him. But anyway, I will say, go back to this though. I believe that he's so cold and so boring that if he walks into a room, the temperature drops. I think he brings coldness
Rick,
to a room.
Remember what he did for his home state when he helped to pass legislation to tax the docking of luxury yachts, okay? to get the rich people, make them pay their fair share. We're going to put a luxury tax on the yachts. Well, guess what he did? He took his, moved it to another state that was about 150 yards over the state line.
You know what he would say?
So he would not have to pass the exact tax he put on everybody else.
Because you know what he would say to that? Well, people like me shouldn't pay it.
Well, I got a different idea on there, Big John.
Why don't we let these people continue on?
And you just keep retreading them and putting them back in there. My gosh. He's been a loser about 8 times over. You know what I mean? Why do we keep putting them back in?
But I want y'all to remember, because I want everybody paying attention, because let's learn on our own. This is not a political statement. This is a politician.
This is not left and right.
This is a politician statement. Listen to what happens. He gets questioned about his private jet. He lets you know he's too important.
One, didn't like the fact that was even allowed to happen.
And then said, don't miss this. This is how they always do. Well, if you offset it, well, Mr. Kerry, how do you offset it? You know, that offset thing you
Carbon
do.
credit.
Carbon
I'm
credit.
going to pay somebody with a minivan to park it. That's the biggest joke, too.
Remember,
who's actually doing that?
He's the one that said that electric cars will not just you'll move from the cars you're making now to electric cars. There'll actually be more jobs available with electric cars. Now, no one can prove that. This goes back to the green jobs that we're always told are just sitting there waiting.
Where's the science on that one, pal?
And then, of course, we get this with when we had Elizabeth Warren. We're going to create an alternative way to power all the things that are being powered right now. We don't know what it is, but we're going to do it, and we're going to do it in America because it'll provide even more jobs. The left, all politicians do it to a degree. The left may be the worst at just saying, well, yeah, somebody said. I mean, you know, they'll just make a statement. And if we do this, we'll cut pollution by this, and we'll have more jobs, and people will be happier, and everything will be good, and yeah.
Rick, the end statement to me, the last thing he said, really just caught the whole thing, encapsulated all of that when he says, I'm not going to be put on the defensive.
You might.
Like, I'm better than this.
Hey,
well, how did you get through?
Hey, let me tell you something, Mr. Ed. Hey, Mr. Ed, you might be put on the defense because we're going. I'm glad somebody's got the guts enough to ask you.
Can we hear it again, Speedy?
What about
Adler? I mean,
yeah,
can we
just
hear
one
it again?
sec? Yeah, you ready?
Listen to right at the end what he said.
Oh, I heard him. I'm not going to be put on the defense.
What about?
What about you? Came here with a private jet. Is that an environmental way to travel?
If you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for somebody like me who is traveling the world to win this battle.
Right under the sponsors button. We're back. Thanks for being with us as we roll through another one. We look forward to chatting with you today at 866 We Be Big. That'll be coming up. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Poops, best control. I've been with the Rick and Bubba show for a while. I went down to the farm, I guess about a week ago, and I go down there, and it's so comforting when you look and you see those Cook's trucks, and I'm like, oh, good, they're here. Literally, our barn, and I know, Speedy, how much you love barns. By the way, you think I didn't see some barns in Nebraska? God. Thought about you as I was looking at them. Barns.
Like the Hall of Fame.
I got to meet, when we all talk about we piddle with kind of, I have a garden or whatever, but have you ever just sat across from a straight up farmer? Wingo and I got to carry on a conversation at the event with, I'm talking about 8,000 acres, millions of dollars worth of equipment out there working that land. Good gracious. But it was barn central.
This show's #1 with farmers. I don't know if y'all know that.
Yeah,
they listen right now.
Yeah, they do. I realize too that farmers work so wild, they work hard. But anyway, so
no wonder they go to bed at night.
Right. But anyway,
you met a corn husker?
I did. So I went down to the barn. When it gets spring at the barn, you can literally drive up if you're near the barn and hear the sound of carpenter bees. There are so many of them. They love the wood on that barn. They love it. They love it. They love it.
They'll leave you a pile of sawdust.
But the good news is Cook's Pest Control has treatment for the carpenter bees, and so now that's become an annual event for them to say, look, we'll head them off at the pass. And so they were there, got to hang out with some of the guys for Cook's. And if you want that reassurance, you don't have to deal with pests. You don't have to deal with rodents. They can do the job. The wasp, whatever it may be this time of year. If you're like us and you have Cook's on your side, then you can enjoy your home. You can enjoy, if you have land, you can enjoy whatever without having to deal with all the pests that come around this time of year. So, and also termite protection. Nobody wants the property to be destroyed by termites. So they have great termite protection with Centricon. Ask them about that, and they come and check that at all of our homes every I don't know how often they check it, but I get a, hey, we're coming by to check on termites. So cookspest.com. You can get a free evaluation, no obligation to use them, but we would suggest that you do. They're the best in the business. And then the next time we sing the little jingle, you can sing it with us. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. All right. So, Bubba, we have the ongoing attempt to put Trump in jail and the treatment of Trump.
Yeah, baby, about
Trump. Well, we all know, and everybody predicted it, all the commentators, that if they ever get Trump in New York, everybody will be against him, and we have seen this, and the hypocrisy of gag orders and who they let talk and who they don't let talk. And one of the things that people were wondering about, and it seemed like at one time that the judge was pretty indignant that he was not going to let Trump do anything, including go to his son's high school graduation. Well, apparently Judge Juan Merchan decided on Tuesday that Trump will be allowed to attend Barron's graduation. So how about that? So he will get to go. He got the green light from the judge to go to his son's graduation. The 6'7", 18-year-old.
He's a big one.
He's a big one.
He is.
I don't think people really comprehend. They Trump is very polarizing. You either love him or hate him. There's very few in between. But I don't think the overall population understands exactly how this is going to influence our future.
Right.
Forget Donald Trump. He's going to pass away.
Right.
Joe Biden will pass away.
Yep.
But we're going to have
Biden may die any day now.
Yeah, we're going to have a precedent set that is going to absolutely cripple our democracy long term.
Mm-hmm.
And you're never going to any president that finds himself on the opposite side, he doesn't have his party in control of the Congress, is going to be impeached. All of these prosecutions are going to happen from the Justice Department, and I put those in quotations.
Yeah.
It's just, I tell you, it's just scary. I go back to when the Republicans had Bill Clinton. He was impeached. They had the majority in the Senate. They could have removed him from office. And they said, while he has lied, while he has acted unethically, he was disbarred over all that, you remember.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not good for our country to take a sitting president out of office. And they made that decision. And at the time, I thought, well, you let him out. You had him. You should have put the screws to him. They thought wiser of that. And now you see where we are, where we have a group that has the ability, they're in a position to put the screws to a former president, a leading poll to be the next president, and they will not see that same vision. They're not going, this is going to be bad for us in the future. They are on a absolute destroy Trump mission every which way you can. I mean, he can't park a car somewhere that he's not being fined for. So it's just look at all the charges and all the court cases for someone who has not killed somebody. Okay?
Well,
I mean, it's just incredible.
Well, you go back to remember the clips that we pull up all the time when, those on the left, if they don't like something, they call on all their supporters to go out and terrify people. They basically call for them to terrorize people, make their life miserable, try to destroy them if they don't agree with us, and then they turn around and claim, like we laugh at all the time, that they're the most loving, caring, anybody should be able to live their life the way they want to, people, which they are not. They want us to live our lives the way they would dictate. Now, let me ask you a question on everything that was just said, and we've made that point. I do not believe there was anything sincere about this. Do you believe, because there was a point when this judge was being you ain't going.
No, he said, you're not going to miss a day.
Yeah, you're not going to miss a day. And Trump comes out and says, looks like the judge is not going to let me go to the graduation of my son, who's worked very, very hard. Well, now the judge, in a surprise move to a lot of them, said, hey, I don't think the May 17th date's a problem. Mr. Trump can attend that day to attend his son's graduation. I think that was solely because they licked their fingers, put it up in the air, and the wind was blowing in a bad way on his graduation.
They even, for a moment, thought we're overplaying our hand.
Overplaying our hand.
Yeah.
They said, look, the PR campaign is not in our favor right now, and this is just going to give more fuel to make us look like that we are just being mean for the sake of being mean.
The way and the pacing of this, the way it's going to play out, we're going to get down to, and I'm going to make this prediction. While we should be talking about the economy, we should be talking about Joe Biden's ability to be the president, Donald Trump very well could make this a one-issue election. You have to elect me or they're going to put me in jail.
Yeah.
And I will get a Justice Department that will do away with all this.
Well, we've said...
That, again, is another step in the banana republic.
Well, we've said on the show many, many times, if Trump can be coachable, and he struggles to be coachable, but his message that resonates and I believe will give that overwhelming voter turnout is when he's got a perfect platform to do it. See what they're doing to me, what this really is, this is what they want to do to you. If you don't put me in power and the opposing party in power, the Republicans, the current state of the Democrats, they will use government agencies as weapons against you if you oppose them. And if you want to keep that from happening, you better put me back in the Oval Office. I stand between you and them. That's the most powerful message he has. It resonates. It resonates with me because I am a small government a person, and I do see that the government will weaponize anything you give them. The Founding Fathers warned us about that. They have shown they will do it. And if we don't turn the tide with whomever, whether it's Trump or not, if we don't, the people turn back and say to the government, you got to get back inside the boundaries of the Constitution, and you cannot weaponize agencies against me. One thing we need to wake up on is stop giving them agencies they can use.
Yeah, right.
And allowing it to go on. So that's the message, and I do believe this judge says that message is so powerful. This graduation thing with his son, we look bad on this, so I'm taking us out of it.
Yeah,
he can go
take it off the table.
Yeah, right. And I think if I were the left, I would agree with that decision.
They should have. I think they made a grave mistake a long time ago. Biden should have called off the second impeachment. Said, let it go. He's done. He's out. And he would have faded away, but you had to keep hammering him.
Yep.
And it galvanized his support.
Yep. It's fuel. Fuel on the fire. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
negotiated the Paris Accords for the United States.
That was a good one.
I've been involved in this fight for years. I negotiated with President Xi to bring President Xi to the table so we could get Paris. And I believe the time it takes me to get somewhere, I can't sail across the ocean. I have to fly to meet with people and get things done. But what I'm doing almost full time is working to win the battle of climate change. And in the end, if I offset and contribute my life to do this, I'm not going to be put on the defensive.
You're not. Well, who said you can't be put on the defensive?
Who said you're not going to be put? You might be.
Because I said so.
Hey, you might be.
If I ask a question and you're offended by it, you may be on the defensive.
You might be, Secretary.
What a cocky, you know what?
Condescending, ruling class, arrogant.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg was talking in the break, and he's right. If this thing the left has come up with, carbon credits, which is hilarious to me, following the science on this is bizarro. Well, if they just throw that out every time you catch them in an inconsistency, that Greg made the point, as Greg can, then I guess our worries of our carbon emissions, well, it's over. So,
yeah, because
so whatever
if John
I do,
Kerry can purchase whatever carbon credits, and you know what a gray area that is, to offset his jet, I'm going to purchase it for my truck. Speedy's going to purchase it. Hams, you. So we don't have a global warming problem anymore.
We've solved it. It's over.
It's done. It just cost money, and it went away.
Yeah, if that really works, which we all know it's a scam.
Right.
I mean,
right.
But let's say they're acting like it's not a scam. So why do we need John Kerry to travel anywhere and do any Paris agreements or whatever agreement? It's over. So now, hey, I do whatever I want. I buy carbon credits and I save the planet. So why are we still acting like we got something to do? Sounds like it's over.
If I was John Kerry, I'd go home, spend some of that ketchup money, you know it?
Yep.
And enjoy yourself for a while on that boat that you're hiding out from the tax man.
Ashley, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today? Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I was hoping that they would have followed up with the czar and just asked him if he had heard of Zoom yet, and that would help him not get on his private jet.
Yeah, there's no need for him to go over there. He can meet electronically. That's a great point.
Yeah, we said that back at the
But he had to receive an award for his work on the climate change.
Ashley, I'm too important to be on Zoom and talk about climate.
And I'm not going to be questioned and put on the defense.
I want to accept this award in person so I can show pictures of it to everyone.
Yeah, maybe you're familiar with my work in Norway.
Ashley, run along and don't worry. Those of us in the ruling class are taking care of this.
Right.
And how about this, Ashley? I'm John
Sleep
Kerry.
well at night.
Ashley, you will not put me on the defense, you peon.
Let me just go into my little menial job right now. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks,
Get in there
Ashley.
and declare some carbon credits.
Run along, eat cake.
What a joke.
Well, we said that. Remember that I use this talking about how we have to be careful how we live out anything we claim to believe, especially our faith. I don't believe in man-made climate change because of the way they behave. What if it's real? But their behavior makes me not believe it. Phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Yesterday's Bible study now archived and available for you. If you want to grab that on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives, our social media platforms have a link too. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up again this weekend. Our guest this weekend, Gene Chizik, football analyst, former coach, and we'll chat with him in this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Grab it when it comes out this weekend. Available wherever you get podcasts. So before we get to the phones, mention Brett Favre. Did you know that Sirius XM NFL radio host Bruce Murray is going to conduct a Super Bowl town hall this Friday, and they'll have it repeated on some of their other channels. Brett Favre, Nick Saban, and Kenny Chesney. Now, I don't know why Kenny Chesney is in there.
Speedy, did you? I didn't remember you telling us about a Coach Saban commercial.
It's not a commercial.
I thought it was a commercial.
No, it's a roundtable discussion between the.
I thought he was going to be in a.
Now he may be.
I mean, not this story.
That's not what this story's about.
Yeah, this story's about the roundtable.
Said they're going to have a discussion about the Super Bowl, right? A town hall Friday with. That's actually a different channel. That's the Stern channel. Favre, Chesney, and Saban. I just think that's kind of a weird setup.
I have the commercial here ready. You ready?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Do you like those Allstate commercials he's on straight up? Isn't that Allstate?
It's Progressive.
Aflac.
No, I don't. Hey, he's a good actor.
You know I can't play favorites.
You know I can't play favorites.
Look, I would
Y'all
say
don't criticize
get
Saban
all
now.
you can get.
Oh, of course. Let's go to.
I think if you're
Have you
coach,
seen the
anytime
commercial?
you're on TV is good.
Have you seen the commercial?
Yeah, I've seen
I
it.
think he
several
makes
times.
enough of you. He ain't got to do it.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. So let's take a look at Your America today. She's ugly. She's ugly. So, Columbia University, we have all these protests going on all over the country at various colleges. This pro-Palestinian, and we pointed out, some of the irony in some of this. Emotion, Bubba, has never been one to want to kind of, look logically at these things. If you want to say that you have something to say about the Palestinian movement, certainly that's fine, but you want to be sure that you separate maybe the Hamas part of it, or maybe you don't. Maybe you want to go. Maybe you're pro-Hamas. I don't know.
I don't see any of them separated.
No, I don't. So Columbia University has turned into a nightmare, and it's gotten to the point, kind of like you talking a minute ago, about how the students are overplaying their hand. We have another story about what Biden wants to do with those that are fleeing Gaza and all that. You're going to love that coming up, too. So at Columbia, we have a hall occupied by pro-Palestinian protesters after riot cops raided it. There's a huge encampment that they went to. They arrested 100. The college begged police to stay on campus for 3 weeks until the end of the term. Isn't it interesting that some of these people that were all part of the anti-law enforcement movement are now begging law enforcement to save them from protesting?
Isn't that funny?
And to bring order to the campus. Now, Adler has brought this up, and I want to emphasize this.
Defund protesters.
Right. If your child goes to Columbia, you're paying about $50,000 a year.
Hey, now.
Hey
now. Get you.
So we have some of the footage that we're talking about, and Speedy was talking about this truck they have where they can actually get up and walk into some of these halls, almost like walking in on a bridge, because they try to close themselves off in government college buildings where you can't get them. So here is a Columbia student. This person is going to short circuit here because the reporter is going to corner her a little bit. They want, by the way, for food to be provided for them while they're there.
Yeah. She's speaking on behalf of those that are occupying the building.
I'd say good luck.
Tell you what, get up and go get you some.
So here we go.
Why should the university be obligated to provide food to people who've taken over a building?
First of all, we're saying that they're obligated to provide food to students who pay for a meal plan here.
But you mentioned that there was a request that food and water be brought in, unless I misunderstood.
To allow it to be brought in. I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
But they did put themselves
Go home
in
and
that
get one.
Go get one.
very deliberately.
Look at
in
midriff
that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries, we want to take over this building. Now would you please bring us food and water? And
nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
They're stopping the delivery of food?
We are looking for a commitment from them that they will not stop it
but
violently.
They haven't stopped it yet.
I don't know to what extent it has been attempted, but we're looking for a commitment.
Wow. You're a genius. You're a genius, girl.
That's who they chose to
Y'all
speak
see what she's
for.
getting her PhD in.
By the way, I love the fact that she's demanding a commitment to something that
hasn't been done.
She can't even validate it's being done.
And Greg makes a great point about midriff there. Mr. Man showing his belly button in the back there. Sir, I don't think you're allowed to live in Palestine.
Not from the looks of that.
From the looks,
even the way you got your scarf going there, you've kind of frilled it up a little.
You wouldn't survive there, sir. I'm so sorry. What you're protesting for, they would kill you.
And by the way, I still don't know what they're protesting for. What do they want Colombia to do? What do they want?
Yeah, here's our demand.
Divest.
Divest. How's Colombia
from Israel?
Yeah, but how's Colombia invested in Israel?
I don't know.
Okay, but anyway, all right. So next.
Another want them to be anti, I guess.
Another, remember, Bubba, what we warned years ago. Watch out being so open-minded that your mind falls out.
Yeah.
Your brain could fall out if you're too open-minded. And you do need to be able to walk out the narrative of why you're there. Here's another one. Fox News reporter wants to ask them about the October 7th attack, which people seem to leave out of these protests. But here we go.
How do you feel about them taking over the building right now?
I think that their cause is a just cause, and I hope that the administration really hears their demands. I think they're just demands.
Do you feel like it was right to hold 3 of the janitor workers hostage inside of the building?
I think that's a really false narrative.
That's what the janitors are saying, that they weren't allowed to leave.
I think that that's a really false narrative.
Even if the janitors are saying that, you're saying that that's not true.
I think that it's a really false narrative that the students took anyone hostage.
How do you feel about some of the Jewish students saying that they don't feel safe here on campus?
I think that this is also a really false narrative that's being promoted.
Do you think October 7th and the attack that happened is a false narrative? Do you believe that some of the women were raped?
Collie just came back.
So this is what happened.
Can you get out of my face, please?
So.
Oh wait, she didn't want to be bothered.
Tough question.
I tell you what, that bunch could be run out of town pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
They're so sensitive. You could offend them all the way down the street right quick.
Yeah.
You know,
and Rick, the NYPD, they couldn't just go in; they had to be called to go in, and Columbia had not asked for them to come in, and then yesterday they finally said, "Okay, enough's enough. Can y'all come on in?" And this is what I was telling you about this big, huge.
Look at this thing where that Bubba it sets up just a walk in. They can go up there and just walk right in like it's a ramp.
Yeah,
going in.
Speedy, you mentioned
it extends like a catwalk, and they just can extend it to whatever they want to go into, and they just walk in.
You mentioned, and I believe this was the first girl that was talking. The spokesperson for
it.
What her major is. Did you read that?
No, I just said, hey, you ought to see it.
Okay, her major. She is a paid instructor, by the way, and PhD candidate at Columbia, studying theories of the imagination and poetry as interpreted through a Marxian lens.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So she's a Marxist, bottom line.
Oh yeah, well,
what
sure.
a title.
As are most of our.
Why didn't just go to that part?
When we send our kids off to universities, really, it's to indoctrinate them into Marxism. Most of them. Yeah.
Here's
with very few exceptions, sadly.
Here's one of the checkpoints they set up, and they're only allowing students through that have certain wristbands.
What if I punch you?
Let me tell you.
Is this at UCLA?
Yes.
Yeah, this is video 4.
So they get to decide who comes in.
So and the wristbands are what? They're identifying what? What do you have to have on your wristband?
If you're anti-Israel,
you get to go in.
Yes.
Yes. If you're Jewish or pro-Israel, you cannot come in.
Can't go to the university.
And he's got his
Is that a border?
He's got his parking vest.
Is that a border?
I don't know why they're all wearing parking vests.
Bubba, is that a border?
It's a border wall.
It is. Are they vetting people at the border?
Why don't they go down to the border in Texas and give out wristbands?
Yeah.
Good gracious.
Or armbands.
So UCLA thinks it's great to vet people out coming on the university, be sure that no people who support Israel can come on. But they don't think we should have a wristband that you're actually a citizen to come into our country.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You see what I mean about emotion?
Yeah.
I believe I'll take that guy right in the game.
No question.
They always set up walls. They
Guys,
always
mask
set
on.
up borders. And I mentioned armbands because of, the history of
right.
in Jewish people.
Yeah, the
Tear
tattoos.
gas.
We have so
That'll
much,
run 'em
Rick,
out.
for
That'll
y'all
run 'em out.
today about how different universities handle things differently.
Yep.
And it's just amazing.
Now, where was that one from? I like that approach.
That was in Florida.
Florida ain't playing no game.
We got a whole slew of precious video for y'all.
Ron, don't mess with me, DeSantis.
Yeah.
We'll show you the different states and how they're responding, and so you can decide where you probably want to live in the future. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About to play or which one?
No, I'm talking about
Okay.
The Super Bowl.
There's a Super Bowl one somewhere.
Fast growing trees. I know you're responding. Good for you. I'm glad you are. It is fun to have trees and plants that are flourishing. I'll tell you what's not fun is not knowing what you're doing, and you go out and buy them and you think it looks good, and you get home and they die. That's no good. You might as well take that money, as Greg would say, at least set it on fire so you can get some heat off of it. But right now you could spend money wisely on plants and trees that will flourish by going to fastgrowingtrees.com. This is a move that we made, and I'm going to tell you it's a game changer because they only ship you trees and plants that will thrive where you live in your climate. Our climates are vastly different. And you may be all fired up about a certain fruit tree, but it may not do well where you live, so they'll say, why don't you try this one? This one would do great. This needs shade. This needs more light. Not too much shade. Watch it, and they help you the whole time. And they're available to you at no charge throughout the life of you being a subscriber to fastgrowingtrees.com. Order it online. They ship it directly to your door in 1 or 2 days. And they've got the 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee. As I mentioned, they offer free plant consultation forever. Don't miss the forever there. So here's what you need to do. There's some great deals to be had right now at fastgrowingtrees.com. Some of the selected plants and other deals are up to half off. We're going to get you an additional 15% no matter what you get, okay? So you need to use this code BUBBA when you go to checkout. That's at fastgrowingtrees.com, code BUBBA. Offers valid for a limited time. Some terms and conditions may apply. Why don't you put them to work for you today and have plants and trees that will thrive that you can enjoy for a very long time by going to fastgrowingtrees.com.
Trump's executive orders, all kinds of different things, right? And so after Biden's administration had done the inauguration, I knew something was up. And I don't know how to explain it to you, but I started researching some things. And what I found is that in the Oval Office where Trump would be compared to the Oval Office where Biden would be, there's some significant differences that I would even come across on social media platforms as well. And it's like the wallpaper would be different. Those things aren't exactly what gets changed.
Amy,
so
what's the point here? Are you saying Biden is not in the White House?
Are you saying he's in this pretend Oval Office?
Well, I'm saying that there's something really cool and interesting that even the viewers can go and research and look up. And that's called Castle Rock Productions. And it is a recording studio for movies. And so they have a Oval Office, White House set. And if you go and you look at that and you compare it to where Biden was in the Oval Office on the executive orders, him signing them, it's exactly the same.
Okay, so let me get to the rubber meets the road here.
So Biden's not in the White House.
No doubt that there have been people did West Wing, and sometimes people are allowed they have to create
the movie Dave,
different sets. Olympus has fallen, all that, all these things. I got all that. Certainly, there's fake movie sets.
It's exactly the same.
Right. So, and that means here's what I'm trying to get to, and pardon me, just I'm looking down at time, and some other people are on hold. So that means that what? Biden is pretending to be in the Oval Office.
And Trump goes back in on what date?
Why would
I'm just asking what the date is.
Why would Biden pretend to be in the Oval Office, but it's a fake one? He's doing that because?
Well, for your viewers and for you guys, you have to understand right now there is a military coup that is having to take place for our country. We have a lot that goes into what we've all been witnessing, and that's from the voter fraud to the illegal dealings with foreign countries.
Amy, we've replayed this, I think, every day this week during about this time. But I'm trying to be very polite to you. What date does Trump go back in? And we're going to move on.
March 4th, sir.
Okay. All right, good. We got March 4th.
That's my anniversary.
And I guess,
congratulations.
I guess taking Biden off in handcuffs at the inauguration or 5 minutes before the inauguration, that didn't pan out. It is now March the 4th. So good. I hope Trump goes back in March 4th. It'll be great.
Rick, that'd be a
call.
great anniversary present for me and Lisa. If he goes back in.
And I know, and I'm just, I'm doing this now, just us right here to help myself. So if I'm Joe Biden and I'm in a fake Oval Office, and I'm pretending to sign things, am I not screaming, "Help me! There's a military coup and they won't let me in the White House"? I mean, am I not looking out to the nation saying, "There's a military coup. They've blocked off the White House. They won't let me in because they want to put Trump back in." And for some reason, Biden has to pretend to be in the Oval Office till March 4th. I don't know why.
Rick, you're only digging a hole.
I know,
you're only wasting your breath. Okay. We've been through this. Just give me the date that it's going to happen.
March 4th.
And we'll stand by because the last 3 or 4 have been wrong. So I hope it does.
Yeah.
Good. It'll be great.
How about this?
Can't wait.
March 4th, we will see.
Wouldn't they want to design the set to look like the White House because the movie that they're shooting is supposed to happen in the White House? Tyler Perry has a White House right outside of Atlanta for movies. Just because there's a set that exists does not mean that Biden is in it.
Send your email directly.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. We thank you for being with us. Various ways to get the Rick and Bubba show, and we thank you for being there. America's boldest radio station's a live option. The TuneIn app is free. Just go to TuneIn, and you can download their app and search the Rick and Bubba show. That's a live option. Also, it archives daily shows, too. You can get us also on the YouTube channel. Hello, Tubers. Eddie Van Adler's got that for you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy are here. The YouTube channel also has an archive option. And the best of hour is available on Blaze TV. Thanks to the Steve Day Show. I was honored yesterday to be guest on Steve's show, our Blaze TV brethren, talking about themanchurch.com. And that strategy is something that is what's happened to the men of our country. Steve has been talking about that, and somebody put us together and said, you two guys need to talk. And Steve and his staff were kind enough to have me on yesterday. If you missed that live on Blaze TV, you can get it on Rumble today, the archive, the Steve Day Show. So thanks for that opportunity. That was kind of you guys, and had a great time and getting great response now from all over the country, places that had not heard of it yet. And so that was great. That really worked out for everybody, and it was a great time together. So you can catch that if you missed it yesterday. We've got more going on, Bubba, as we start another hour. This Year America kind of bleeding over into the second hour. And now we kind of get into, based on where you're a student or where your children are students, the response to these protests. And now this thing, I heard Greg and Helmsy talking about something even in our city when we're all going to the restroom in the break, is now it's becoming like everything. It's becoming mod to be a pro-Palestinian protester. Now, you don't have to be informed about what's going on. You don't have to understand Hamas. You don't have to think about things like the fact that maybe when you look at how Israel has, the Iron Dome, and they set up all these things to protect their people from attacks, but Hamas doesn't protect their people at all and uses them as human shields. You know, things like that you might want to know. And of course, you can't ignore the October 7th attack, the worst terrorist attack on Israelis who were doing something very controversial, having a music festival. So, and celebrating. So you got to do the whole story, but of course we don't do that anymore. We just kind of let our emotions run wild. Really, honestly, the sheeple right now, it's just, if you tell us to put a flag on our Instagram account, we just do. If you tell us we should be protesting something, we look around and go, I'm not protesting. I should be in on this. And so you have all that going on. But the universities at some point have to establish order, for the people to get the education they're paying for.
Right.
And so how is each university handling this? We showed you how New York was handling Columbia. They're they're at the end of their rope on this. Next, I see you want to start with South Florida. Video 7. Bubba, that's the one you were looking at. They've brought in tear gas. So here's that's South Florida. that we're looking at now.
They love to take over the quads of the university.
Yeah. So these now again,
Get you a whiff of that.
yeah, I still quite haven't understood.
Please watch them running.
Yeah, the protest, the pro-Palestinian protest. It just doesn't seem to have a clear narrative.
No.
It is, we wave the flag, and we should all have compassion for the innocent people that are there in Gaza but they're being really tortured, not as much by the Israelis, but by Hamas.
Right.
And of course that seems to be left out of the protest. But
that had some language in it so that we couldn't really play
Okay.
it. But the reporter that's videoing said, well, that was quick.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
fine.
was just gone.
Indiana University, the
Yeah.
Hoosiers, Bubba, they're done with it. Here's how they're handling it. They're going to enforce the rules of the university. As you see here, we're taking the protests in the tent cities, and there's the I guess that's campus police.
Yeah, this is how we do it.
This is Indiana saying we really do want to have classes here again and let people enjoy the quad
right
without being in danger or having all this garbage out here.
I don't mind the protest. I think
You can
that's
protest.
critical.
You
But
can,
you,
yeah.
you have to be in the right place, do it the right way, and when you start disrupting people and interfering with their rights, that's when you get to go.
Bubba,
That's
Florida,
when you're out.
Yeah, Florida, where so many of us moved during the pandemic so we could have a life again and be free. Florida law enforcement, they're in riot gear now, and they're really getting it done at the different Florida campuses. There you go. This is some more from South Florida, but wherever there is something going on in Florida, this is going to be. They're going to have a little more of an aggressive approach.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to love this one. Video 10, University of North Carolina. The chancellor actually removes the Palestinian flag and replaces it with the American flag, and Lee Roberts does this himself. So
this is after they had already taken the American flag down.
Don't miss that,
and
Bubba.
replaced it with the Palestinian flag, and he's like, no, we're not doing that.
So
this really turned into a pretty big scuffle, and unfortunately, a lot of bad language here. But you got police officers really being abused with just all kinds of liquid being thrown on them. They had to kind of push everybody back. It kind of became a little dicey there, but here's the American flag going back up.
Well, because see, Bubba hit on it. You don't understand. There are still rules when it comes to the freedom to protest, and the freedom of expression. You can stand out there orderly, and you can express your views of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't go to the flagpole and take down the American flag and put up the Palestinian flag. You can't do that.
We're not doing that.
Yeah,
that's where your protesting is.
You don't seem to be savvy enough to understand that.
No.
If you want your voice to be heard, right now, none of us care to hear from you.
Mm-hmm.
Because all we see is you're disrupting other students' ability to get their education.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be heard, then be heard.
Yeah.
But you can't be destructive. You can't take hostages. You can't take over buildings. You can't take the flag down and put up the Palestinian flag. There are rules you must abide by, even when you want to let everyone hear what your view. And you have the right to give your view on that.
Yeah.
But you don't have the right to do this.
This is one of the moments we were playing while you were discussing that, Rick, of some University of North Carolina students, some Jewish, that took it upon themselves to try to protect the flag here, and they're getting all kinds of stuff thrown at them and verbal abuse there and hollering and screaming, and you can see them trying to protect the flag that's they're trying to rip down.
Yeah, well, and again, we have to tell the whole story. You got to deal with it all. So you have to ask some tough questions when you see somebody, wearing the, Yasser Arafat, scarves and all that. That's the one we remember. We saw him all the time.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to say, okay, can I ask you a question? I understand that you're concerned about the plight of the innocent people. We all should be, okay? However, I would like to ask you, do you think it's good for the Hamas and those that are militant with the Palestinian plight? Do you think it's right for them to not want Israel to exist?
Right.
Do you think it's right to want to eradicate a group of people because you hate them and disagree with them? Can't we ask that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
This thing you're saying about you want to be from this point to this point, that means you want to eradicate Israel. You want it, you want it to vanish. You're saying there. Are you with people that say death to America and death to Israel? Are you for death to Israel?
Yep.
You have to ask those kind of questions to these protesters and force them to answer them.
Yeah.
And I will bet that there will be an overwhelming majority that won't have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I want to say at Texas, at Austin, there were 70-something that were arrested, and 40 some odd were not even students there that came from off campus.
Of course,
but this Jewish student at University of Texas, Austin, he said, "Hey, this is all who's in the crowd. They don't even know what they're doing here." This is a pretty good little interview.
Let's hear that.
It's a very leftist, like people on the left, a huge LGBTQ population in that crowd. They have no idea what would happen if they were to step foot in Palestine. They would be stoned and beheaded. Israel, in fact, is one of the only nations, I believe it's the only nation in the Middle East that supports LGBTQ people. I find it ridiculous that you have so many people in that crowd that are so ignorant of this fact.
You see what I mean? See that he's trying to educate his fellow students or whoever these people are that are of the LGBTQ community. Do y'all realize y'all been called emotionally into a protest that I'm not sure you're really thinking through?
Well, that's the thing. They don't think through.
Well, and when we come back, and then we'll get some phone calls as well, guess what the Biden administration wants to do with refugees from Gaza? Wants to give them a permanent safe haven. And also hundreds of thousands of paroled migrants may be coming to your hometown.
Yeah.
So the Biden administration, they have a plan. I don't think you're going to like it.
No.
We'll hit that. We come back too, and then we'll get to your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG before this hour is done. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show and then some. When we continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Healy. Speaking of that, I'm in trouble again. Undoubtedly, we have a run on the TheraBreath lozenges.
What?
I can't find them now. My wife came in from
good product.
We usually get them at Publix. And my wife came in. She goes, "Well, you've done it again." And I said, "What?" She goes, "Y'all's marketing campaign has been so effective for another product. Now I can't find it anywhere." And I thought, well, she's not really looking. I mean, you might have missed it, which is usually what she says to me. And so
somebody get Cats on the phone, see if we can get a shipment down there.
So I go to another store.
Thought y'all give me more on that.
I went to Wally World, and they didn't have it either. And they didn't have the lozenges either. The mouthwash was there, but not the lozenges. Can somebody? Where are the lozenges?
Where's Cats?
Calling Dr. Katz. Calling Dr. Katz.
Where's breathometer at?
You know, I'm trying to. Look, I'm trying to help brick and mortar here.
Tell him to bring a case in here when he comes.
Do I just need to go online and order it?
I'd say call Katz and tell him we're out. We need a shipment.
Do I have his sale? I need to. So, you know how we're
push that breathometer alarm button.
Yeah.
He ain't been by in a while.
Yeah. Hey, Ad, are you ordering 10 of these? Who's ordering 10? You ordering them? Thank you, buddy.
Well, it's your own fault.
Right. I'm also in a bit of dilemma. You know how sometimes you start assessing yourself?
Mm-hmm.
I need to assess myself.
Okay.
And we try. Sometimes it comes back decent report. Rarely a good report, but sometimes a bad, report. And I don't know if talking with y'all is just going to help. Maybe y'all can help me because
sure we can help, Rick.
Well, we
ask us.
We laugh a lot about our marriages and the fact that there's no doubt that all of us, the men here, got the better deal, and we're thankful that women are
Rick,
not.
I wish you quit talking about that.
And women are not as shallow as men are much more shallow than women, and women are not as shallow, which is fortunate. They
Yes.
And so. Like when Sherry is definitely much more astute as far as academia and all this kind of stuff than I ever was or desire to be, but I've gotten better, with certain study habits and stuff like that. But still, so we were last spring. We definitely felt a call to do some work in French speaking parts of the world, and there's all kinds of reasons for that. That first world. France and then other
French-speaking nations, Canada. We had pastor come stay with us and say, if you want to go to an unreached people group, you don't even have to leave your time zone. We're 1% Christian in Montreal and that kind of stuff. So it is absolutely true, that you can be more effective if you can learn to speak the language of the nation you're going. No doubt. Now, that's a lot of work, okay? Yeah. And I've made the declaration to Sherry that I appreciate your commitment to this, and I support it, but I'll be using a translator. I couldn't even learn Spanish when Bubba and I tried. So I'm not that good with foreign languages, and it's a lot of work, and it's work that I don't really have time for.
Yeah. Or I don't think I have the ability. Yeah, I just don't think I have the connections to do that.
So
I barely get by on English.
Here's where
not very well.
And there's no doubt that if you can speak to people in their own language without a translator, it's smoother. Now, it'll never happen for me unless God calls me to it and makes me do it, and I certainly will. But there's certain limitations to the time it takes with the other responsibilities that we have, and so this weird transition has happened because Sherry's learning it and she's getting better at it, and she's getting she's not fluent, but she's definitely learning a lot because she's been at it for a year now, and it's French, guys. And so I started out honestly having the mindset, well, let me hear how you're doing for mission work. And now I'm just asking her to do it, and I think my motives are changing.
Right.
And I'm just kind of like, because it's kind of
you're asking her to speak.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
Play boom boom.
I'm saying things like, hey, let's have an update on how you're doing on your friend. And she's she's like, well, you're so interesting. I said, I just want to be supportive. And but she's like, well, and I will say things like, and she's like, well, I'm not sure how knowing how to say that's going to help us on the mission field. I said, well, I'm just wanting you to see how, because we're going to have conversations.
Rick, it doesn't matter what they say. She could describe the garden.
That's us, baby. 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As we look ahead, we continue to make the case that the election coming up in November is a biggie. Tomorrow, the National Day of Prayer. Prayer, now more than ever, and a huge voter turnout demanded coming up in November. My wife Sherry will be speaking at a national prayer breakfast tomorrow. They're holding one at the American Village. They're in Montevallo, Alabama at Liberty Hall. Sherry will be your speaker tomorrow for that breakfast. If you are already going, you're in for a treat. If you'd like to go, find those details at burgessministries.com under events for tomorrow. Bubba, as we come back, speaking of that election, so the Biden administration is considering giving refugees from Gaza permanent safe haven in the U.S. with access to housing, which, of course, we can afford, no problem there.
Right.
And citizenship. So the pathway to citizenship. You and I were discussing this in the break. Now we know that Joe Biden, the human, is not running the country, and he's just doing things whoever's running says is what we're going to do. Are they just to the point now that no matter what it does long term to the country, they'll just do anything that might help them get elected and stay elected for a long time? Is this just about a jump for power?
It's anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
All right, here's courtesy of CBS.
This news exclusively on CBS News. The Biden administration is considering a plan to allow some Palestinian refugees to come here to the United States. That's according to internal federal government documents that were obtained by CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez. According to the plan, some Palestinians fleeing the war would be offered a permanent safe haven here in the U.S. And one option under consideration is to allow those who have immediate family members who are either American citizens or permanent residents to enter the country if they pass various background checks first. The plans would require coordination with Egypt, which has so far refused to allow large numbers of people from Gaza to cross the border into that country.
So it's interesting they keep throwing the term out, vetted. We're not vetting people at the border.
Well, did you notice something else?
Yeah.
The Egyptian government is not letting them in their country.
No.
But we will.
Yep.
Egypt has a kinship there.
Mm-hmm.
They are neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
But they have said we're not going to take refugees. I just find that strange.
Go ahead.
This is a quick breakdown of why these Arab countries don't want it. There's a few reasons, but if you guys want it, I found this very interesting. If it gets boring or whatever, we can come out of it. But this guy's going to break down why Egypt doesn't want Palestinian refugees for a couple of reasons, but also the history of Palestinians and the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and all the chaos that they have caused in Kuwait, in Jordan. And I thought this is very interesting. If it's too much or boring or whatever, just
what kind of length we got here?
1 minute or 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll go with 1.
Okay.
Right.
Why aren't more Arab countries in the Middle East taking in Palestinian refugees? The onset of a renewed war between Israel and Hamas has led to fears that millions of Palestinian people living in the Gaza Strip may be forced to become refugees. But despite the fact that Gaza shares a border with Egypt, the Egyptian government almost immediately ruled out any possibility of accepting Palestinian refugees. In fact, Egypt is currently constructing an even larger border wall with Gaza than the one it currently has in place. Now, many outside observers have asked why Egypt, a majority Arab and Islamic nation, would turn away the Palestinian people. And of course, many have pointed out that it may serve the political interests of many Arab nations to refuse to accept Palestinian refugees because it allows them to then blame Israel for any sort of humanitarian crisis that unfolds. But the thing is, historically, many Arab nations have accepted Palestinian refugees, and that may be why Egypt doesn't want to now.
And so he goes in and breaks down all the chaos that happened in Kuwait, Jordan, and Lebanon because of the PLO and Palestinians, the terrorism, the hostages, the civil wars. It's crazy.
They have a history of bringing trouble to where they go because they use it's just a bunch of innocent people that just need a place to go. Please help us. And the ones who have fallen for that have regretted it, is basically what he said. And he offered the other reason that's to make Israel look bad. So both of those could be in play. Yeah. So, but that's not all. We also, Bubba, the Department of Homeland Security. I'm not sure that the title fits very well right now. Over 200,000 people from the southern border. They have a program where they're taking the migrants from 4 nations. And they're sending them throughout the country. The Biden administration is doing this. About 80% of the migrants were sent to 4 cities in the state of Florida. No surprise there. They're handpicked. See, this is what you were warning about the court system.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into illegals coming through the border now becoming political tools. I'm going to throw some at you, and I'm going to throw some at you. Now they're weapons. That we're just tossing around the country for political reasons. They said that 80% have gone to 4 cities in Florida. Miami got 91,000 plus. Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, and Tampa have also received quite a few. They're among the top 15 destinations. So,
and this is when they're landing in the middle of the night and secretly.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So right now, just so you know, we'll hit you with a 2 for today. The Biden administration wants to take the Gaza refugees and distribute them throughout the country, but also 200,000 illegals, migrants, are sending them to 4 cities, 80% of them in Florida. So you got to take all this into account as November is approaching. I mean, that's
it appears that the plan is similar to what we have at the border. We're going to bring in as many people as we can who we know will need our assistance.
Yep.
And then we can be there to say, we're going to give you this, and the other guys will take it away and basically buy you some votes.
We're going to give you things that this country doesn't have, and we'll, of course, give no future to generations to come.
Right.
But we're going to give you whatever you want. And remember, we gave it to you, so keep voting for us.
Just keep on a vote.
Right. And as you said, our opponents, they don't give it to you. Of course, it's interesting times, but I think for the future and generations to come, we got some hard decisions to make. We'll go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Helmsley from the Kickoff Hour, we had somebody, but they didn't hang on, but maybe they'll call back, that said they knew the Maccabees.
McBee.
Is it McBee?
McBee.
McBee.
Yeah.
I
In Missouri.
Never heard of this in Missouri. But we'll take your phone calls on whatever topic when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sounds good in French.
Right.
It just sounds, nice and kind.
So I find myself requesting her to speak it, but it went from I want to be supportive of what we're doing for the ultimate good, but now I find myself always having that mindset, but I'm asking for it a lot.
Yeah,
and I'm like
her to speak.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And I got to tell you, it's number one.
There's
it is.
There's multiple jobs here we're talking
Right.
about. So
What does it not help? Does it not help someone learn a language if they will speak it in the house as if it's the native language? Yes or no?
I would say yes.
I think
if it
so.
became the common,
Got to have different
thing.
settings, and
I got no idea
atmosphere.
what she's saying, but I like it.
Right. How could you be mad?
And now I'm getting where I'll write down things. All right, now try this one.
Right.
And she says,
Just give her a page of stuff to say.
Right.
I bet you're glad that y'all aren't going to Germany.
I am. Not near as romantic.
No. Well, you think she's mad at you.
Right. What are you so mad about?
What'd I do?
What are you so mad about? Oh, no, honey, I just asked you to go have coffee. So I just want to be sure I keep it in the right, while we're doing this.
Yeah.
And, but.
You think she's kind of.
Rick, I think you're all right either way. I mean, you're good.
Yeah.
Is she on to you? You think?
Rock on.
Well, not. She did.
Are you doing?
She did. She did say. She did say like.
What does that mean? What was her interpretation?
It's like something about candy. But I'll go back to this one. This
what
was
part is candy.
I don't know. It's something about some kind
Boom
of.
Boom?
This was a kid's song. Something about the candy, like a bonbon. But
I've got it.
Filet.
Right
What's she saying? What was it?
Remember we had that girl here.
Yeah, but I know. But I was trying to get a more literal.
It's not a. We've been through this. We even had the guy
What
come
did
here
she
and
say? It
translate
sounds like
for us.
filet boom boom.
Yeah, I think it's chalet.
Chalet.
It's that right there.
A chalet, isn't that like a cabin up in the mountains?
Yeah, it is. I guess she's saying the candy house. But anyway,
it's let's sing and dance in French.
Yeah, let's sing.
And then there's candy.
Which one is sing?
Chalet. I would say Calais boom.
Calais? Is it Calais or chalet?
Right.
I think it's Calais, and then dance
Calais?
might be boom boom.
boom.
I'm not sure. I actually have it saved.
And boom
'cause the last
boom is
time-
what?
It's French songs for
Watch
kids. Is what is
What's
where
boom
that came
boom?
from.
Yeah, and
I would think the dancing part. Maybe.
No, boom boom is a dance.
I don't.
Calais
But
boom
the,
boom. Okay, I got it.
But I did have a moment when she goes, you know what? This is really great. You've really taken an interest in this. You've been very supportive to help me on mastering French. And I said, well, I'm just here to serve and help. But where I messed up. And this is the first time that a kind of a yellow flag, not a red, but a yellow went up.
What?
When a yellow flag is when she said she said something about what we were having for dinner that night. I said, no, in French. Oh. And she was like, no, that's what the teachers say. Well, you need to speak it as much as you possibly can.
The teachers.
I would just speak it. Rick,
No, in French. In Francais.
I would go
No, in Francais.
the whole day without changing. Just be French the whole day.
Hey, baby, how was your day? In Francais. And so, I mean, I think that it is true. There's no doubt learning a new language is good. It's great.
I mean, I really needed to learn a new language if I could do it.
Yeah, we're still working on English. We don't have it. We're not even really close on English.
No, not really.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Patriot Mobile phone troll for the day is underway, and all the lines are open. They're starting to be filled now. Make your phone money matter by going to make the switch right now at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. patriotmobile.com/Bubba, or call them 972-PATRIOT. Use the code Bubba. You do have a choice. Make that phone money matter by investing in a company that shares your point of view. You do have a choice. They have access to all three major networks, so you don't lose any quality of service. You want to keep your same number, your same phone, you can, but is the only Christian conservative wireless provider out there. Trust me, it is the only one. So if you'd like to make your phone money, you're going to spend it anyway, matter, and you'd like it going to somewhere like patriotmobile.com/Bubba, activation is free because you're part of our program. So there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So let's get started. We'll start out of Alabama. I don't know. Is it Chesty? Maybe Greg left that letter. Chester? I don't know. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's Chesty.
Chesty?
Yeah. I seen a documentary called Nazi Jihad, and after World War II, some of the prominent Nazis went to the Middle East, and they helped start the PLO.
I haven't heard that, but some of the.
I really think it goes back a lot further than that.
Yes.
Philistines. The
Philistines, and it's got quite the history. I think that, like you said, Bubba exceeds the Nazis.
Now
the PLO. He was talking about the PLO.
Right,
so
right,
maybe.
right.
Kay in Alabama. Kay, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, did y'all see the Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson interview?
You have to be more specific. You're talking just when he interviewed Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, so they did a podcast, and they were talking about the Kona Blue operation.
Say it
what
again?
do y'all think about that?
Say it again?
I think it was called Kona Blue. They're talking about how we are talking to, like, there's aliens been here for years, and did you see all that?
No, what? Tell us what it was about.
Is that official way to say timeout?
Yeah.
Because it's
Please expand on that.
First of all, what in the world are you saying? Is it color blue?
Code blue.
Code blue?
No.
Kona blue?
No, Kona, like the ice cream cone.
Got it.
Kona.
Got it. Okay. All right, go ahead.
And so Tucker Carlson was telling Joe Rogan that there's extra spiritual creatures that's been here for years, and we've talked to them. And did y'all see all of that?
No.
Okay. We've made it pretty clear we didn't see it. That's why we're trying to get you to explain it to us. So
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I mean, and they were talking about how there's extra spiritual creatures here, and the government's been masking them forever.
Tucker Carlson said this.
He did. I listened to the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay. And how does Tucker know?
He says that he knows people that
Somebody
talk to him
said?
and has kept their identity.
Somebody said. Thank you very much, Kay, for listening to the show.
I'm out of the loop.
Bubba, you don't know about Kona Blue?
Is this Project Aqua and Project Kona Blue?
She got our attention when she said like an ice cream cone. Then we knew exactly what she was talking about.
I'm like, what?
Adler, what?
It got pretty out there.
Really?
I listened to the whole thing, and
she basically said, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she said that Tucker Carlson said to Joe Rogan on his podcast that we have alien beings that have been here for a while. We interact with them, we talk to them, and the government knows about them. Correct? And why is it called Kona Blue?
It got pretty out there.
So, now, does this have anything to do with the particle weapon that we're hiding at the South Pole?
That I don't know.
That causes earthquakes.
Let me ask you this, Adler.
Was it built by aliens?
Adler, did this make you lose respect for Tucker
It's upset
Carlson?
Adler. It's upset Adler a little bit.
Did you go, wow, I didn't know he was at this far out there on this?
Did
it makes me
feel-
question other things that he discusses.
Let me give you Helmsley, I'm going to go a little further and give a very specific example of exactly what you're talking about. You remember the time I told you I had lunch with a person that I had been an acquaintance with for a while?
Yeah.
And then the lunch where he told me that he was leaning flat Earth.
Yeah.
And then I never had lunch with him again.
It's a little disappointing.
Well, yeah. Did you have that experience on this?
Yeah.
Was it too much?
He got a little out there.
He was just matter of
He
fact.
just keeps
too,
saying that.
wasn't
You're
he?
protecting yourself, aren't you? You don't want to talk about it.
There was a lot in there I agreed with, like the CIA killed Kennedy and all that kind of stuff. But some other stuff I didn't agree with. Rogan. Now I don't agree with this. Rogan had an interesting thought in that aliens are actually AI. They're self-replicating and they're self-aware, but they're AI, so they're non-biological, so they don't have souls. So the whole point of interacting with humans is trying to interbreed with them and try to get a soul.
Okay,
I thought that was interesting. I don't think that's true, but I thought it was an interesting sci-fi movie.
Let me tell you what I take away from that.
Wait a minute. So that means there could be humans without souls. That may explain some of the people we see on the news every day.
And people we've worked with in radio. Listen, listen to this. I'll tell you what it tells me, and we try to explain this to people. Y'all don't know what it's like to have this kind of content you need. You have to fill so much time.
Sure.
I mean, and Joe Rogan in these podcasts, and he's thinking, I got to do another one, and I got to do another one, just like we have another show, another show, another show. And I'm sorry, sometimes when you see these kind of gifts handed to you that you know is going to, you don't even care if you believe it or not. You think, well, this is good content. I bet this draws people in. And but I'm sorry you had to see that. It's hurt you. You look a little wounded by it. And you look the same way I did when the guy told me about the flat Earth.
Yeah. Stick to like small government stuff, Tucker, I would say. He does a great job with that kind of stuff.
Well, you know what this is? We've all had this happen. You hear a person say something that you totally agree with, and you start trying to win others over. They should go listen to this guy too. And then about the time they decide to listen, he's talking about blue Kona. And you're like, doggone it, I wish he'd been talking about small government.
Yeah. Didn't we have something, an excerpt from that podcast last week?
Is it
something?
Kona Blue or Blue Kona?
It's Kona Blue, according to
Correct.
K. According to K.
And Project
And it's
Aqua.
spelled with a K.
And
Kona. That's probably where you're messing it up.
Just one N?
Yes. Kona.
Nick in Texas. Nick, go ahead. We're back to 30 seconds. Bubba's timeout is gone. It went to Kona Blue. All right, Nick, go ahead.
Hey, so I just got so upset listening to Adler's deal yesterday. Just made me mad. I just want to tell Adler, if you figure out who them boys are, tell him we can meet them up at Winn-Dixie, and I'll fill that whole parking lot up with uppercut.
Yeah, we all had that. You wanted to find these people, and let's face it, we wanted to roll them. We did. Yeah. Drake in Alabama, is that right? Drake?
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So I was just going to say, I think you guys are misinformed about Kona Blue. The Department of Homeland Security accidentally declassified these documents, and that's what Tucker Carlson was referring to. This was an official project that was started around 1953, and Kona Blue, the K stands for Kingman, and ONA, Kona, stands for Arizona. So it's Kingman, Arizona. There was a UFO crash in 1953 in Kingman, Arizona, where an intact craft was recovered along with alien bodies, and that's where this project originated, and that's kind of the origin of this whole story.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Yep.
And it seems like if we found a crashed craft with alien bodies, and now that's out, it seems like it'd be a really big deal, and we'd have a lot of discussion going on. Maybe see the.
And
bodies.
is that Tucker's point?
It seems like that all the people covering the Trump trial would run out to do it.
I wouldn't count on that.
Is that Trump? Was that Tucker's angle, Adler? Since you heard it,
hey, why are we not discussing this?
That I wouldn't say that was necessarily his angle. Okay. There was a lot in it, y'all. There was a 3-hour podcast. I listened to the whole thing.
You see what I mean?
There's a lot there.
And there's usually alcohol and cigars involved with this podcast, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I think
so. There's no telling what happened.
Yeah. I think Tucker's sober, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you think this is going to hurt him as a vice presidential candidate for Trump?
Rogan or Tucker?
Tucker.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think that works. I think let's keep the circus going.
I think you're right.
But there's a claim that all these crash stuff, the government's trying to reverse engineer it, and that's where a lot of our tech has come from and things like that.
But he said that you said that Rogan said there's AI beings that don't have souls.
and that Tucker said there's aliens or spiritual beings walking the country, and we know this. That seems a little bigger than there was an aircraft that they hid from.
Can
us.
I propose this too? That we have to believe, if you're going to follow this line of thinking, and I'll be brief, that these people came from light years away,
right?
Or they are interdimensional travelers, which is even more impressive because they can open wormholes in space,
right?
But yet they got over Arizona and couldn't drive,
right? Right.
Do y'all find that a little strange? I think
apart.
if I'm going to be an interdimensional traveler or travel light years,
right,
meaning the technology I have is extremely far ahead of what we have,
right,
but somehow I don't have a safety raft,
right,
when I get to Arizona.
Yeah.
I bumped into what? I ran out of gas or what? I mean, it just seems like poor planning for such a advanced group.
I'd also like to know, do they have a job, or are they making a living? Did they go to work somewhere?
Well, I thought they all died in the crash.
Did they? Well,
Or
they
is it
said
different?
they said they're walking around on Earth, in our country.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation in that accidental leak, and the report showed that the program was never fulfilled as far as their desires to reverse engineer.
And you know who else was involved? Bigelow. Does that name ring a bell?
Yes, it does. Skinwalker Ranch.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour has a unique way it starts. This has been going on since the attack on America on 9/11. We start with the national anthem.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience.
With the day of June. So many things to unpack on the program today. All right, so we'll jump into it. So I mentioned we got Helmsy's birthday today, and I've seen
Happy birthday, Helms!
Saw Edgar's cake. It's hilarious, and that'll be fun for everybody
that
today.
That zipper on there is funny, isn't it?
Yeah, Bubba, for you, Bubba. Good news. As we found out yesterday, you're wide open on the cheat day today, so just go right ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. No issues at all.
How about that?
So I told you this health regimen would work.
Mm-hmm. He claimed this is his most unhealthy time of the year.
Yeah, I know. And he
that's
still shined.
That was one of them freak things.
Yeah. Or a credit to the medical field.
Yeah, it is. Big Pharma.
Big Pharma comes through again. So it's almost like with Big Pharma, what we do is we play a game and we go, all right, let's see. I'm gonna sit. It's off like we talk about life insurance and all this stuff. Yes, there's some side effects, but they are nowhere near as bad as my real problem.
Right.
You know?
Right. You measure it all out.
Right.
You weigh it out.
I've come to the conclusion the side effects will not kill me before my problem would. So I go after it and get it done. So we do have. I don't know if we can. I don't know that it's possible anymore. It may not be. So I'm okay with just saying, Rick, that's not possible. All we can do is minimize it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you can get through a show anymore without various conspiracy theories. I don't think that's possible anymore.
No.
But I think let's try to minimize it if we can. Are you okay with that today? I mean,
well, how do you mean? I mean, how does that look? Walk that out for me.
Walk it out.
I've been wanting to say that.
Rick, it's
Walk
not
that
possible.
out for me.
Well, here's what I would do.
possible.
Here's what I would do. And I think it'd be because I don't really mind when it comes up once, and I even enjoy sometimes trying to walk it out. And say, now let me explain to me what you mean here. You know, like yesterday that some of the things. But I'm saying maybe one call. versus now the whole next phone segment. People continue to either get mad or upset or in and out, and I agree or I disagree. Just because like you remember, I think yesterday I thought it was good because we had one, and then I like how we just kind of said, now give me the date, and she gave us the date, and we said, okay, well, thank you for calling.
Yeah. I think us rodeoing it down to the bare bones is better than all the sideshow.
Now I will tell you this, and I'll just tell the whole team this because I know sometimes it gets where wait a minute. There's something in me that can't stop. I have to try to interview and walk it out. I'm a walk it out person. Now walk that out for me. Yeah. So I'm trying to grab it, and I'm trying to because here's the problem.
That's a new term. We used to didn't use that.
Well,
we used to say explain that or
and
whatever. Now we say walk it out.
And I've been as guilty on this as any human being, but I'm trying to change it. For instance, the other day I had somebody tell me that somebody said something, and thankfully they said, and you can go watch it for yourself. Okay, and I'll be real general about that. And I did. And there were things in the video that still concerned me, but what he said they really didn't. Oh. Okay? So that's why you see me doing these follow-up questions, because I want to be sure I got it right. Is this what you're saying? Right, guys?
Yeah. We want to fully understand it. We don't want any confusion.
Yeah. Had something happen another time where somebody said, what do you think about this particular thing? And I said, well, on paper, it really doesn't look good, and it was lyrics to a modern-day worship song. I'm going to go watch the guy who wrote it being interviewed. I bet they're out there, and I'm going to hear him explain it. Now, in that case, after he explained it, I felt worse about it.
Right.
But at least I'm trying to do this thing where I don't want to be like the rest of society where I go off on a shoot-ready aim.
We're back. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Wednesday Bible study back today. A brand new series starts. We start a first installment on the book of Hebrews today. Well, there's a lot to deal with on the intro of this powerful, but a book that has a lot of theories involved in it. It's a unique book, and we'll unpack it starting today in installment number 1 on the Wednesday Bible study, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you want to be with us live, we have a lot of guys that come here in the room every week. You can catch the archive soon after on our YouTube channel, our podcast channel, if that works better. And then tomorrow night, Lance Ingram, Dr. Lou from the Rick and Bubba Show, and former intern Firestone will be speaking at a man church at First Baptist Church in Opelika, Alabama, tomorrow night. If you want to join him, go to themanchurch.com, and you can not only be there, but you can plug into the curriculum as they have been doing our strategy since we started in 2020. All right, so Bubba, I continue to get all this about this Kona Blue and all that. So Greg even clarified, he heard some of it. I do agree with Tucker Carlson when people talk about aliens. I'm in the camp that these are spiritual beings, and we already know that there are angels and demons, and I land there, and that's kind of where I stay.
Yeah, that's what he has the same.
Did he go angels and demons, or he just say supernatural people?
I think he said supernatural, and he also did at one time refer to angels and demons.
Yeah, but now he says they have been communicating with people for a long time, and I guess
back to the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and so I really then maybe Tucker and I maybe agree more on what all this is than I realized. The AI thing that Rogan threw in.
Where I'm at on it, Rick, I think that is a very real possibility. I also think, and I have not shut the door, that they are just physical beings in other places, like octopus living on other planets.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Right. No. I'm just trying to make sure I clarify. People are trying to clarify what Tucker said. He went supernatural. He did not go space alien.
Right.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they interchange demon with alien, and
I understand.
You see, so they stretch these terms a lot in a lot of different ways.
They do.
One thing I found interesting was Tucker said we need to look to the oceans, not necessarily look to the skies.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, is that what you were making fun of us when I walked in? When you were doing that thing, everybody always says we know more about out in space than we do about the ocean.
No, that was a conversation about the ocean, but not this.
And this kind of goes back to my comment on the octopus.
But we don't know.
If there was a series, and it may have been on Ancient Aliens, I don't remember. It's one of those shows.
Sure.
Where they looked at the octopus, how odd it is compared to everything else on the planet, and the fact that they even went into the DNA and all of that, and even animals and everything on the planet had a common,
you could go back to a common genetic pattern on some of it. The octopus was the only one that didn't meet that. So there was the theory that they were left here or put here by some space travelers a long time ago. That's where that story was.
Some of the stuff you guys mentioned that these, whatever you call them, are living under the oceans.
Yes.
That's Atlantis, isn't it? Are we talking Atlantis here? I mean, do we have some sort of city where they're moving around? What are we talking here? They have gills.
They referred to also this footage of an object traveling under the water at speeds that were unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, who knows?
Well, if you could develop a warp drive, it would work underwater just like it would in the air or in space.
So Rogan, a lot of his was, he said, I think a lot of it's us or other people doing stuff that we don't know about.
Other government stuff.
Well, right now you're getting to the Rick and Bubba famous list of possibilities that we've run over the years.
Yeah.
And we've run that this is technology other countries have that we are behind. That's the scariest one. It's
I don't think that is the case.
Right.
I hope not, but I don't think that's the case based on what I see other countries doing in the daylight.
Technology we're working on, which
I think that is a lot more likely.
Yeah,
because we have a history.
We have a history.
We got firsthand accounts of people who dealt with advanced technologies, and we know the way they tested it, and we know the way that those tests were perceived as UFOs.
Right, and then you get to the other one. Which we like. Bubba and I both like these that can't be argued with. It can't be argued with that we have done this developed technology that people saw before we were ready to expose it. We know that happened.
Yes.
We also
Jimmy Carter exposed the stealth fighter before, and it was supposed to be top secret.
Now, this is the one where people can say we don't share your biblical worldview, right? So you would be out with us, but we have a biblical worldview. We believe that is the truth. So if we believe that, then we know angels and demons are a given.
Yes.
And we do know they're in a different dimension, but have been able to come into our dimension and even interact with us face to face.
Yes.
All right. So
in the case of the Nephilim, come and breed.
Yeah. So that we know.
I just said breed out loud.
Yeah. So that's why I stay right in there, because I know that's true. And frankly, when I look at everything the Bible is saying and everything that's going on, I'm sorry, my account is full. I'm sold out. I can't work in Bigfoot and space people.
Yeah,
I got all the supernatural I can deal with there. But that is one option, and that's where I land, and I hang right around in there. And then there's option 4, and that is that beings are coming from other planets somewhere else, and they're landing. They don't seem to be accomplishing a whole lot. They must be
bad drivers.
They must be disappointed in what they're accomplishing. That people say they are here to study us. They've been at it a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Good luck with that.
Yeah, if they get into a conclusion or what's going on there.
I think if they stayed around here very long, they just shut the door and go home and go, what a mess.
Yeah, lately, you're right.
So there's our options. Technology other people develop, technology we're developing, angels and demons, and space people.
Yeah.
So
and is there a category in between angels, demons, and space people? Is there various levels of that? We're told in the Bible of prince and principalities, so it may not all be one team, so to speak.
Yeah. So I don't know. I do know this: the thing that we're all told to go out and preach, to be disciples, make disciples, teach all that Jesus commanded. He didn't deal with space people. What the Bible is about is what happened here and our need of redemption. That's its main theme. And so if they are
has
out there,
history of angels and demons, but it is dealing with us.
Right. Yes. And they're in that. They're part of that because of the big. Hey, we're out of here and we're trying to overthrow you.
Right.
And so that those that overthrew their leader is what brought sin into the garden, and that's where the fall took place. So they're big players in this. And then comes when you're redeemed, comes the fight between the spirit and the flesh, and there's a spiritual war that is going to rage until God finally puts an end to it and says, everybody who opposes me, supernatural or human, will all be eradicated from the earth. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I just kind of go, okay, I hear what you say. I'm going to go look into that and see if the way you're presenting that is completely accurate. It may be. It may be worse than I even thought what you're saying, or it may not quite be. So that's what I'm trying to do. Like the other day, some people said we didn't understand the woman that said it ain't over. I thought she meant that Trump was going to be president. Now, some people are saying that, but what she really meant is we're not done trying to show that something went wrong in the election. Well, we said that. We said that's team never again.
Yeah.
Trying to research that. But when you throw terms out like it ain't over, I think you mean that Trump's going to be president. Now, there are some people that still think that. That's the March 4th bunch. But so I'm trying to when I do that.
You need closure on that.
Yeah, I know it's easy to say I don't want to talk about that anymore. But what I'm trying to do, because I can't help it, is to understand it. And then I can either clearly oppose it or go, well, okay. I'm just trying to understand it. Now, sometimes the more I understand it, the more concerned I become. But I can't stop that process.
Yeah.
I have to do that. Because I think I'm trying to, there's just nothing I can do about it. So I'm not going to bog down on it. But if I get an opportunity to get somebody that says this is what's going on, I will have to walk it out. Because that's helping me to know what either I'm up against or where I might want to be. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you get up and get running, if you don't get up too early, the Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be up and running again over the weekend. Gene Chizik, analyst.
It's a good one, Rick.
It is. Analyst for ESPN and the SEC channel, and former coach, defensive coordinator when Texas won their national championship. Also a head football coach at Auburn when they won the national championship in 2010. Also spent time as a defensive coordinator at North Carolina and has more in his coaching career. But those have kind of been the biggies that you may be aware of. But you see him a lot now, just analyzing games, and we'll kind of delve in. So really, like you said, Bubba, got some.
We covered a lot of ground. I mean, we went 45 minutes and could have gone another 45.
Oh, no doubt.
We covered the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yep.
We covered Tom Brady. We covered his time at Auburn. We covered recruiting Cam Newton. We talked about Cam Newton now a little bit.
Yep. Talked about the bag man. Just Bubba loves bag man.
Oh, he loves it. We covered just a whole lot of things about his coaching and what he would have done different. And it was a very interesting conversation with someone that's in a very small group, and that's people who have reached that level of coaching that he has reached. So,
well, I thought
we got some coaching stories today too. Have you seen some of these contracts?
I have not. Let's. I won't go into detail because that's what RBU is for the weekend. But I will say this: one of the things that rarely ever happens. Human beings have a hard time, Rick Burgess included, and I've learned to get better at it because it's the only way to get to the other side. Is admitting when we're wrong. And it's very rare for a coach to say, well, if I had to do it over again, I would do this different.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But he does. And so enjoy that over the weekend. All right, so we got a COVID update, Bubba?
COVID update.
Well, here we go. COVID-19 pandemic update. It is sometimes is hard to follow. As man-made climate change with all the inconsistencies. But, Bubba, what's the latest?
Well, Rick, the news we have is good news. The 7-day average of infections is down 50%.
Good.
So we're seeing a pretty steep drop in that curve. Doesn't mean everywhere is experiencing that. There are a few hot spots, of course. But overall, across the country, deaths are also coming down. Johnson & Johnson has now officially applied to the FDA to have their vaccine move forward under emergency authorization. It's a one-shot deal. It does not have the protection rate that some of the other ones have had with a two-shot, but it can be kept at a warmer temperature. It only requires one shot. And they're saying this one may be the perfect shot for people who have had it already. So we're going to see how all that plays out. But anyway, they're applying for that. We should know how that plays out next week. Rick, the CDC, the head of the CDC, appointed by President Joe Biden, has said, open up the schools. They have several studies now. She's quoting from saying kids and teachers are safer in school than they actually are at home.
Now, where did I hear that? Oh, I'm sorry, back a long time ago that was being said.
But But unions in Chicago and several places in California are still fighting this, and Joe Biden will not wade in and pressure them to go back to work.
He won't weigh in on it?
Well, he's saying give him a little more time. He's not following the science, Rick, that he said he was going to follow.
I thought we were supposed to follow
because he's now following
Follow
politics of people who made the biggest contributions to his campaign.
Right.
And I mean, we're talking about the guy ain't been in there a month, and it's just back to the swamp as normal.
Now wait a minute, we had this same science long ago
and
on
Rick,
the
this
schools.
is his appointed head of the CDC. Okay. Can't blame Trump for this. Can't blame conservatives. Can't blame right wing. This is all lefties now, okay? And they're not even following their own side.
Bubba, is this one of our favorite lefty on lefty crime?
It's a joke. It's a joke. Also, we mentioned it yesterday. Joe Biden was adamant that no one in his family will prosper because he is president. This is not going to be
happen.
Where we're going to have a cash cow.
We will not
because
be
I've been
rolling out
president.
books and cashing in on us being in the White House.
Never have.
Until today.
6 minutes past the hour. Here we come from the Big Boy Studio, a brand new hour. Let's go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. We thank you for being with us for a brand new hour. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and staying with us, might I add, over 3 decades.
Hey. Well,
it even feels weird to say that long.
It does feel weird. Bubba, wacky, wacky, wacky.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's making me crazy. Every time I look around that wacky wild.
And go.
All right, Rick, this is a story that has several chapters in it, okay? You're going to have to bear with me as we walk through this. In Britain, they had a reality dating show.
Oh, there's a concept.
Called There's Something About Miriam.
Okay.
A takeoff of the popular American movie There's Something About Mary.
Got it.
And they brought in 6 guys, brought them to a 4-star hotel with aims of wooing the stunning Mexican model Miriam Rivera.
Okay, so 6 guys. Miriam is the one they're trying to get to like them.
Yes, she was only 21 at the time. The winner would get a $10,000 prize and a romantic yacht trip. So this show goes on, and it's much like our Bachelor with the
Sounds
Rose.
like Bachelorette and all that.
Yeah, you compete like the Bachelorette.
But only
you're
6
right.
guys as opposed to like 30. Yeah.
And when they got down to the very end, she picked the winner, and the people who were not picked is also there. She has been dating all of them. And she lets him know that he's the winner, and then also reveals another fact about the show.
Okay. All right.
I'm not a woman. I was born as a man.
So did you hear the guy? One guy in the back say, "I knew it." One guy said, "I knew it" in the back. One of the guys that didn't get picked.
I ain't gonna ask him how he knew it.
So she
Look
revealed.
at that guy's face.
Look at his face, brother.
She chose her winner.
He's looking in the background.
Well, they're no better off. They've been dating her too.
Yeah, Rick, the other one was about to go.
Yeah, no.
So he is in total shock.
Not again.
Initially, he agreed to take the prize and the trip.
No,
but then before the aired, aired, changed his mind.
Because apparently he has friends.
Now they're saying the naive
And
producers,
probably brothers.
The naive producers had underestimated the sheer anger of the boys when they
How did
realized
they
they had been
underestimate
lied
this?
to and the emotional damage that it would cause.
Of course it would.
Yeah. Good night.
After choosing Tom, then 23, she said to the guys, and this was the whole quote, "I've tried to be honest with you as much as I can. Yes, I am from Mexico. I am a model. I am 21. But Tom, I love spending time with you.
I love men and I love being a woman, but I'm not a woman. I was born a man.
Sounds like a country song, right? Ain't
You talk about read the fine print.
I will say that.
Read the fine print.
Night.
Should I go here? I
Now,
will say that. Well,
easy.
Just go ahead.
Tom had been seen on the show passionately making out with her, as were the other guys.
I was about to say, what about the others?
Now, when we say passionately making out,
Rick, I'm just giving you the line here. Okay, I don't know.
She's got a lovely Adam's apple.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if you're
what a foul.
You got to watch the Adam's apple, guys.
You do.
That's really the only thing we have left.
Well, and the problem with guys is they don't normally look
Listen,
at
they can have that adjusted too.
that. I know.
The guys,
Oh, he can shave it
the
down.
guys who were on the show launched a lawsuit against the show to try to keep it from being aired.
Yeah,
I bet.
they did.
Oh yeah,
Good
well,
night.
they got people
That's
like us in their
wrong,
life.
man.
He was laying across the gate into the
All right,
studio.
straight up.
Had to run
Everybody in
over
a
me.
room, you got this picture of this person.
Yeah.
Anybody think that's a man?
No.
Not at all.
Oh, just one picture.
Listen, that's whoever. That's good work. whoever did
Absolutely.
that.
One picture.
Just that picture.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, not if I'm walking by.
I think
I don't know about in person.
I think
don't know.
I think that the process it might have
now that voice was a little deep.
question.
Now, she has not had the surgery.
That's my question.
Oh,
Well, then,
my
then
goodness.
how about this charade? This charade doesn't last long.
No.
That explains that guy said I knew it.
Yeah.
She admitted. Let me give you the terminology
I
here.
didn't go to the beach.
She was a transgender woman who had not undergone gender affirming surgery.
Top.
So she hadn't had the surgery.
The
Yeah,
top
she-
looked
she
pretty
has-
female. The top
I was going to say.
pretty
Well,
female.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
you
a
can't,
pretty easy fix there, though.
This is why they're so mad.
The other one much more
So
complicated.
uncomfortable.
Yeah. One guy.
That guy's face.
Buddy, you can't laugh.
Like,
We're
wait a
all making out with
I,
her.
I think the guy over his left shoulder is spitting.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
A dog came by. He's licking his butt, trying to get a taste of it.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. Terrible.
Greg, you can't say that. You really can't.
Now, see this picture. She looks, or whatever. This person looks a little more mannish.
She does.
Yeah, okay, a little more dude.
But knowing what we know now,
Yeah, that's true.
That's we go there.
Yeah, it's
but
that forehead
even if
pimple.
you threw that out there before we had this story, you wouldn't be able to go. That's
Okay,
okay.
Hey, don't you know what I'm saying? That explains the urinal.
Look at
So you could just looking
you
at that
can't.
picture, you can't
No.
tell. Yeah. Now, after the initial shock,
Now I can see
the
it.
guys on the show became angry. One recalled that the runner-up, Scott Gibson, went berserk and started spiraling out of control. Scott, who is a martial arts instructor, began to smash up the set and even chased the director around the
He
podium.
immediately started breaking boards.
I got to tell you, it's not hitting a woman anymore.
No,
right.
Well,
that's a good
no,
point.
Yeah.
Oh, here they are kissing.
What?
Stop! Don't do that, Adler.
Stop.
Come
First
on,
of
man.
all, this is wrong. Whoever
It
maybe
is.
did this.
It is.
So
It's
wrong.
complete
So
foul.
wrong.
You can't,
How did they think they were going to act?
this
15 yards and a loss of down.
Yeah, for sure.
This makes like the Gary prank that went bad to like nothing.
Oh, Rick.
I mean, this is
Rick,
over
this
the
might
line.
have been- this doesn't even fall.
over the line. That you go back to the because here's what's happened in these guys' minds why they can't, they're starting to lose it.
believe you said that.
Is no matter what they're doing, Greg. You know how sometimes you can't talk over a loud megaphone or a concert that's going on, you can't talk over it.
Yeah, you just
You're
get
trying to talk, people can't hear you. See, everything they're trying to say to make themselves okay, what's louder than that is made out with a dude, made out with a dude, made out with a dude. They can't
It's
get
drowning
that.
out everything.
It's drowning out everything. Made out with a dude, made out with a
Doesn't
dude, made out with a
matter,
dude, made out with a dude. They can't get that out of their head. They're just like, I'm trying to get past it.
Yeah. Guys, that picture of them kissing.
Well,
Now,
thank goodness that
This is real.
The
It's
story
okay.
I'm
continues.
This is
starting to
real.
think it's fake.
The
This is
story,
real.
the
It ain't
story
real.
continues. The story continues. She was found dead in
What?
February of 2019 at her apartment in Mexico.
2019.
You just now waited for that?
Wait a time out.
Time out.
No,
So the show aired in what, 2004?
Why are we talking about it now?
What?
Because there's a new documentary about it. So there's something about Miriam aired in Britain in 2004.
Okay.
Oh.
She killed herself or was murdered, is what her family's
I
claiming.
thought it just happened.
And
The
now there's a
Mexican-
documentary
Yeah,
about
well,
it.
that we're getting to all that.
I didn't see that ending coming.
Her death was ruled by the Mexican authorities a suicide, but her husband believes she was murdered. So
Her husband.
all of this has rolled
His
in
husband.
to a new documentary called Miriam, Death of a Reality Star.
Which is why it's a story now, yeah.
So Miriam got
where'd I
married, I
watch
guess,
that?
after the show. Miriam got married to somebody else, right? Is that what we're
Correct.
saying?
Correct.
Apparently not
It's not
him.
this dude.
Nah,
that guy.
Apparently not.
Picture what he's doing right now.
As a matter of fact, Miriam's birth name was Hugo.
Good
That's
gosh,
even better.
Okay,
So
I
you're
can't
making out with a
make this
dude
up.
named Hugo. That's even worse.
Greg.
Call me Hugo.
I'm not a man.
You can't tell. You can't
Person's
tell.
passed.
You can't tell, Greg.
Yeah, y'all. I didn't know that he was dead.
All right, so there's
No, I didn't either.
the husband says, I think that my partner was murdered. Mm-hmm. Apparently,
By this guy's the first suspect.
Apparently, this is not tied to the trauma of the show because the show was in 2004.
Yes.
So this didn't happen until 2019. So 15 years had passed. So is somebody still that mad about it?
15 years. What? When did it happen?
Well, if they
13 years.
Well, I thought she died in 2019, and the show aired in 2004.
I saw the number 13 somewhere. I can't do math, and I got scammed by a jury to do scams. So don't ask me about it.
If the show was 2004 and this person died in
2004. Oh, I
it's
thought
2019. That's 15 years.
Okay,
I
don't
know
know.
it was I 2004. I
So
think 2024 for some reason.
She had also
That's this year.
been she had also been on other shows. She also was on Big Brother Australia and Good Morning Australia and 2 or 3 other smaller productions.
And also Deal or No Deal.
Greg.
How about this? Back in when the Kinks wrote the song Lola, they were just kidding around.
Yeah, they weren't.
They
serious.
thought that was kind of a funny situation, but now it's everybody's reality.
Or Funky Cole Medina.
Good night.
It has been covered in song before.
Yeah. Earlier in the segment, I didn't know she was dead.
I didn't either.
I didn't either.
Didn't know it happened 15 years ago.
I'd have held back on that dog stuff.
No, you wouldn't have.
Well, the situation still stands.
Right.
That's
That's not a dude right there. That's not a dude. Sorry.
We'll be right back.
It is.
Rick and Bubba.
In not even a month after swearing in, Hunter Biden, who, by the way, if you'd had all of Hunter Biden's problem, you had baby's mama, stripper, all that deal going, the laptop deal, all
picture asleep with a crack pipe in
Yeah,
your mouth.
all
They
of
keep
his-
showing.
all of his abuse he's had, issues, and we're not even 30 days in, and he's got a book coming out.
Well, Cuomo must have
Biden. The
inspired
story
him.
we got today is President Biden supports it. That he's good.
Well,
Yeah, when did he start writing this book?
That's fine. It's called Beautiful Things.
Say
by the
that
way.
again.
Beautiful Things.
Hunter Biden has written a book entitled it Beautiful Things.
That's the same line he used at the strip club.
Bubba. Bubba.
Wow.
While holding
Hey,
a dollar.
Hey, I didn't do it. He did.
Right.
Okay, take it up with him.
Take it up with him. Take it up with crack pipe.
Well, the thing to really follow is that we were
And remember, denied. That ain't my baby. I don't even know her. I mean, finally, when drugged to the table for a test, DNA test, guess what? That's his kid.
So did you see the picture that we've been seeing that Adler just showed again? I mean, if I had been through the things, and I hope he gets his act together, and maybe he'll live out a different life. But what I would do though, where's the shame?
Well, Rick, that's the thing.
Where's the
down. You know what I mean?
Where's the look? I got involved with some shaky things. I've had some issues, that, and we all had issues. But to just act like that these things didn't happen, and to just roll out there and say, now my dad's the president, I'm gonna put a book out. It's
mind-boggling.
Well,
so much for transparency and unity and all that. Of course, it makes a great speech, but it just ain't happening.
Right.
Well, it also
Sorry,
showed,
guys.
Look right there.
I had hope.
Look at that.
But no hope.
I mean, that just shows you that they realize there's a certain worship of our versions of American royalty, and they think they can get away with anything. Yeah. You know why? They usually do. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big, our number. All right, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Gene Chizik, our guest, as we mentioned. All right, Super Bowl Sunday. We tried to look at some of the Super Bowl commercials. We all went in with extremely low expectations because there's nothing that makes you more unenthused than to know that Super Bowl commercials had businesses and industries all over the country concerned about their tone. we must watch.
And since we continue
must watch
to
our tone,
our tone. We continue to ruin them. At least I'll get to go have bathroom breaks when the commercials come on during the game.
Yeah,
Because normally I would wait and see the commercials, but there's no need to now.
No. Well, yesterday
Takes the pressure off.
Yesterday we
get more dip.
we had one go bad. And
Let's just call it.
no
We
one
did,
no one was concerned about that tone apparently.
Yeah,
I really
that tone we're good with.
I actually
Greg, that's the world we live in.
I put my headphones and on and really listen to these and
I
make
bet
sure
you
I didn't
did.
miss anything. and so, but I am setting up to fail again. I know.
But it goes back to what we've said, and everybody's taking notes. We said this years ago. Okay, you have to understand the world you're living in now. Pay attention to the things that they want to filter you from, things they want to protect you from, the entertainment business, and the things that they see no need to protect you from at all. It's like, smut. We're not concerned about protecting you from smut. That we couldn't care less about that. But we want to protect you from maybe a political view that might be offensive or a moral view that might bother. We will protect you. We'll be sure nothing comes into your home that has any spiritual content that might make you uncomfortable. Now, the rest of it, well, you just got to do your job as a parent. You don't know where the switch is to turn it on. Well, if that's the case, just throw anything at us. I mean, and we'll decide what we got and don't want. But they'll protect you from those kind of things.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes today. How we start? Which one we starting with?
We're going to do M&M's Super Bowl commercial. It says "Come Together" is the title of this one here. It's 30 seconds long, and y'all enjoy.
I feel bad for kicking your seat on purpose.
I'm sorry for mansplaining. That's when a man...
I know what it is. We should have just told you it's a boy.
I wish you didn't have to hear all that.
Sorry I called you Karen.
That's my name.
Sorry your name is Karen.
I promise I will not eat any more of your friends.
Really?
Okay, it might happen one more time.
That's funny.
Okay, that's funny.
good.
I like that.
I like that one.
That's my favorite one.
$22 minutes now, past the hour. Bubba, you and I have been at this a long time, as you mentioned a minute ago. And hopefully there's been some discretion that we've learned over the years. Sometimes it doesn't appear that we've learned anything, but, just based on what we just went through in this horrific story that you brought to the show today.
Greg's here today.
Yeah. Do you think there's any win in taking phone calls this quick after the story?
No.
I bet we have some good ones.
Greg,
No.
it's
so much there.
Yeah.
You don't think?
So there's just I just know that Greg's minions are going to try to please him with coming up with the best one.
One up him
To try to wreck the show.
You're right.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I got it.
So do you want me to test one just to see?
No,
What are you
just
doing?
Say one, right?
Just
check one.
it's all right, so.
Bama Mark.
Yeah, Greg. Hello, this is the Rick and Bubba show person. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
John from Odenville.
Okay, what's up, Odenville? What's on your mind?
I was just wondering if y'all heard about Miriam's real last name. I know y'all said her real first name.
You see what I'm talking about?
That's what we're talking about.
You see what I'm talking about?
Don't you go
And I
back out
could
to the
tell.
phone.
Listen, I could tell by his voice it would be a good one.
Yeah. Well, he started giggling.
Should I just tell people?
Everybody's laughing.
Those of you that want Greg to pat you on the back today, maybe just email him.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah,
That'll
yeah,
work.
Y'all have a good laugh between yourselves.
Yeah, Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Don't do it. What do you?
Well, I'm just
Don't
saying.
do it again.
Well,
We
maybe
can go screen
maybe
more time.
everybody just heard me and now they know better.
Sure about his last name.
Yeah. So, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Both ways now? Hugo, both ways now?
Okay. All right. So we're done. That's it.
That's good, by the way.
Boy, I tell you, those two calls were exactly what I was looking.
All right, so just to prove, this is that thing we make the mistake. The person is no longer alive.
That's true.
And so emails today.
Bubba saved that for the last 90 seconds of this whole thing.
We're just way died, and we think she may have been murdered.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
I told you it had several chapters.
Boy, did you did.
I had to lay the whole
You
thing
did.
out because if I'd have told you that first, you would have seen through the story.
we would have liked hold all comments till story's over.
And the rest of the story.
But I will tell you this, that would have fallen on deaf ears, so it would have been a waste of your time.
That happened
we
20
all
years
know
ago.
that.
Right, yeah.
Which is weird.
Right. Well, there's a documentary, Greg.
Yeah, you like documentaries.
I do. I love a good.
I tried to go into the Bon Jovi thing yesterday, and I got pulled off.
4 episodes.
Yes. Never realized that John Bon Jovi talked like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Hello.
He.
Greg's going, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised that John Bon Jovi at his age his language was a little. I didn't expect it to be like that.
Sorry, you're not rock stars.
Yeah, that may be it. James Spann, Bubba. Let's look at 13, Adler. I'm sorry about this.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's the only thing that we're going to make sure that we provide every day is every story on being overweight, now every story about dementia, and, of course, anything that would be something to do with the snake.
Right.
We have
bees are a high thing.
Well, you're trying to kill me and Bubba today.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got bees coming up. Yeah. All
Rick,
right,
we got bees.
So James Spann has tweeted this. It's a picture of a snake hitching a ride, Bubba, under a car.
How about the people beside him had a nice photo?
Oh, so that's the car's driving, Bubba, and that evil beast is hanging.
I thought it was a big deal. I saw a Cybertruck yesterday on the road.
Oh, that's somebody's pet. That's one of those big. That's a constrictor. Somebody help me! Bubba, that's somebody. Could it? Yeah. It almost looks.
It could be.
Yeah, I guess
The snake's not in a great place right now. He's being drugged by a car.
Well, he's under there.
You know, a lot of times they get up under cars and stuff, looking around up in there, and
Oh, it gets
the chicken snakes are the worst. About
is that a chicken snake?
They'll go look in holes everywhere.
I can't tell. To me, it looks like
if it could talk.
That's more the pet world there.
Yeah, it's got the skinny head.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Well, it's
that's
just
true.
evil.
It could be a chicken snake. Yeah, but I mean,
that's
Bubba,
not the one you lost, is it, Adler?
No, Mr. Bojangles, we found you.
I think that is a chicken snake, isn't it? Look, that's a big one.
It
yes.
is. It's a black head on it.
There it is.
Yeah, I know.
Those things get big.
Oh yeah, they get monster size. You think, what in the world is that thing doing?
And the snake's going, what in the?
And what do they do, Bubba? They creep around under things looking.
Oh yeah,
look at his face.
Evil.
Man, look at the stuff.
Don't you look at that? That God took its legs.
There we go.
Okay, don't forget that.
Then there we are.
Do not forget that.
I was waiting on that.
Yeah. A little later
Wait
today
a
than I
minute.
thought.
Dare we show video 1 to Helmsy?
I've seen it, Rick. We can fire it up. This happened a month ago with a tennis match as well, so I'm just terrified by all sporting events where bees may show up.
Have you seen the other story where? Have you seen the other story where the little kid said there was monsters in the bathroom?
That's awful. Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I also told a story that about me and Caroline in a shooting house one time. That
look at that.
Now,
That's tough.
let me ask you this: if you're at Dodger Stadium, people are walking around doing things all the time. Why do you just now know?
Isn't this in Arizona?
First of all, it's in Arizona.
But it had to get to that point before you notice it.
Secondly, it just I guess they came in because they obviously weren't there earlier.
They followed that queen.
Y'all may not know
the
this.
queen. That's right, Greg.
We're looking at reporter Todd Walsh. A lot of people do not know this. Biological female.
And you wouldn't take it. Tell it.
Hey, you need to take that back.
I'm just kidding. Around.
You know, in today's world.
I want to show you some of the events that unfolded. This is what we saw right
look at
after
the
our
bees.
pregame
They come
show
in.
concluded, and the bees began swarming. And obviously, that's an issue. No one knew exactly how long it would take. Now we hear between 8:15 and 8:30. Blue Sky Pest Control is on their way, but not here in the ballpark yet. The fans were moved out of the way. They saw this on the giant screen out here.
The bee colony.
Yes, we are
Rick,
in
so
a bee delay.
Too bad Angel Hernandez wasn't there and didn't get stung a bunch.
He would have probably said, "Play ball."
Yeah. All right. So here, the guy comes out
Get
and
the trumpet
and
player
he
out there
gets
to
in his
scare
little
him
bee outfit or uniform or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't really have time, Adler, but I wish we could have played the interview where he said he was at his kid's little league game and got the call.
Let's see. Did they get it?
Obviously,
they got rid of
What we have
him.
been told is this: after the successful removal, which I believe we just saw together here, there will be about a 30-minute cooling off period because the bees that didn't get into his container will still be swarming in the area.
He got them all
where
in the
colony.
container.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
You get the queen in there, they follow, Greg.
Why did you have to do that? Just couldn't you get raid? take care of it.
Bebop.
Oh,
Some of that bebop.
With that 25-foot shot.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Look, now he's being cheered on by the crowd. But he said he was trying to watch his kids' Little League game, and they sent Major League Baseball sent for him.
Yeah.
Well, you never know when you need a beekeeper. Bottom of the hour.
He was waving to the crowd like he was in a parade.
Yeah, he's a hero.
Hey, I'm here. That was funny.
And you know who that actor was at the end? That's so
Dan.
The guy with the thick eyebrows, son. That they've had a series together that I won't give you the name.
Yeah, it's Dan
Did
Levy.
you just call the guy
is.
with
Dan
the
Levy?
thick eyebrows?
Dan Levy, yeah.
I don't know who is that. I don't know who that is.
Dan Levy.
Eugene Levy.
Yeah.
He's funny.
That's Daniel, his son.
This one here is Uber Eats.
I guess we will see it.
And it's... Huh?
Adler just showed on TV the name of the show that they're.
It was a creek area they were in.
Yeah. This is Wayne's World for Uber Eats.
Watch out with the memories.
This message is brought to you by Uber Eats.
Wayne's World, party time, excellent. Hey everyone, welcome to Wayne's World.
Party on, Wayne.
Party on, Garth. As a local access show, we want everyone to support local restaurants.
But we'd never manipulate you the way all these other commercials do.
Oh, God. Sha, that's really sad.
Totally. We're better than that.
Yeah, we'd never shamelessly rely on a celebrity cameo.
Right, Cardi B?
Yeah, eat local.
Or jump on the latest trend.
Eat local. All right. Local eats, Wayne's World, yummy time, excellent.
That's all right. Okay, I give that.
Look, if you
all right.
From their era and the way they did things, that was pretty funny.
Speedy, you should have been scared Cardi B was in it after
I know.
Yeah.
Speedy's
funny you said that. I
don't know if you've seen it, her latest single.
What if Speedy said, "Hey, speaking of this artist, I'd like to suggest you go check out her
Let me tell
playlist."
you.
Stay away from her playlist.
I love your voice. You go to on that. All right, this one's tied.
Oh, the weather.
With the Jason Alexander. The Jason Alexander hoodie is the theme on this Tide commercial.
You have to wash Jason Alexander hoodie.
It looks clean to me.
Is it, though?
There's more.
Of course, the last one.
I mean, I might as well just get up at every commercial break and go fix something to eat.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Aloha, Tony Bolonovich here. People call me the king of cold cuts. As you could see, the sandwich business has been real good to me. Of course, it's not that tough. Just take some bargain bread, slap on a little not quite meat, get yourself a catchy jingle. I got ham,
Salami.
pepperoni.
Capicola.
So what do you got? Boom. Sandwich pool. But now I got this Jimmy's John showing up on my turf, telling me that they got the sandwich of all sandwiches. I think not. These tryhards fresh bake their bread all day. What do you need fresh bread for, huh? You got the delicate taste palette of Her Royal Majesty the Queen? Big deal. You got all natural meat sliced by hand. I got turkey and ham made by science. I'm good. You want to come after me, Jimmy's Johns? My books are clean. But to come into my home, Gloria, and go after my family? Now it's personal. Oh, look, I'm Jimmy's Johns, and I have high-quality, reasonably priced sandwiches. They're all customizable and convenient for your busy modern life. I'm the king. You think I'm gonna let some two first-name sandwich joint steal my throne? No way, Jose.
I like that one.
That guy is funny in everything he's in.
But I got loyalties.
minutes now past the hour. Hello, America. Spending time together again today. Yesterday, a lot of you responded, amac.us/Bubba. We talked to the CEO yesterday, and Rebecca did an outstanding job of laying out exactly what they're doing and why the Association of Mature American Citizens was born. Because when you were part of AARP and they went with Obamacare, you knew you had problems. So, but you were like, well, we still want to have a lobby there in Washington. We want to have all these discounts on travel and food and help with Medicare and Social Security and insurance discounts. Well, you can have all that, but you don't have to have the liberal politics to go with it. This is a conservative group that is lobbying Washington on behalf of all the mature American citizens. And, Bubba, we are now in that camp. amac.us/Bubba. Election year special right now. 4 years membership for only $30, and you get the AMAC magazine, too. Now, if you don't want to go the 4-year election year special, you can still get 1 year for $16. Go to amac.us/Bubba. Did get your emails yesterday. Those of you that said, hey, thanks for that information, went and signed up yesterday. And if you didn't, you still can. All right, so we continue to work through the stories of the day, and there's a number of them out there. But I know, Helmsy, we gave Bubba his terror, and that's a snake that was underneath an automobiles that rolled down the highway. We showed you the beekeeper for the Major League Baseball game. A beekeeper also found tens of thousands of honeybees above a child's bedroom. She initially told Mama there were monsters in the wall. Monsters in the wall, and
nobody believed her, right?
No, nobody believed her, and the beekeeper came and said, well, little lady, there's not any monsters here, but there are 60,000 honeybees.
Wow.
60,000 honeybees.
Counted them.
The 3-year-old insisted there were monsters when it kept hearing the buzzing. I guess what she was hearing.
Do we have video of this?
Well, the family said they've gone viral on TikTok video, so I don't know if it's out there, Adler, or where it is. But they did put a video of the discovery out on TikTok. And
if you can't find that, Ad, just pull up some videos of Sketch and we'll watch him.
Sketch. This guy y'all were talking about, what is this?
Sketch.
They said when the beekeeper got there that the bees came pouring out like here it is, like a horror movie. Look at this,
like
Bubba. That
my.
Good night. Look at that.
My.
Oh my gosh.
Told you, Mom.
Mama didn't believe him.
Look at that honeycomb.
Greg, and there's what you keep talking about. See, they're saying 50,000 there. The story says 60,000.
Who can count bees?
I know. It's an estimate.
Where you at?
You ever tried to count a bunch of bees?
Yeah. All right. So I want to ask.
So are they saying they used an infrared camera there, or thermal, to see that there was something in the wall? Is that what
it looked like it did.
Yeah, it did look like that. Yeah, it did.
Man, that makes me want to go scan all.
Oh, Bubba, look.
Or does it?
Good gracious. Helmsy, what if that was possibly behind one of your walls?
No. I'd move out tomorrow.
Gone?
He's gone. For sale sign in the yard.
Gone? Oh, we had something,
probably call Cook's Pest Control first.
Yeah. And a lot of you said you have the same experience. I told you all this thing. With
that.
Yeah, I just said in the commercial. When you say Cooks, I say with Centricon.
Right. But when I told y'all this thing, and y'all said that y'all have experienced it, and others too, where you always make your wife scream, but when you like walk in and she didn't know you're in your
Yeah.
So how about this? We're watching TV the other night. We get ready to go to bed, and Sherry had her house shoes laying out there that she kicked off, and of course she has to have a blanket. Of course, no matter the season, if you sit down and watch TV, they have to have a blanket for some reason. And would you think you didn't know I was in the house? I've been here all afternoon. But anyway, so we're going up to get ready. Y'all, you talk about terrible. So we're getting ready to go to bed, and all of a sudden I hear a blood curdling like that, and I think, well, there's no way I've scared her this time.
It ain't me.
And she kicks that house shoe off, and a roach comes out of it. Had crawled in there, and when she put it on,
it was all up on your foot.
She could feel it crawling all across her foot. No, and I mean, I'm telling you, she still had a little bit left, and whatever little fruity drink we were drinking downstairs. Those little, what are they called?
Mimosa?
No, we're not.
Chocolate monkey.
No.
Okay.
What are they're like low? They're low calorie, but they're kind of fruity. Is it called? It says ice.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what it's called? I don't know.
Ice
LaCroix?
But anyway, no. But anyway, we pour them over crushed ice every time we go downstairs to watch TV.
Smoothie.
They're called.
I'm kidding.
Are they called ice drinks? I can't think of the name of it. I never can get it right. But anyway, but there was still some at the bottom, and she just threw it. I mean, just look, just whoop, and I mean, just launched it, and
There's a roach in her shoe.
Yeah, everything, everything she picked up to bring upstairs, all just went flying everywhere.
Oh.
And I looked down, I could just see the evil creature running down the hall wide open, but it got in her shoe while we were down there.
See, now that scream was warranted.
Because this is that time of year where those big ones that are outside, they try to come in.
Yeah.
Them old wing ones.
They just fly around.
And big ones.
I had one land on me when I was a kid. I still think about it.
Oh, it's terrible.
Going into the laundry room.
The picture
Screaming like a girl.
Because I will tell you this: when I
like
go down to Camp House, and you've left hunting boots down there, waterproof shoes. I've got some that are the low cut, but they're still rubber. Mm-hmm. And all I think about every time I go to them, has a mouse gotten in here? Or has something crawled in here since the last time I was down here? And I'll do the dump out.
Yeah, that foot won't quite get in there. You're like, what's stopping it?
I can't. If I ever took my foot and the under part of my foot touched down on a mouse or a rat that had gotten in my shoes, I might cut my foot off.
The boots are gone.
I just don't want to have that foot associated with me anymore.
Yeah, I'm done.
Out. It just I don't want anything to do with those things.
Foot could talk.
Don't put me here now. Get me out here. Bubba, other shock.
Would you need more professional help, you think, than the guy that won that dating show?
Wow, you're back to that.
No, that's the word. No, I think I can push through a mouse was in my shoe versus I've been making out with a dude. I don't even think you compare the two.
Yeah.
Another wild discovery: a man makes a shocking 100-year-old discovery hidden in his bathroom ceiling. Now I'm terrified of my house. Are there things in the ceiling behind the walls? He made the discovery when contractors were putting in new pipes. It's Michigan is where this happened. Said there were 12 items in the house over 100 years old. Old newspaper clippings. Greg, are you afraid of old newspaper clippings when they're a little bit brown?
Yeah, especially
do they scare you?
If they're laying by an old mirror.
Okay. Also, rusty toys. Ooh. Rusty toys. And a handwritten letter.
Ooh, that is weird.
Yeah, it said it was like a time capsule from over 100 years ago in his ceiling.
Good night. Why is somebody hiding something in the ceiling?
Said there were some photos in there too. Handwritten letter from the early 1900s. Well, tell us.
I wonder what it said.
Yeah, tell us about the letter.
It's scary enough.
All he tells us is that he found it. Well, tell us about the letter.
There's more to it. I only printed. I think
that's creepy.
What?
Yeah, to me that is creepy. I know it shouldn't be. Yeah. Oh, Greg, I'm looking at the stuff. You don't want to see it.
I don't want nothing to do with it.
You don't want to see it. Oh, Greg.
Oh no.
Rusty toys.
Brown
newspapers.
No. Somebody with a weird drawing.
Such good cursive writing, though.
Oh yeah.
What if he started? What if he read it and said, "Get out of the house now"?
Leave.
Greg, I know you love and you stay up to date on Hanks and you know how mirrors and old furniture and all that you can.
Yeah, I know who Hank was.
What?
Hanks.
You know
what Hank will do? He'll latch on to it.
We were talking about Williams Jr. for a minute. Hanks.
But you're right. See, the Hank will attach himself to
in a minute.
That's good, Bubba.
So what about old toys?
Oh no, that's
like
awful.
Metal toys that kids used to play with.
That's awful.
Well, if you stay out of the doll era, it helps.
Yeah.
But what if I got
what if it's like a toy tractor?
Rusty.
That's metal and it's rusty that a kid used to play with back in the.
You told me you're looking, it's going down the hall by itself.
I don't like any of that stuff.
Yeah, the doll sits up on the bed.
It gives me an eerie feeling.
Yeah,
those dolls weird me out, man.
Oh no, don't even start.
No. What about these people that collect them and leave them sitting around?
They're all in their house and they're all like,
"Oh yeah,
will you play with me?"
No, I will not.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn will take over. All lines are available. You got a lot of topics you can comment on. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this is really long.
Was that a mini series?
It's like a movie. It's like 6 seconds left.
Top of the hour.
How long was that?
That was a long one.
It was fine. I kind of liked it.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sing it with me, boys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Helmsy. Happy birthday to you. 43.
You got gray hair. You smell like a skunk.
You got a widow's peak. So
you rounded it off.
Is today the day?
You rescued a man.
So 43 today. Edgar's Bakery has taken Helms, who zips his pullovers up all the way to the top, and they put him with a. I mean, you could actually eat. The zipper is right there. It's even made like out of some kind of
3D.
Isn't that something?
Unbelievable.
Very good.
They do such a wonderful
beard.
job.
They do.
I want to
And
look
it
like.
smells so good.
I want to look like the guy that's on the cake. That guy looks good. That's a handsome man on the cake.
Yeah, you tell me he looks like a Billy.
He does.
So Ham's 45, huh?
Close.
46.
43.
47.
43.
It's like we have to know now, don't we?
Yes.
All right, so
Please.
43 years old today.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, and now does your family make a big deal out of birthdays?
They make a little more big of a deal than I want them to.
Yeah.
When you got young girls, they like to make sure daddy has a good day.
Yeah.
Now, Braden doesn't even know it's my birthday, and that's fine because that's the way I would treat it.
Yeah.
And Amanda's somewhere in between. She knows I don't like all that, so she battles the whole, I really want to do something special for him, but I know he doesn't like all that.
Well, what you realize, you hit
Well,
on
I would vote to let that happen.
Yeah.
Well, what you just hit on is 100% right.
Yes, Bubba.
Here, the thing that you have to understand about if you have children and any of them turn out to be male, okay, you have to understand that a male child, especially when he gets 13 or older, okay, there's a shot when he's smaller, maybe that but remember, even then, when it comes to your male children, and it doesn't mean they don't love you,
Right? No,
they're
100%.
just male children. And even if you end up with something, your wife was behind it.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're all over
Right.
this.
So that never one time does any male child go out and get his dad something on his own and say, "I just wanted you to get this, so you know how much I appreciate your dad." It's the mom saying, "Hey, don't forget to get your dad something."
Yeah.
And they may or may not forget it. Look, I've walked in before and literally saw cards on the table, and I walked in, but they didn't know I was coming in. They're in there signing them. I mean, the day of.
Yeah.
They didn't have that ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
And that's what I did.
Well,
And
yeah.
so,
I mean, you know why we know it? Because that's what we did.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean we don't love.
I know.
What is-
And it's
what-
funny because you see like Maddie, my 8-year-old, she's got an iPad and she'll text us.
Oh, yeah.
So she's already texted me this morning. This little sweet long paragraph.
Right, yeah.
Caroline, she's 13 now. She texted me the minute she got up. Couldn't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Braden wants to know when the cake's getting home. You know what I mean? And that's fine. That's fine. That's nothing wrong with that at all.
Birthday so enjoy it today, man, and what a cake!
Thank y'all.
Well,
Yeah,
looks
y'all
like
are awesome.
we got the classic buttercream.
Yeah,
icing.
I went with that. That's
I'm
classic.
glad it's a cheat day. I don't know about y'all.
Well, Bubba, you're wide open today, man.
He is.
I mean,
Get you
I
a
want
few
to look your health regimen. I just want to congratulate you on it. I mean,
Thank you,
you've
Rick.
done it. Your discipline has been unbelievable.
It has. That's true.
Right, and hey, the numbers are in. Your physical went really good. We got good numbers back on.
Yeah, we still got some things to do. Some other tests and all, but the blood work looked real good. Right down the line. I haven't consulted with the doc yet, but I got the report.
Right. So
Look at Craig's face right now.
What? No, I honestly, I didn't know I had a face.
He was like, you're confused about what he was saying.
No, that wasn't what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah, no. So we
I know it's hard for me to understand.
No, I swear that was
no. I think what Greg was talking about is we've got something internally going on that we just finally had to know. That's what that's
Can
about.
we talk about
I
it?
know the story too.
Yeah,
It's good.
is it?
Yeah.
Was it worthy of all that?
Now that I know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. So so I think Greg was trying to figure out what Speedy was doing.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was responding
you missed
to
something going on.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So So your cholesterol came back good, which is a credit to what are these medicines called that you have
Statins.
Statin drugs.
Yeah. Mine is good too.
Blood
because of
pressure
that.
was good.
Yeah. Well, I've never been able to get mine down other than statin drugs. We tried everything.
Matter of fact, that's the one number I do remember, 161. So they wanted it less than 200.
We
So
were
that was
we were
good
worried
for
you
me.
might have the sugar.
It was.
It's phone call time, America. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Speedy screening the calls now. Here we go. Let's get started. We will go to Kim out of Franklin, Tennessee. Kim will start this phone segment. You can join us now, too. There's lines available. You dial now, you'll get in. Kim, go ahead.
Hey there. How are y'all?
We're good.
Good. I had something crawl into my shoe when I was back in high school and made it all the way to school with me, and you'll never guess what it was.
Don't say it.
It was a snake.
A snake? What, like a baby snake or something?
Well, no, it was probably 4 feet long. I played softball.
4 feet?
And
how big a feet you
and
got?
Well, sadly, I have a small foot, like a size 6.5, and my cleats were in the garage all weekend. And my brother rushing me around. We got to get to school, so I gather all my stuff up, which was a lot of stuff, and because I'm a girl, and we get to the school, and the cleats wind up that have ridden on my lap all the way to school. They wind up, as I'm gathering my things, above my head, and something drops from the ceiling into my lap. And I thought, well, what in the world? Of course, my brother's old janky car, I'm thinking it's a rubber tubing from around the ceiling cloth. But it starts moving.
Oh, boy.
So I look, and it's, my size 6.5 shoe and a 4-foot snake. It's really curled into a knot. I didn't even know what it was. So it started moving, and I start screaming, "It's a snake! It's a snake!" And my brother just looks at me and says, "Well, get out of the car."
That's all he said?
That's all he said. He never helped me. He never got up and moved to help me.
So did you just throw it out?
I would have thrown that shoe out the window.
Yeah, I'd have thrown the snake, the shoe, burned the car. Yeah, I mean, that good night. Curled up in the end of your shoe, a 4-foot snake?
Yeah.
We continue.
It was probably about 2.
Crystal, Blount County. Crystal, go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all, monkey grass?
Thanks for the call, Crystal. What's on your mind?
I was going to tell you about the TikTok I ran across yesterday of the lady that bought some dolls from a girl off of Facebook. And they were haunted. They were knocking on her walls and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Were they the scary looking ones that we were talking about? The old antique dolls?
Porcelain face.
Porcelain face?
Yes.
Nope.
No.
Big nay.
No.
That'd be
Mark in Savannah. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba. Rick and Bubba, so Monkey Grass Green Acres. I just had a question for Bubba. I was watching a movie called Southern Heart that was filmed in Mentone, Alabama. Bubba, was that your voice I heard on there?
Yes.
Talking about a camp.
Yes, Bubba. Remember we did that. We did the audio for that. They had us be guys on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
Southern Heart.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Because I know we did audio on 2 or 3 of them. Now, what was the one you were in? That's what I thought you were talking about.
Tangled Web. You talking about that one?
Yeah. No, Southern Heart. I remember we had
right.
the husband and wife come in and
Wait a
interview.
minute.
Yeah, that is Bubba's voice, by the way, Mark.
Southern Heart.
Yeah, it had the Deloise boy on there that's playing on there.
Yes. Yeah, we interviewed him about the movie. Yeah.
We did.
That is
correct.
That is correct, Mark. Nice catch, buddy.
All right, man. All right, y'all have a good day, man.
Do we
Deloise?
I would like to hear that now.
There it is. Remember
Peter.
that?
Oh, Southern Heart, what's that flower?
Do we ever get? We don't get no royalties on that one, do we? We never do.
I'm waiting on mine from Tangled Web.
Yeah, well, yeah, I bet you are.
Rick got a few points on the back end.
There's a couple of them we get like $3 a month from.
Yeah,
All right.
Fred in Sweet Home, Alabama. Fred, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're good.
So I got a question for you, Rick, and it's maybe a little philosophical. So I don't necessarily believe in little green men, but is it not small thinking of us to think our God, who created everything in the universe and multiple universes, didn't create beings on other planets?
I don't think that's small of us. No, I disagree with that. If the fact that God is as vast, do you realize He's the beginning? There's nothing before Him, nothing. And think about the vastness of that, and we do know that there's quite a bit of area that we have been able to see, and if He has created other things, other places, certainly that's fine. But if I think that God is small, unless I believe in aliens visiting from another planet, because I have to have affirmation that this wasn't the only thing He did, no, I don't think there's nothing that makes God small. Nothing.
No, I didn't mean God small. I just meant small thinking of us to think that He couldn't create life on other planets.
No, I disagree with that. I don't think that's small thinking.
All right, I appreciate you. I just wanted your opinion.
Yeah,
well, I understand.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with it being small. That you're limiting God. None of us are limiting God. My goodness, think about what we know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and we don't know. We just don't know. That's if He did, then He was in His right to do it, and He's still God. So.
Do you realize the sheer numbers of angels that He created? The numbers are staggering. I
agree with that.
So he hasn't just created us.
My mother swears up and down she has angels that visited her in a really bad time of her life. So.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me. They certainly are around us, and the Bible says they are aware of us. The Bible says they watch us. They're very intrigued by the reason why I'm stopping. And it's not. I don't care if God did something somewhere else. That's fine. I got so much that I know He told me in His Word that it doesn't really matter to me. But what I'm saying is this: when you think about how intrigued the angels are with the human being redemption, the Bible tells us that they literally are leaning in, going, "What in the world is this redemption?" It almost seems like that they're not aware of anything else other than them and us. And they're fascinated with the fact that God's offering redemption to these humans that He created. And you also see that in Genesis 6 that our sin became so horrible that it says God regretted creating us at one point. So to answer your question, I don't think that's small thinking to think this is the only thing He created, because I know this isn't the only thing He created. What you're really saying is it small thinking to think there's aliens or other beings somewhere else? Because I see that He created much more than just us and much more than the earth. So I don't think I'm limiting Him at all or thinking small of Him.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate your input.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that, because we already know it's more than just us. I mean, it is. We can see that there's more than us.
Yeah, I think, and what he's saying, until you know something definitely, you have to leave it open ended.
Of course, yeah.
We just don't know.
Yeah, but what He has revealed to us, it's plenty. And matter of fact, you even get all the supernatural you want.
Yeah, got all that covered.
Right. We continue. Let's go to Landon.
Small thinker.
Yeah. Landon, go ahead. I'm studying Hebrews right now. There's plenty to think about. That's a big one. Go, Landon. How you doing?
Hey, I was watching Dustin Connell's newest YouTube video the other day whenever he was doing y'all's show.
Yeah.
And when he was outside, he had signed 2 hats that he gave to Bubba, and Bubba was supposed to give you one of those hats. And I'm just curious if you ever got that hat.
No, he didn't.
I did not. No,
he didn't.
Thanks for letting me know, Landon.
Yep.
But where's my hat?
It was in my truck. I don't know where it went.
Thank you. I didn't even know that happened.
Yep.
Yeah. So
very nice of it.
Yep. Dustin, thank you for the hat.
I told you I'd like DC. I've been telling y'all about him for years, and you wouldn't listen to me.
You know what's up next, don't you?
Chad Gibbs, God in football.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. We're good?
Yeah, I've seen the green, where it's below whatever it has to be. I don't remember the exact
What else
numbers.
I don't remember what else was tested. Is that
antibodies is good.
Yeah,
well,
we
got
felt-
it. And it didn't give me a number. It just said you got them.
Yeah,
I mean, it was either
we felt pretty good about that one because we knew you had it.
Right.
Right. So that and the fact that does tell you the test wasn't bad. So that's
right.
good.
Right. It all. We did have it. We got the antibodies. We'll see how that plays.
When
out.
you say green, is it like a red light system kind of thing? How does that work?
Well, I'm trying to think. It usually gives you the number, and it will say it's supposed to be between this and that, and it gives you the number, and then there'll be a comment on there like good, green area, fine, or something like that. And I don't know where all that comes from.
Well, all I got to say is your regimen is paid off.
Yeah, it's good.
Really
We still got to do some some heart stuff later this year. So that may. It's always that out there. So
now, when you say heart stuff, what do you mean?
Well, you go.
You become a heart patient.
You just go to the cardiologist and they check on you. And I'm probably at the point now where I need to do a stress test.
Yeah, I did one. When did I do it? See, here's what you need to know because you may not know
they'll put
this.
the dye in and they'll look how the blood's moving through.
The
your
reason
heart.
I asked, when he said that, there was almost like some conviction behind it, like there may be another something else coming.
No.
That's why I asked.
Anytime you have heart issues,
automatically went concerned.
Anytime you have a heart issue, which Bubba had a minor heart issue, Greg and I, genetically, there's heart disease in our family, and our dad had 5 bypasses.
Yeah.
So when you become a heart patient, they're going to check on you periodically so that if something's going on, they go, ooh, we got to get out ahead of this.
Yeah.
So it's just like
routine check.
Yeah, like they'll put us in stress tests from time to time. We have to go get our heart, the 3D picture made to see if they can see plaque build up from time to time. They're just checking on it.
Stress tests, they put you on treadmill or something?
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
what they do?
they can either do that or do it chemically induced.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one would you prefer? I
think I'd rather be on the treadmill.
Yeah, I think
I'm
I'd
kinda
go
in
treadmill.
control of it.
Don't let somebody fire that stuff.
No, they do it all the time. It's pretty normal. I'm not saying for me. I'm
Get on
saying
the
they do it.
treadmill.
Somebody's probably going to
You're
get
saying
it right
there's
now.
options.
Rick. Don't
So you don't
freak
want
them
the
out.
treadmill.
Get on the treadmill.
Yeah, I would
Rick,
prefer
you're really
to do
concerned
that.
about that.
I would
I
prefer
don't like
to
that
do
kind
that.
of stuff.
You seem
I'd rather get look.
Your demeanor changed.
If there's a natural option, I'm always going with it.
Yeah, and then they give
The
you
other has to be absolutely necessary.
They give you the dye and then do the CAT scan right quick and make sure that the blood's flowing all through your heart. You don't have an area that's not getting blood flow because that could indicate a blockage.
Right.
If they do that, they'll go back and do a cath. Yeah.
Had somebody had a reaction to the dye.
Oh, so that's what you were holding from.
I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful.
Rick will report a reaction. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
It's important to know.
I know. Rick's
But we've
the
all
watchdog
had it
on that.
before.
I got my own reactions. You know why? Because I don't want to have one.
You don't want to have them.
And I'll do it if I don't have any other choice. But if there's another choice, I'm going another way.
You talking about reactions?
Yeah.
Side
But-
effects.
But
You know what this means?
It
the
is
report?
funny when you're on that treadmill and they start cranking it up on you. And they're sitting there looking at
Incline it, get the
you. Yeah,
incline.
but it was good.
You got to walk, I think, 20 minutes.
It was not.
Everybody gets out of breath, right?
The stress test for me, in all fairness, was not as severe as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
I thought it was going
Which
to be.
means your heart's not in bad shape.
Yeah, it's kind of like the COVID test.
If it was, it
people,
would've been.
People had me prepared for the nasal swab. That was going to be just unbelievable.
Now, I didn't like my nasal swab.
It wasn't that bad.
Well,
I didn't think it was that
went
bad.
deeper on
I've
me
had
than they did on
sinus
you.
surgery, and I think they've opened so much up. I didn't even know they had it up in there.
Right? Yeah, you got. I mean,
burnt.
it's like that's like sticking a Q-tip in a cage.
Yeah. I didn't even know it. I'm like, when are you going to put it in there?
This means you get a slice
No,
of Helmsley's
y'all
cake
don't
as
do that.
big as a plate.
No.
Don't get it. I don't want that.
No.
You always say no, and then he loves it.
No,
Rick.
but
don't get a big.
well, he's
don't
going
get
to
a
eat
big.
whatever you put in front of him, so it's on you.
Well, he's got great numbers.
Yeah, but
And let's
that,
keep
It's a
'em
day
that
of
way.
celebration.
that doesn't matter.
Here it comes.
Just give me a small corner piece.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get a chance to chat with you again coming up this hour, and look forward to that at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And thank you for being with us as we go forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Wednesday Bible study back today. We start a brand new series. If you're someone that said, I don't like joining something already in progress. I want to start out fresh on one of the studies. Well, today be the day to do it. We start the study of Hebrews today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. You can catch that on our YouTube channel archive or our podcast archives. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, all here. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have another step in the, searching for answers from the pandemic. Things you're not allowed to say now are being openly discussed. At one point, we were not allowed to say any of this. Are you familiar with EcoHealth Alliance?
No, I'm not up on that.
I'm not either. So EcoHealth Alliance President Peter Daszak is expected to publicly testify today before the House Select Subcommittee. We'll have a committee, won't we? There's more committees in the Baptist Church. But on the coronavirus pandemic, the lawmakers are saying that EcoHealth, which is a U.S.-based nonprofit, I didn't know that, whose mission is to prevent pandemics, use taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. How do you say it?
Virology.
Virology. Virology.
Virology.
R as
first time, Bubba.
Virology.
Yeah, like I said, the first time it was pointed out.
Say it, don't spray it.
The first time it was pointed out that maybe they're the culprit since they actually have virus in their name.
Yeah.
So they're thinking that EcoHealth used some of our tax dollars to fund some of this gain-of-function research. We're really
we already knew that.
Yeah. Are you at the point now where you're really tired of people acting like that this worldwide pandemic happened any other way than there was gain-of-function research going on at a lab in Wuhan that wasn't as secure as it should have been, and out she went?
And the first people who were hospitalized and died worked at the lab. You mean those people?
Yeah.
Rick, the evidence is frankly
so. Bat
overwhelming.
sandwich is out.
Bat sandwich is an absolute joke. No way.
Right.
No
So
way. This was doctored. You may remember we had a whistleblower at some level that contacted us early on in this and said it was moved forward 6 steps.
Well, he has already testified.
And that doesn't happen in nature.
Yeah, this is the EcoHealth Alliance president has already, according to this story, courtesy of Fox News, they said he's already testified behind closed doors in November, but House Republicans said the testimony contained many discrepancies, and they say the revelations they're finding out undermine his credibility, meaning what you told us, we're finding inconsistencies in what you said. Some of the facts do not stack up to what you were telling us, so your credibility is now in question, and they now have the right, they say, and the obligation to protect the integrity of their investigators, and they're going to bring him before them now, and they're going to test the accuracy of his testimony in the behind closed doors. So apparently he said some things behind closed doors. They moved on, and then they started doing their own research, and This doesn't really match up to what he told us. So it does not look good. Eco Health Alliance apparently sent at least $600,000 that taxpayers, we were funding them to keep pandemics from happening,
right,
and to make us ready, and they redirected it to the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Well, and in their mind, this was valuable work on predicting what some of these viruses would do when you moved them ahead. The problem is if you let it get away. It's very dangerous.
Yes.
And I understand the concept of the research, but it is just so dangerous. This lab had already been cited for lack of control and sloppy work, for lack of a better term. And so we send some of the most dangerous things we're doing to that lab. Because you know why they were doing it in China? Nobody else could do it.
Right.
It was basically outlawed everywhere else.
I don't know why more has not been made of what you just said. So we were trying, apparently, to be responsible and send our own investigators to test the security standard of the Wuhan lab. They came back and said, not secure.
Bad deal. Got a problem.
So why did we not immediately say, well, then we're going to make sure it's secure or we won't send anything there?
Well, it was probably one agency not talking to another agency,
Right.
and the people in the middle wanted the money, and they said, yeah, well, they come in here on a bad day, and they caught us, short-handed, and we didn't get that done. We didn't get this done, but we've cleaned all that up now.
Right.
You know how these things
Sure.
go. We have it in our country all the time.
Yeah, but I think America can ask everybody involved, if y'all knew the place wasn't secure, and then you knew that this kind of research was so dangerous we didn't want it allowed in our own country, if y'all were going to redirect this to another country, why would you do it to a lab that we had already deemed was not secure?
Well, I think the question was who's willing to do it.
Right.
And that's probably where it ended up there. They outlawed it in this country. We know that, although there's been reports that people are working around that even now.
But, again, the thing I think that is bothering me as an American citizen the most is how evident it is now that we were all part of some propaganda show that was laid out to CYA everybody who caused this.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people are upset with Fauci, because he said there's none of this going on, and then there was obvious evidence it was going on. But he said, and he doubled down. No, we're not doing that. Well, it got into the technicality of it. How far you move these viruses ahead. We only went 4 steps, so that doesn't count as gain of function, not 6.
Right. Yeah.
So he was covering this up like a cat in the sandbox from the day one. And what they should have done is come forward and go, yes, we're doing testing that needs to be done. Apparently something has gone wrong. Something has got out. I think the response would have been quicker, and we could have saved lives if they would have done that. I think them delaying and us having to play cat and mouse detective caused this thing to get worse than it actually had to be.
Right, because if you'll just come out and tell us exactly what happened, then we have a plan.
Right, we know what to do.
Oh, okay, we know what we're dealing with here, so here's what we need to do.
Don't you remember, too, how quickly the information came out that the Chinese laboratory had sequenced the virus? Now we have the DNA sequence of it.
Right.
Well, yeah, they had it because they were working on it. They've been playing with it for years.
Yeah.
The idea, and keep in mind what they tried to sell us. Some lady went out here to the open market and bought a bat and ate it and got it.
Right.
Okay, that's
Right.
And I know they sell bats and they eat bats there, but the point being that's not where it came from,
No.
and that was a real shabby story. And
But
it wasn't
again-
covered up. And really, I think Fauci ought to be criminally held liable for all that.
And when you spoke against bat sandwich theory, you were deemed dangerous.
Oh, you were taken off.
You
your
were
social
radical.
media.
You
Yep.
couldn't be trusted.
Wow.
You're not allowed to speak. But really, where we got to get better, being more logical, I think the bat sandwich thing that everybody should have went. So
Didn't
there's
that sound a
well, you know
little
why
strange?
it took us a while, because I wasn't that educated on it. It took us a while to realize there was a Wuhan Institute of Virology there.
Right.
So wait a minute, there's a place there where we do gain of function research on viruses, right there where it broke out.
And we're paying for it. Part of it.
Yeah. Now I leave bat sandwich because that doesn't seem as believable as that Institute of Viruses is probably where it was. Just walking around chewing gum stuff. But see what they did, they tried to suppress that. We didn't. They tried to get out ahead of it, as all propaganda machines do.
Right.
And there are people that that just like what happened up in New York with the nursing homes. To your point, if everybody had said, "Hey, here's what happened. Place wasn't secure. It got out. Here's what we're dealing with," then every plan we would have had involving our society, our economy, and people's lives, we would have worked from that knowledge.
Right.
But we had to chase, to Bubba's point, we had to chase that knowledge, trying other things based on bat sandwich.
And while we're chasing that, and they're covering it up, and remember, the Chinese, Xi was trying to cover it up too.
Yeah.
And he had willing partners in that with Fauci and everybody else involved in that chain. People are dying while we're trying to figure it out, where if they'd have just come forward, we could have had our response a lot quicker.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So the Super Bowl is this Sunday, or the big game. I don't know what we're allowed to say.
Yeah, what is the legal ramifications of that?
I don't know.
Somebody bought
Can
the
you
rights.
believe it's been 55 of them?
Ooh. And you remember what, 3? The third one? Was that your first memory? We've talked about this.
I don't remember the Green Bay Packers and their first 2 wins. I remember the Vikings playing the Kansas City Chiefs because I was a Vikings fan. As a little, yeah.
God, that was like Super Bowl 3, Bubba.
And I remember, I think that was 69 maybe. And I do remember the Baltimore Colts kicking a field goal to beat the Cowboys. And that may have been the one after that, I think, somewhere right in there.
All right, the first one.
Let's look at this. When was that?
Honestly, I don't know that I can really remember.
69 was the Vikings, and then the Colts, Cowboys was the next one. It was 71.
In my mind, 71. I remember the Dolphins, the perfect season one.
Yep.
What year is that? I don't know if I really do remember it, though.
72. That would have been the year after that.
The first one I really remember, like the full game, was the Steelers and the Cowboys, the first time the Steelers won it.
And we all remember every time Minnesota went and got their Heine kick.
I remember the Raiders hammering them.
Oh, yeah. Played every team during their dynasty peak.
As far as me remembering.
Couldn't catch the Buffalo Bills to save our life.
No,
I know it.
I remember.
Perfect opponent.
Or the Bengals.
As far as I remember watching that game. I think Miami versus the Cowboys is probably the first one I can remember. And then the next year they played the Redskins and beat them. The Redskins I remember really well because I was pulling for the Redskins.
Wow, I can hardly remember it.
You know what I remember? What was the running back? Number 25, I think.
Hamburger.
No. That
for
was,
who?
That,
Which team?
For the Washington Redskins.
Oh.
And he had the hearing aid in his ear.
Yes, they did a special and was one of the little books
25?
we got. Was he a Brown? Was his last name Brown?
I think it was.
Larry Brown.
That was the guy that picked off Teddy for Dallas.
No, that might have been his name too.
That
might have been his name too.
Okay, wait a minute. Just his name was Brown. He was number 43.
43, that was it.
And
I was thinking about Joe
he did
Washington.
have a hearing aid, and it was Larry Brown. I was correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I thought I was wrong for a minute.
No, when you said that, I said that there's been another Larry Brown, but I think that was his name.
And let me tell you what
Wasn't
I
that
remember.
Larry Brown, the cornerback that won the MVP? That's what I'm looking at. The won the MVP in the Super Bowl because it's called what's his name? Threw the balls right to him.
And let me tell you what I remember about Larry Brown. He was a real workhorse running back, but he got up from every tackle like he was not going to make it another play. He got up so slow, and he would just barely get back to the huddle. Next play, he's wide open. And I remember an interview with him. Now, this is where he said that he was just resting when he went back. And that he saved his energy up for the next play. And he said, look, they're tackling us on this plush grass that we've got now. He said, even the places we go where there's an infield and we get tackled in dirt, he said, we played tackle football on asphalt.
Right.
He said, all of this feels good to me. The ground's not hard to me. This is a cakewalk compared to what I played on as a kid.
Well, you want to talk about your mind being blown, but I couldn't remember his name. But you're right on the number, and I'm not. I know at first people used to scream, "Are you talking about Joe Washington?" No, I'm not talking about Duck Bill.
Oh,
who had the face mask.
Who held on to that face mask his whole career.
And I think he was 25. But Larry Brown, what I remember about Larry Brown is Weekly Reader. We used to get something when we were in school, and it was called the Weekly Reader, and they did a story about Larry Brown having a hearing aid in his helmet. because he couldn't hear good.
Not to be confused with the Weekly Wiper.
And it was in the Weekly Reader. Do you remember the Weekly Reader?
I love the Weekly. What about?
Do you remember the Redskin quarterbacks back then? Billy Kilmer was number 17.
And one bar.
And before him, Sonny Jurgensen, number 9.
You going way back.
Yeah, I don't remember Sonny Jurgensen. I do remember Billy Kilmer because I thought he looked ridiculous in his uniform.
He did.
But I mean, he's the only guy I've seen that had one bar, then he pull it down.
Yeah.
You
He
know,
might as well just.
I don't know how he didn't get killed.
Right.
You know.
But Larry Brown, I loved Larry Brown, and I was a kid, and I thought he was the most awesome, coolest thing. And the Miami Dolphins just waxed him, and I didn't. That was the undefeated year, wasn't it, when they beat the Washington Redskins? Yeah. So anyway, I mean, I know that y'all know, but anyway, so now
when your premium tried to throw a pass because he got a kick block.
I love when they show
That's one of the funniest plays in Super Bowl history because he tried to throw it, Rick, and it just bounced off his arm.
It is. And that video alone is why I don't think there should be female kickers. If they get in that situation, it's going to be ugly. But anyway, so we got the one this weekend, and now you can bet on everything under the sun. I mean,
well, let me give you some of the things you can bet on, and I want y'all's opinion on this. They have I don't understand these numbers they've got with this on the betting. They have minus something and plus something. I
get it on the points, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't understand this. You can bet on the coin toss. Will it be heads or tails?
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Thank you for being with us as we roll through the stories of the day. All right, so tomorrow, National Day of Prayer. Our country could use this. Probably one of our most powerful weapons that sometimes we think is a last resort. Really, it should be a first resort. But if you're going to be out tomorrow, there is a prayer breakfast at the American Village, and my wife Sherry's speaking there tomorrow morning. So for those of you that are going there, you're in for a treat. If you'd like to go, find details at burgessministries.com under upcoming events. She'll be speaking tomorrow at that prayer breakfast, American Village there in Sweet Home, Alabama. Be in Montevallo. That's where the American Village is located. Beautiful place. Bubba and I have been there. We've been doing some stuff with them with the big birthday coming up for our country. It's a beautiful, beautiful location. Bubba, there's an update on Coffeegate. So, as you know, we came here, explained it yesterday, that and we have coffee that is ours that comes from well, and there's a number of them. You know, we've had different coffee companies work with us. BuzzBox is the one that's been with us, and we get some coffee they send us because we use them as a fundraiser for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Sherry and I actually were part of that, actually invested in that company, and now it's been passed on to the son-in-law and the daughter of the guy that Jeff, who was on the show, that we invested with. So he and us, we don't have ownership anymore, but we still are one of their ministries that they support. And so we didn't, in all fairness, and we talked about this is a different arrangement with this studio that we're in year 3. So the coffee area is a public access place to the people that work at the other radio stations. So somewhere when all the Keurig machines were broken and never replaced, and people began to just consume our coffee. Now, they didn't know. And I was asking you, should I awkwardly address this? Because now I don't have enough supply to supply coffee for all of Summit Broadcasting Birmingham.
But I've donated my cups because I don't drink coffee.
And Bubba doesn't drink coffee. But I will tell you this: they drink Betty's as well, because we need more coffee. So I told you that I kept walking by, and I never saw face to face, but I noticed a man in a button down started to consume a tremendous amount of coffee.
Rick,
and I never saw his face; I could just see his shirt as I was going by.
Made the staff uncomfortable the way you described.
Right, and so yesterday I was not trying to send some 5-bell alarm out.
Evidently.
But I thought to myself, my choices are contact BuzzBox and ask them to send more coffee. That feels like it could be a little rude on my end to provide for everyone. Okay, maybe get a Keurig machine that works. I found out yesterday there's actually a lot of the pods left. We just don't have a machine.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, found that out yesterday. But today I find a note.
Can I say this before the note? Do you know management got involved yesterday?
I did not know that. No,
I was
didn't mean to cause that much
this because y'all will stir things up and then leave the neighborhood.
It's not our nature, Bubba, to stir things.
On their way out the door.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll wreck the party and leave.
Yeah.
But I was told by Super Tom that management was involved about getting.
It was never my intention.
About getting some things fixed or another machine in there to get things going because you had discussed it. And it was part of the show.
Well, I was asking y'all to give me advice on how I should handle it. We handle everything on the air. Everybody knows that. We got 4 hours to fill. 5 if you can't kick off.
So I think that's I think that's moving forward.
It definitely is.
There's one nice machine in there that has never worked.
Yeah. So I went
commercial grade.
I went today and was shown a note that was left for me. Yeah.
There it is. There.
Apparently, it says, "Sorry about the coffee situation. No one explained the rules to the new guy. Don't judge, just enjoy the coffee and the freedom to choose from these awesome blends of Black Rifle Coffee Company. Guy in button down." So, coffee drinker and new PD of 104.7 WZZK.
There it is.
Well, I hope they heard the part about burning the stuff up.
Yeah.
I hope we get that done.
And Bubba, based on our history, you'll have to pardon that I didn't get overly attached to the new PD because I don't want to get my heart broken when they get rid of him as well. But no, I mean, we'll roll through PDs here.
Yeah,
I mean, we roll through PDs.
But we haven't even formally shook hands, and you've already got them out.
No, I'm just saying, Bubba. Is that an unfair statement?
No comment, Rick. No comment.
Right. We go through him quite a bit. But I will give him
kicked over a table.
I will give him credit.
Coffee wasn't enough.
Now here's what I love. He said once I found out that apparently I'm paraphrasing his letter. There it is. Once he discovered that we were providing coffee for all of Summit Broadcasting Birmingham, he said he will contribute now. So he's brought some in as well. I think that's fantastic.
Anxious to try that one in the middle there with Sasquatch on it.
Yeah, right. And I'm familiar with that. And that's the one Hannity gets involved with. That's the one
I'm not going to get involved in all this as long as there's a mellow yellow to drink.
Right.
That's all that matters.
Well,
room temperature, right, bud?
I want y'all to know that up till button down, the new PD at ZZK, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Referred to him as button down.
Well, I didn't see who it was. I never saw his face. I think I've actually met Mike early on.
These are how nicknames are created.
Yeah.
He's now known as Button Down.
Well, because I didn't want to. It was uncomfortable to me, and I'd look real quick, and I'd run on going, "He's making another point." And here's the thing.
He's a hard-working guy.
Well, you see where we're at. We're almost out.
Yeah,
we're running out of coffee.
Yeah.
And the buzz
gotten that small.
The BuzzBox coffee is sent to us with a thought that there's 5 people drinking it. Not 25.
Well,
and so it's not enough. Is all I was saying. And is it awkward for me to go to people giving us free coffee and say, "How about more?"
Yeah, more.
Now I've become a Democrat.
Get Speedy to do
you know what
Rick,
I mean?
Speedy has no problem with that.
Hey, I'm not in this over here.
So Mike, thank you.
We need more.
Not necessary for you to start donating. I was trying to find another plan, but that's kind of you to do that. That's very helpful.
And
Button down.
Well, is yours top 1% Arabica? Likely not. But I appreciate that.
I mean, just saying,
right? Probably not as good a coffee, but I mean,
not bragging. That's just what
right. The coffee I was providing, the best in the world. But it's nice.
They make good coffee too.
I'm sure they do.
This is me trying to
How about
smooth
this?
it over. I don't really know.
I think they actually got a tie with like Blaze TV or something.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
and I told you, Hannity talks about them all the time. And all that.
I've seen them on the side of a race car.
But
take a sip.
But what I'm saying, hey, Helms, because of the problem, we'll find out because ours is about to be.
You're
done.
right.
Yes.
You're right.
Good point.
You're all over that.
We'll get our chance.
Yes.
About
to know.
Right.
We got about a day left.
Right. But that's the way to handle it, Button Down. I mean, that really is. Thank you. He is. That's an example to others.
I wish he had his own air name.
And
was
we're
Button
good.
Down.
Hey,
Button Down here, will you?
And we're good. And we're good. We're good.
There it is.
Yep. So there we go. So there's update on Coffeegate. We got to have more than that one. We got to have a K-cup machine working. We got to have one that
I think
works.
that's what the meeting was about yesterday that I got pulled into that you didn't know about till now.
Sorry about that. That's Super Tom calls that. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
All right.
You can bet on what will be said first, COVID or pandemic.
That's so good.
Can you believe that?
That's so good.
You can bet on the color of the liquid that will be poured on the winning coach. Orange, red, pink, yellow, green, lime, purple, clear, or blue. You can bet on all that.
That's
Rick.
unbelievable.
How many times will Bill Belichick be mentioned? More than once, less than once?
Definitely more than once.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be an easy one. How many commercials will have a dog in it?
Okay.
This is one of my favorite ones.
What's my choices on the dog commercial?
Over 4.5 or under 4.5?
Okay.
I think I go under.
How does a commercial have a half a dog in it?
Well, you have to break a tie. That's
Well,
what you do.
puppy monkey baby.
Basically, it's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Here's one of my favorites. I want y'all to tell me how you bet on this.
Puppy, monkey, baby.
Which coach will have their nostrils seen during the game first?
Pull their mask.
Andy Reid or Bruce Arians?
Bruce Arians.
I don't know. Arians is pretty. He keeps his mask on a
Does
lot.
he? Well, doesn't.
Reid's gonna have that face shield.
Yeah,
Reid's got a clear mask.
Yes, it ain't gonna be him.
How many times will Tom Brady's wife be shown? Over 1.5 or under 1.5?
Over.
I go over on that too. What color will Patrick Mahomes' headband be? Red, black, gray, or white?
Red.
Yellow.
That's a good one.
But it's not a choice.
And it's not a choice. Chiefs' first down scorer, will it be Tyreek Hill? Will it be Kelsey? Will it be Hardman, Watkins, Patrick Mahomes?
Kelsey.
Bell, and there's one other one.
Kelsey, he scores all the time.
Mahomes on a scramble.
I'm going to say Hill.
Could be.
Hill's going to get loose
Kelsey.
early. First
Hill's gonna
Buccaneer
run
to
over
score a
and kick off.
touchdown. Will it be Evans, Fournette, Godwin, Brown, Jones, Gronkowski, Miller?
It'll be Fournette.
I like the Godwin kid.
He's good. Good receiver.
I said Evans earlier in the kickoff hour. I'm going with Godwin.
Yeah, you just changed. What was that?
Tom Brady's longest completion, over or under 38.5 yards?
Over barely.
Under.
Did you say 38 or 30?
38.
How good?
Ooh, I'm going under then. Yeah.
How good is the defensive backs for Kansas City?
Not bad. I think is the Honey Badger still back there?
He's a safety, yeah.
Like him. Always liked him.
I don't know.
Patrick Mahomes' longest completion, over or under 39.5 yards?
He's going over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tyreek
He'll break
Hill's
one.
longest reception, will it be over or under 26.5 yards?
Over.
First player to make a reception in the game, Kelsey, Hill, Godwin, Evans, Brown, Watkins.
Kelsey all the way.
Yeah, you almost can bet the first throw of the game's going to him or Hill.
And it's going to be there all day.
Player to make an interception.
Oh, now.
Will it be Honey Badger, Sorensen, Snead,
I don't know enough about him.
Breland?
I don't know enough about him.
I'm going with the Honey Badger because he's the only one I really know.
Which player will rush for 50 or more yards? Fournette, Jones, Williams, Mahomes, Brady.
I don't know.
I don't know enough about that.
I don't know their backs very well.
They also have receiving yards and Tom Brady's outcome of his first pass. Complete, incomplete, sack, or interception?
Complete.
Incomplete.
Did y'all say you don't understand how the Vegas odds work?
On this, I don't. Do you know?
Well, it's over and under. That's easy.
The plus and minus game, or whatever.
Yeah.
If a person is a plus,
Hold on.
they are the underdog. Just
Correct.
in general speaking,
Wow.
just so you know.
Okay, gambling man. All right, so wrapping up some Super Bowl talk, unless, of course, you have something to add at 866 We Be Big. But how do we see it, boys? I mean, it's Sports Art Trophy. Do we get that up for grabs?
I think we do.
I think we do. So we'll do score, we'll do winner, and we'll do score, and then the tiebreaker will be how many yards Tom Brady throws for?
Yeah, I think so.
Since Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today.
The gang all here, and if you want to stay updated with everything going on with the Rick and Bubba Show, be sure and hit rickandbubba.com. Okay, so, Bubba, strawberries are here.
Strawberries.
Just last strawberry fields forever. Just last night for dinner, we had some grilled chicken. Had Bubba one of your favorites, broccoli. Had a little rice, and also had strawberries cut up with a little bit of hot honey poured across the top of them. The strawberries are coming in, and they look beautiful this year. Did you know that there is a strawberry festival? Did you have any idea? You know, there's a festival for everything.
I know.
Apparently, and if strawberries said, well, don't leave us out. we got to have our festival. Nathan Anderson is here today.
Hey, Nathan.
And Kimberly
Thank you for having
Spiegel.
us.
Now, Kimberly, who plays a role in this festival, really, really wise on your part. Everybody's starting to figure out, if you go to the Rick and Bubba Show, no matter what you bring, if you will include sausage balls, it changes the dynamic in the room.
It really does.
So thank you.
You talk about putting the drawbridge down.
She literally had. You know how sometimes you ever heard the saying about people in leadership, if you're part of what's going on. I heard this actually from my pastor at the church. He said, when there's a problem, you come in with two buckets. You've either got a bucket with gasoline in it to throw on the fire, or you bring in water to put the fire out. You came to the studio with two buckets, one with strawberries and one with sausage balls. So you were ready for any situation today. So, Nathan, tell the world that is listening right now, it's coming up this weekend. What in the world goes on at the Strawberry Festival? It will be in Coleman, Alabama. And how long has this been going on?
Well, the first celebration for strawberries in Coleman County happened in 1905. So I'm sorry, in 119 years you have not heard about it. But
okay.
Going back to 1939, that was the very first Coleman County Strawberry Festival.
Was this all about these strawberry farmers celebrating, here are the strawberries, they are here, the harvest is in?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep, it's the peak time for strawberries. I mean,
they look great.
It's one of those delicate fruits. You just want to hit it just right. And
ate them last
is
night.
The peak, the peak.
But
which
this
we
is
have
the
a
first
strawberry
year
bucket here.
it's like state official, right?
Now, that is true.
Yeah.
So in 2017, we took over as a city, and we've been growing it primarily in the arts space. It's taken on a whole new component with music arts. But our senator took note of it and said, the state of Alabama needs a strawberry festival to get behind, because there's several great ones in the state, but we're the oldest and the largest. And he helped us navigate Montgomery, and we ended up before we ended up before the governor with a signing officially recognizing the Coleman Strawberry Festival as the state's official Alabama Strawberry Festival.
Awesome.
So this is our first year for it.
Bubba, get the bell ready. When I was in San Diego, so we traveled, and I went to where there were just strawberries everywhere in California, and I thought, well, this must be the strawberry source, and I never realized how many strawberries come out of our state. I had no idea. And so you're also educating people that we have them here. And as we were talking about last night at dinner, anytime you can get something farm fresh too, it's so superior, because as you just said, when you're bringing it in, you eat them when they're actually at prime ripeness for eating. When people are trying to get them on shelf life and trying to make them last, and if you've ever had a cantaloupe from the grocery store or had one out of somebody's garden, there's no comparison.
Big difference.
Yeah, because you're not eating them when they're really at their prime. So tell us what all will be going on. So it's this weekend. It's the first year that it's the state's official, as you mentioned, and this one the oldest in the state, but now it's officially recognized by the state. Y'all are expecting 45,000 people?
That's right. Yeah. Every year it keeps growing by the thousands. This year we're anticipating.
And you throw strawberries at each other? What do y'all do?
I'm sure there's some of that. I do, after the event is over, I look around and there's strawberries everywhere. So I'm sure it's happening. Siblings are throwing at her dad at a son. I probably would. The highlight, of course, is the strawberries. And I know people will say I'm biased. You've been to California, great strawberries. Florida has great strawberries. Our strawberries, I mean, top
They're fantastic.
notch. You will not find a sweeter berry. I think you ate one earlier.
Now, what makes it better?
Oh, it's just
the soil,
Alabama,
the dirt,
man. It's
the
dirt, it's the
soil,
sweat, blood, and tears of the best farmers in the country.
Look at these. I mean, they're beautiful. I mean, I just had one.
looking.
And let me tell you this: a great thing about the strawberry, people may not know, low in calories.
Yeah,
you can just easily. I mean, they're very low in calories.
That's right.
Really wish I had longer arms so I can get one right quick.
Yeah, they're really,
You
really
want me to
good.
throw you one?
Yeah, throw me one, Nathan.
Here you go.
Here we go, Nathan.
All right.
Got it.
Did you get that?
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
all right.
Nathan.
So we're looking at. You said it's starting to lean more on the arts. So
Yep.
20 bands, 2
Yes.
stages, and headliners Eli Young Band and Nico Moon.
That's right.
And then, of course, you have others, a whole list of them here. So 20 different bands, and that just starts rolling Friday?
Friday morning, 11
we
o'clock,
go.
man. We're starting strong. So we had to add a second stage this year. So we are adding the Fresh Pick stage, which Kimberly will be managing.
Oh,
that
there we go,
stage.
Kimberly.
Come on, Kimberly.
So, yeah, you mentioned the headliners, man. There's so many great talented from Matt Stell, Colin Stowe, J.D. Clayton on Friday, all the way to Easton Corbin and Eric Hutchinson and Casey Tyndall on Saturday. So those are the supporting acts. But the great thing about this festival is it's free. You can get in for free. You can enjoy the music for
you got
free.
me now.
So
Now Speedy's going.
I'm in.
now, if you're one of those that I named the band that you just love, I met a guy the other day that said he named his kid after Easton Corbin. I said, well, you probably want to buy a ticket. You want to be up front and close to the stage. So there's a lot of people. You can bring your lawn chair and set up for free and enjoy in the back, or you can buy a ticket very low cost on our website and get up front and ensure that seat. So if you want to come later, you don't have to fight the crowd. Just walk right up.
Oh, so it's
reserve
both.
seat.
You can come for free or you can buy a
That's
ticket.
right.
And that's all
Yep.
based on what experience you want to have.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Or whether you're thinking, I don't know if I can go yet.
Correct. Go ahead and buy we'll take your money.
Yeah, there you go.
While you're indecisive, we'll take your
you
money.
take the free option. You take the free option
That's
there.
right.
Honey, put the chairs in the back of the truck. I think we can go. Not sure if we can go Friday or Saturday. We'll go when we can.
That's right. Yep.
You know,
Come
that
and go as you please.
Food trucks, Bubba, got a lot of those. So
Yep.
you'll get to enjoy some of the best food in our area as well. Craft vendors will be there. And carnival rides.
That's right. Yeah, we've got a guy coming in from Kentucky to set up our kids' activity area with all kinds of carnival rides, inflatables for the kids to enjoy. So really, all ages. I don't care what age you are, what interest you have. This festival is for you.
It's good.
Yeah. Now, if you want to eat strawberries, what about that?
Oh my gosh, man! I should have brought my list. I mean, everything from sweet to savory. I have seen
every kind of strawberry
some
dish you could ever think of.
The creativity that these guys come up with. I've seen them on pimento cheese sandwiches before, which I'd never have thought about, but it wasn't bad.
Oh, Greg, you might try that.
Have you ever had the strawberry shortcake that's made with a biscuit?
Yes.
Where instead of it being cake,
Now you're talking
it's a
my
big old
language.
biscuit. Let me tell you something. If you've never had that, it is phenomenal.
Next level.
Yeah, next level. And, of course, I'm sure you have all your strawberry jams and your jellies. You got to have that,
That's
too.
right. Even strawberry wine. You know, we got to.
Well, only Bubba can talk of that. He's non-denominational.
That gets him every time.
Yeah, I'm actually at a Baptist church and a deacon, so I can't speak on that. At
Don't put you on the spot
At
on
least
that
for
one.
3 years. At least for 3 years. So, but yeah, so that's and that's even made it into a bunch of country songs. So, strawberry wine. So anyway, if you want to find out all about it, it's real simple. AlabamaStrawberryFest.com. AlabamaStrawberryFest.com starts this Friday, goes through Saturday. Looks like weather-wise, it'll be a beautiful spring day and weekend in our home state. And if you are traveling in, find out all the information there. If you are in the state and just want to go, you can get tickets if you want to be closer to your favorite bands. But if you just want to enjoy it and kind of be laid back, and you can get free, you can come for free as well.
That's right.
And be part of the 45,000. Can't beat that. Hey, thank y'all so much for being with us today. Thank you for the strawberries.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Sausage balls. Thank you for the sausage balls.
You know, we freeze them and put them in our smoothies at the house.
Oh, yes, we do too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. You got to have that. We got.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, we put some in the freezer last night.
Come on.
AlabamaStrawberryFest.com. AlabamaStrawberryFest.com for all the information to plan your weekend. And we're going to enjoy some sausage balls and strawberries, and we'll be right back. Stay close. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Goat.
Good. I think
Even though I know Mahomes is just as big a star, but I mean the GOAT has to be honored in this. So we start with Adler. Adler, we need a score on the Super Bowl. We need a winner, and how many yards Tom Brady will throw for. So Adler, you get us started, and any questions we have about gambling.
Okay. That being said, I do have a parlay going on the Super Bowl.
Good.
I need Tom Brady to be caught picking his nose on camera.
Right.
I need the Bucks to win by 11.5. I need Giselle to be caught on camera picking her nose as well.
Right. Yes.
But if it all goes good, I risked $1,000. I'm gonna win $200. So.
There you go.
Hopefully all that happens.
Adler, you seem to know a lot about this betting stuff. I mean, this is not a good plan for college for Ruby.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to pay for her, scholarships and stuff. Because if she gets my math abilities and stuff, it's not going to work out. It's not
we're cheering for Aaron on that one.
Yes. So with here's what I want to have happen. I kind of want Tom Brady to win and retire. If he wins and does not retire, to me, that's a mistake. Win, retire, be done with it. You're the GOAT of GOATs. Go.
Yeah.
Leave. We've seen you enough in the Super Bowl.
He's under a 2-year contract.
Goatness.
So he's got another year.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
But what you risk the thing coming back of like next year falling apart and the wheels coming off.
I know.
Yeah, go out.
I know. That's what I would do if I was him. But I'm not him. Obviously. Okay. I'm gonna go 28, 25 bucks.
25 bucks. How many yards does Tom Brady throw for?
200.
200.
300. I don't know.
So you have to say one.
Yeah, you have to pick a number.
250.
250.
All right, let me write this. I'm gonna write this down. It's Harry Murdahl's.
All right, what about you, Hams?
Man,
I know.
I'm gonna go. I just don't know because I hadn't.
Yeah, I don't know much about them, but
I'm gonna go 34-31 bucks.
34-31 bucks.
309 passing.
Greg?
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, I don't know much about it.
34-17 Chiefs. It's close early, and they walk off second half.
I know. I'm leaning that too. What's Brady throw for?
He throws for 200.
200.
Something like that.
Speedy? Where's Speedy?
He's coming in here.
Okay. So
Speedy?
He was talking.
And that is
Harry
a completely blind guess because I haven't really paid much attention to him.
No, I'd have no research on these teams. All I'm doing is going.
They're good.
I'm just going. While I'm dealing on things I know about football and how things kind of go. That's all I got. Speedy?
I'll go Chiefs 34-27 and Tom Brady 355.
355.
I like that pick, by the way.
Bubba?
Rick, I think it will be. I think it will be tight early. It may get into a shootout later because both of these teams can score very prolifically.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all
like
birthday
that.
cake there. I'm going to say the Chiefs will win 37-31. And this is what I'm going to predict, Rick. The Chiefs will win, but these same two teams will come back to the Super Bowl next year. Tom Brady will win and retire at the end of that year. So I'm going to predict two of them in a row.
All right.
So, and as far as Brady, what's the high yardage?
355 was
355 was
I'm going to
Speedy.
say 375.
All right, so let me make sure I get this right. You said 37-31 Chiefs.
Yes.
Okay. Richard?
I like I said, I don't know anything about these teams.
Doesn't mean I'm pulling for them for those of you that think I'm bad luck. I'm just giving you a prediction.
Oh, forgot about that.
I'm not cheering for them.
I remember the Seattle Seahawks Peyton Manning game in Super Bowls.
Ooh.
And he's back and everybody's screaming all these things. And it just came apart. I mean, it just came apart. Now, the Bucs, from what I've gathered from hearing people, I have not seen them play, their defense is good. So that keeps me from just saying this is the wheels are going to come off, because if they're pretty good, they can keep it close maybe. But I just have this sense that this Buccaneer Cinderella story is over.
Oh, wow.
And that something ugly is going to happen Sunday. And
so it could get rough.
It could get ugly. So I'm gonna go with 38 Chiefs, 38 points. And then I'm going to go with the Buccaneers at 24 points, 38-24.
I had a bluesman on the back and a beautician at the wheel. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, spanning across America and around the world on every platform imaginable, live and archived. So as we work our way back, looking at stories we might have missed, somebody say nationwide. I'm nationwide. Bubba Russell Wilson and wife Sierra, they have found a buyer for their 11,000 square foot mansion near Seattle. No need to be there anymore. Went on to Denver, now going on to Pittsburgh. Seattle years are behind us. For 2 years, the 11,000 square foot mansion has been on sale. They have a buyer. The price, $25 million.
You know, that's probably a limited market, don't you imagine?
Don't you think when people who can pay $25 million for a house, that they can be a little bit nitpicky about the way it's laid out, about every little thing? It's a small group, and then it's a very picky group.
Yep,
so you got problems. I've looked at the picture here. What a beautiful home. Good gracious, it's beautiful. $25 million. They finally sold it. And now, of course, the Democrats are threatening to arrest everybody involved for overvaluing the house. But so look at that, Bubba. 25.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So that's a 11,000 square feet of house. That's a lot going on right there. But you are near Seattle.
I like that patio setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Seattle.
Don't you imagine they're far enough out of town?
Yeah, but
a lot of rain.
If I have to go to town,
the grass is wonderful.
I mean,
he's on the water.
You're on the water.
Yeah.
Puget Sound.
You know where I bet that is? Camano Island. No, I'm serious. When I went to,
I see some coffee.
When I went to visit Jeff in person, Big Love and I went on a trip. We went out, caught crab, ate those for dinner out there in the water. Went to check the traps with Jeff. It looked just like that.
It may be okay, but there's a lot of water out there.
Well, it says near Seattle.
I know, but a lot of water out there.
Okay.
Rick, I think I can
near
tolerate.
Seattle doesn't mean Camino Island.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that looks like it may be sitting on the more Lake Bay look, which was the way Camino Island.
It's a big bay out there.
It is. You're right. You're right.
You know, if I have to go into
here it is. It says in the story.
Look,
it said neighbor Jeff Erickson.
I was
was excited. Was excited to have new neighbors.
Right, weighing in on
he misses the Wilsons.
It does also say that Russell says somebody keeps drinking his coffee. He's not sure.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
mad about it.
All right.
Listen, Seattle's not bad, Rick. You get you a cup of coffee over there at, that's where Starbucks originated from, and then you had all these other folks, Camino and all those other groups jumping in to the mix, and you got the Space Needle to look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
A lot of good fishing.
By the way, I went to the little town of Camino Island. It's one of those little towns you kind of want to be there all the time.
I know.
Yeah. Everybody's talking down to the hardware store.
Sure.
Drinking delicious coffee.
First of all, the money in this picture is just amazing. You got people with basketball courts right on the water there. It's just amazing.
I'd like to have the money just to build the steps to go down to the lake.
Landscaping, yes, the pool. Why is there a lawn chair right here, right against the fence?
Funny.
Why not?
Is somebody trying to get a peek of Sierra? What in the world is going on there?
That may be them.
That's a good find.
That's for the gardener to sit down and read.
Sure.
Okay.
Probably so.
I'll tell you
I don't know that I'd want a
Russell
basketball
goes to get away
court
from her.
right on the.
That's exactly what that is,
Greg,
Greg.
that's what that is.
That's mine went there.
That's somebody who he walked out of that house. There's a place he goes and sits and says, "Right here, can't nobody touch."
The only place he's got.
I ain't got to do any errands.
I don't know if I want a basketball court that close to the water. I mean, you go, you get the ball
baby,
gets away
she's gone.
from you, she's gone.
Hey, baby, she's gone.
Listen, Bubba, you got that money. You got a stack full of basketballs. You don't even worry about it.
Sure.
Somebody get a new one.
Yeah.
Or somebody sitting down at the water catching balls.
Yeah. They said Erickson was out there checking his crab traps and actually gave him a chest pass right back.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Speedy. Yeah, that's a good one, Speedy.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods.
He's such a child.
Who, me?
No, we.
Oh, no, we was talking about basketball.
Sure.
And it's up above the water. And I was thinking one would roll off the court and bounce down.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
who's
you were
going to
thinking.
get it? So somebody's down there just catching balls.
That's true.
That's what I was thinking.
Said it again.
You're right.
Tiger Woods.
I think that's against the law, but
Greg, I think now, in a weird way, we've referenced back to the reality show in Britain. But the Tiger Woods.
Oh my gracious!
Tiger Woods
That is you.
has launched Bubba Sunday Red.
Oh,
Sunday
yeah.
Red.
Sunday Red. This is his
Clothing
golf
line.
That's it.
clothing.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
Well,
red,
I'll have to get some.
red shirt. Like
Well,
pants.
I mean, it's going to be
The
comfortable.
most
Rick.
comfortable clothing on the planet. Golf clothes.
He always
So
wore it on Sundays.
is this? Does he have any? Yeah. Okay. There's different colors. We don't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to just wear that red. shirt.
No, you don't. It's not just red, but it's
I don't
it's on
have
sale
enough
and
red.
available.
I don't have enough red shirts. I need more red shirts.
Greg's going to start wearing red on Fridays.
Right.
He says the last day of the week.
To match his neck.
Yep.
So the
Rick, you're on fire.
well,
How are y'all?
I do like the logo.
See, that's
do
what I
like
was going
the
to
logo.
ask you
Let me
about.
say, oh, that's horrible.
Bubba, how are you on that logo?
It didn't matter. Listen, if I would have said I didn't like it, Greg would have said he loved it.
I'm gonna be honest. I was doing it on purpose, but I do look at it. I really don't like it at all. It's extremely confusing. And I'm not sure what I'm looking
It's
at.
obviously it's a tiger.
Is it?
Of course.
Obviously.
It's not confusing
don't
at all.
don't use obviously.
It looks like the
Y'all
bones
think
of
that-
a tiger.
Yeah.
Y'all think that's sharp?
Do you like it, Bubba? Yes or no?
You know, it's okay. I
It's
mean,
not-
in the world of logos, it's not my all-time favorite.
Okay.
Well, he had it on
tiger.
It looks
says
almost
tiger.
like an alligator backwards.
It says tiger in the
It
in
does.
the logo.
It
What?
does. Well, you got to be a deep thinker.
Well, see, now
and
that's
look through that.
ridiculous.
Where do you see
See
that?
what I mean?
Look.
Why would you want to do all that?
Here's the G.
It's not a G.
ER. There it is.
That's not. It doesn't say tiger.
I'm not kidding. I see that. That's
a
I
G.
see nothing.
Greg,
good about
I
that.
see the alligator you're talking about. It looks like Ozod.
Oh no!
Exactly.
Oh no! Now y'all made me see the alligator. I hate y'all. I didn't even see that before.
Yeah, I'm
So
mad-
here I am.
mad
I
not
see
to.
the little.
One of the most recognizable. You know, and I'm coming out with a product line, and that's what I go with.
Well,
What are the shirts
Well,
look like?
we've,
That's what
we've,
I go with.
Yeah. Can I see the slogan again too, Speedy? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say at the Masters he was wearing it, and sometimes it was a little. Wow, well, it's hard to see. But when we did the story that he had left Nike and all that and was going to do his own deal, we showed it. And
Well,
I think the logo he already
I
had
think
for
it's
Tiger Woods looked good.
T-Dub.
All right, let's look at what it says
something like
underneath.
that.
Did Nike do that, though, and he can't use it
yeah, they
anymore?
did.
What does this mean? We're not for people who want to live a certain kind of lifestyle. We're for people who want to live a certain kind of life. We are Sunday Red.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds sharp. And here's our logo.
What does that mean?
That's my
yes,
point.
it's confusing.
I don't know what that
I mean,
means.
you know what that means? We're not necessarily for just golfers. If Rick thinks our clothes are comfortable, he can wear it too.
Oh,
Okay.
That's what that means.
Okay. Of course, I'm kind
Just
of,
made
you
that
know,
up.
it's gonna be hard to pull me away from that guy. I don't know his name. I like his clothes.
You talking about
Travis
It's got a big M on it. What's that M?
Yeah,
Yeah, see, that's a good looking.
Who's that?
Travis Matthews.
Rick, now you might want to get this emblem here because it looks really good. It's like somebody spilt something on your shirt.
No, I don't want to put that on. I feel like I might be a member of a cult or something.
Now we're culting.
It's just a bunch of lines like something kindergartner did.
I have to admit that I wore a Tiger Woods hat for about 6 months, thinking it was Lance Ingram's Warrior, Tiger Woods, the Warrior.
It is
whatever.
very similar, by the way.
I thought so for like months. I'm like, yeah, I'm repping Lance Ingram's Warrior book, and then somebody was like, so you like Tiger Woods? I was like, okay.
It is very similar. I've thought about that.
And that was back when he was getting bad
I
publicity with
thought
all them
Lance
strippers.
may get some copyright issues over
Not
that.
Lance.
Yeah.
Not Lance.
Not Lance.
Not
no,
Lance,
Tiger.
yeah.
Yeah.
Please clarify that.
Yeah.
Greg.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Can't just throw those lines out.
I'll reiterate that.
Yeah, when you take that parking spot, be sure and look around on what's each side of it.
I'm telling you, I don't want to get somebody caught up in it.
Goodness gracious. I'll get a text
I'm
later.
just saying Adam thought he was sharp.
We'll get a text later wanting to edit that out.
Tiger Wood.
Does that bother you guys that it's Sun Space Day?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Because he's known for wearing the shirt on
y'all get off Tiger's
Sunday,
back.
right?
Whoever he's hired to come up with this branding, he needed to fire him.
Oh, it's got you rubbing your face. I didn't know you that tore up about it.
I mean,
You know how some people overthink it? Here's how I would have done it. Tiger Woods has got some clothes y'all want to wear.
yeah.
And everybody goes, yeah.
Oh, and check out this cool emblem. Unlike that one.
I think he's got a pretty good brand. He's influential. I think you just keep it
Sunday
simple.
Red, baby.
You
I
know?
think that's why they halfway did the logos.
Right. Yeah, who cares?
Who
It's
cares?
Right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.